morning and welcome to the Guyana National Stadium on the east bank of Demerara in Guyana. We're here for match number 4, West Indies Championship Regional 4-Day title. It's on the line. Guyana Harpy Eagles hosting Jamaica Scorpions. Today is day number 1 of 4. Weather this morning, very good for cricket, and we are ready to bring you this exciting encounter. My name is John Ramsing, alongside former West Indies off-spinner Clyde Butts, together with Matthew Kisoon and Indrajit Prasad. We'll be bringing you the action live from Providence. As we say, first of all, just good morning to Clyde Butts.
Good morning to you, John Ramsing. Trust you had a good trip, and now we're back. Good morning to viewers wherever you are. Certainly an interesting day when you look outside. There's not a lot of sunshine, but there's no threat of rain. But the atmosphere just looks like if you want to be out there to play cricket, you want to bowl, if you're a fast bowler, you're thinking maybe there'll be some swing out there as well. So I could understand why Jamaica won the toss and decided to bowl for us.
All right, so Clyde giving you the toss there. Just give you the teams so far. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles at home will have to bat first. And we're going to start with Machu Nandu and the new test batsman in Tejan Chandapal. He's back. So the rest of the Guyana Harpy Eagles 11, Kemal Savory, Tevin Imlak, Leon Johnson, captain, Kevin Sinclair, Gurukesh Moti also back from test duties in South Africa, Kevlin Anderson, Veerasammy Pamal, Niall Smith, and Ronsford Beaton. In the 13 that did not make 11 today, Anthony Adams and Shamar Joseph. There were 2 enforced changes with Anthony Bramble out with injury, the wicketkeeper batsman, and Kimo Paul leaving for IPL duties. For Jamaica Scorpions, captain today, back from South Africa as well, Jermaine Blackwood, Leroy Lugg, and Nkrumah Bunner, Devin Gilzine, Paul Palmer Jr., Aldane Thomas, wicketkeeper, Markino Mindley, Abhijay Mansingh, Nicholson Gordon, Dorval Green, and O.J. Shields getting his game today. No Jimmy Merchant, no Patrick Harty from the 13, and Kirk McKenzie out of the squad. Clyde, 2 teams on paper, you can see this can be competitive.
Yes, you expect a game to be competitive, and you expect that the Harpy Eagles would be thinking, well, if we win this game, we are virtually there in terms of winning the title this year. Whilst the Scorpions would be thinking, well, they need to play some good cricket. They didn't. Their last game, they didn't play good cricket, especially where the batting was concerned. And they would be thinking, well, they need to put that together there. Their test players back in Jermaine Blackwood, and he's captaining. So I expect that they would be thinking that they've strengthened up a little. Yes, Guyana has had Eagles has had 2 enforced changes, Bramble missing out, and Kimo actually after IPL. So, but Joseph is back, and he has done well before. No, he's not in the 11. He's still out, but the bowling looks good.
So we're witnessing the first ball. Markino Mindley to Tejan Chandapal. Starts with a no ball. Runs on the board already for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Umpire Nigel Duguid standing with Shannon Crawford, 2 Guyanese umpires. Duguid doing his 60th first-class match, and Crawford his 11th first-class match. Clyde, you mentioned Blackwood coming back into the side, strengthening, but also Chandapal is there.
Yes, and he's opening the batting as well. So, and I think that's a big boost for the Eagles as well. Immediately you're seeing the right arm, medium fast bowler, going wide of the crease, trying to bend it back into the batsman. And we did see that little shape away as it hit, away from the left-handed batsman. So it'd be interesting to see when he gets it right, gets the line right, what actually happens.
Six test matches for Tejan Chandapal. 2 against Australia, 2 against Zimbabwe, and 2 against South Africa. So here he is now, opening the batting for the Guyana Harpy Eagles side. Bowled! And that's the first wicket going down. Mark Kinumindi, look at that side. The middle stump of the test player, Tajan Right Chanderpaul, is gone. Cleanly knocked out of the ground. Wonderful start for Jamaica Scorpions through Mark Kinumindi. Harp Eagles 1 for 1.
Yeah, and I was just saying how wide of the crease he's bowling. It was obvious what he was trying to do, trying to angle the ball back into the left-hander. This time he got it right. I think Tage would be guilty of looking to play down the wrong line, looking not to play at the delivery, as you can see. He was not playing at the delivery, straightened at him, and he's gone. So that's well bowled. He didn't cover his stumps, as you would say, and had he covered his stumps, he wasn't playing at the ball, he would have still been out LBW. Well, we never know. But he certainly wasn't playing at the delivery, and that ball must have missed that bat about 3 to 4 inches.
Chanderpaul gone without scoring. The perfect start, you would say, for Jamaica Scorpions. The Scorpions, they were in tongue. This is their second consecutive week in Guyana. They were in tongue since last week when they took on the Windward Islands Volcanoes. However, they're sitting at the bottom of the points table, just 15.4 points. So it's 1 versus 6 in this game. Harp Eagles at the top of the points table with 49 points. But points don't mean anything, especially when you come to a match. It's a fresh start.
A fresh start, and sometimes when you're at the bottom, you tell yourself you've got nothing to lose. You've got all to play for. You've got nothing to lose. So the team at the top probably a little bit more nervous than the team from the bottom who will be thinking, well, we are playing for pride more or less. And we go there and give it a best shot.
So Mindley with his tail up. Just 2 wickets in the last game right here at Providence. Got those in the second innings against the Volcanoes. Here he is bowling to the right-handed batsman, a new batsman, Kevlon Anderson. Anderson gets his first delivery. It's good to feel bat on ball, especially very early in your innings.
Yes, I agree with you totally, and especially when the batsman before you didn't touch a ball or didn't play at any delivery. You come out immediately on the front foot, pushing it up on your onside.
Anderson, who got his debut in the last game for the Harp Eagles. Runs off the bat. So he's off the mark, Kevlon. The 22-year-old and now the 19-year-old Machu Nandu will take strike. Nandu in his debut season as well. This is his 4th match. Maintained his position in the team.
I don't think he has done badly. A guy that started with 100 on debut. You expect him to be playing out the season if he starts like that, and to be given that run. Given that run just to ensure that he gets the opportunity to play. Yes, he's fallen off a little, but I think in any form of sport that happens to young players, where you come in, you're hot, thing happen, and then you just have to fall back and correct a little bit, whether it's false or not, or the mental side of the game. You just have to work on it.
So after that 126 on debut, we got 1/2 century in the next game. Did not light up the circuit against the Red Force the last match, where the Guyana Harp Eagles won quite easily as well. So 126 and 16 against Barbados in his debut match. Second game, 2 and 60, 10 and 33. Lots of significance in this match as well, Clyde Butts. This is the last time that Leon Johnson will be playing for the Guyana Harp Eagles against this opposition, the Jamaica Scorpions.
Sure he's not going to have a change?
It's the end of the opening over. Jamaica Scorpions winning the toss and bowling first. Harp Eagles sent in their 2 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, very successful over from Minley, which got the wicket of Tage Chanderpaul, bowled, leaving the ball alone, not playing at the delivery. So I think that would put a little bit of scare in the left-hander Nandu as well. When you see that, you'll be thinking, well, that ball did a lot. Actually, did Chanderpaul just played down the wrong line, misjudging the length and the line of the delivery completely.
Derville Green is going to share the new ball. He's going to be coming from the northern end here at Providence. Regular media center end. Clyde, you had a look at that pitch. Your thoughts?
I think the pitch, we're not going to see much different from what we saw last week. I think when you look at it, probably you have a little bit of preparation moisture, but that's going to go away soon. Another hour, hour and a half, sun comes out, that's going to disappear. So you don't expect the pitch to do that much out in the middle. I think it's a pitch early morning. If you come out to bat, you may struggle to play the drives and the shots that you would love to play early on, but once you're settled in, I think things would work for you. Nicholas Gordon actually is the opening bowler and not Derville Green.
Nicholson Gordon. I did say Derville Green. I'm seeing him, and I'm saying Derville Green. I do apologize to our friends, especially in Jamaica. But Nicholson Gordon, I like his attitude to cricket. 31 years old, but he gives you 1,000,000%, Clyde.
All the time. From the time I've known him for a long time, known him from youth cricket, he always charges in and bowl. He's lost some pace though, over the years, but as expected, when you're 31, you don't be as quick as you were when you're 25. Few people are. Let me say that. Let me say it don't be, because some people can maintain that pace for a little while.
Playing his 15th first-class match. He's been around since 2016 at this level. For this 43 wickets. Best of 7 for 70 in innings. And 9 for 125 in a match. He's been around a long time, picking up wickets regularly. The last match against the Windward Islands Volcanoes, he got 4 wickets in total, 2 in each innings. Oh, that ball came back. That's a good ball, Clyde. Wow.
Yeah, I think it just was a little badly directed. Had that been, let's say, just done about the off stump, certainly I think it would have had Anderson in some trouble, because it did come back at him. And maybe there's signs there that things may happen in terms of the atmosphere. We may see a few balls swing around.
What I noticed as well, he had a little bit of extra bounce from the same length that he pitched the previous delivery. Now a leg slip has been put in place in Leroy Lugg.
Yeah, I think Blackwood realizing that there's some inner movement from Nicholas Gordon, and he's put that leg slip in. Ooh. Oh, well. Where was Nandu going? There was never a single there. He got stranded halfway down that pitch, and I think if the field had hit the stumps, he would have been in some trouble.
Bad judgment there indeed from Machu Nandu. Probably recognizing that Anderson is in some trouble. He wants to get him off the mark or get him off strike. But you need to be a bit more calculated, Nandu. Firm push. Rion King is the match referee again today. Ryan Banwari is the standby umpire. That's the end of the second over. The Guyana Harper Eagles sent in 2 for loss of 1.
Yes. Good stuff here from the bowling side, actually, making the batsmen play. In that last over, Nicholas Gordon, probably just guilty of going down the legs. I think what happens when you've got a new ball in your hand, you want to see what it can do, whether it's going to swing, whether there's no swing out there, and then you look at the pitch to see if there's any seam around. So I guess that's what's happening out there. And the first 2 overs, they're just checking out the atmosphere and the pitch.
Minley to continue. He has 8 wickets before today's match, so that's picking up his 9th wicket in this tournament so far. Beautifully bowled again. Kept slightly low as well. Look at that one.
Well, we did see that in the last game as well, in the first couple of days, where the ball actually didn't bounce a lot. But that was pitched up nicely outside the off stump, making the batsman look for that drive through the offside. Coming forward, just straightened a little bit on him. Didn't get an edge.
2 other matches on today. The Volcanoes against the Hurricanes. Oh, look at that again, Clyde Butts. He's coming round the wicket and asking lots of questions of the left-handers.
And when in the first over, your partner got bowled, you're thinking that you have to play at most of those deliveries because you have to be able to judge that off stump. Thinking, well, did that one that got Chandrapal out, did it swing back a lot? Was it just a straight line? As the batsman at the other end, you have to judge now. And you may look to play at deliveries that you don't have to.
It's an all-islands clash. Windward Islands Volcanoes, Leeward Islands Hurricanes, down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Defending champions, Barbados Pride, 4th on the points table against home side, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at the Queen's Park Oval. Those are the other matches on today. All matches scheduled for a 10 a.m. Eastern Caribbean start, 9 a.m. Jamaica time.
Again, that's well bowled. That's just outside the off stump, 6 inches outside the off stump. Nandu, I think, they're pulling the bat inside the line. But that line is certainly a very good line. And you look at Minley, he's bowling from very wide of the crease. So if he's going to give you that angle, you'll be thinking as a batsman that it's going to come back at you. So you have to look to play.
This is red ball cricket. This time, Nandu gets fully behind it, back and across. Nice shuffling into position. Stage and right, Chandrapal will be disappointed with the way he got out. Just did not play a shot, just pulling inside the line. But that ball was a peach of a delivery. I don't think I've seen a ball like that all season, Clyde Butts. That's really good bowling from Marquino Mindley. Maiden over negotiated by Nandu. End of 3. The Guyana Harp Eagles, 2 for the loss of 1.
This is good stuff again from Minnie. Just honorable the off stump, making the batsman play. You've got 3 slipper, you've got a gully. Yes, we may say that the ball is not bouncing, it's not seaming a lot, but the line is perfect.
From the Guyana Harp Eagles, 13. Anthony Adams, the left-arm spinner, and Shamar Joseph, the right-arm seam bowler, missing out. Are you surprised there, Clyde Butts?
No, not really. Good addition. Moti is back as well. So you didn't expect Moti to be sitting on the bench, do you? Certainly not.
Gordon continues. And for Jamaica Scorpions, Jamie Merchant, the right-arm off spinner, and Patrick Harty, the left-arm spinner, out of their 13.
Both didn't have a good game, the last game. I think Harty came a little bit into his own in the second innings. He bowled much better than he did in the first innings. But Jamie Merchant just seems to be running through that crease and bowling a lot these days rather than giving himself that nice rhythm that he had, stop, and bowling over the delivery instead of just trying to push it.
Kirk McKenzie, who got the big wicket of Alec Atenes when he was on 97. He's not in the squad. Replaced by Captain Jermaine Blackwood, back from South Africa. And speaking of South Africa, one-day international series ended 1-1. One match going to the rain as well. Beautiful straight drive. Anderson will get his second run. Clyde Butts is the first time that the West Indies have played a one international series in South Africa and did not lose.
I like that. I like that. And they did not lose the series. No, they did not. But there was some good cricket. There were some good cricket. A little disappointed in the bowling yesterday, but I thought they played very well. Shea Hope batted well, handled his team fairly well. But it's one of those innings yesterday that you're not going to see often from Claassen. He really just took the game completely away from the West Indies. But the start West Indies got as well, one would have thought that they would have gotten some more runs.
So Nandu to take strike for the first time to Nicholson Gordon. So another test series ending. South Africa won at 2-0. One international ended as well. We head to the T20 International Series. 3 matches to be played. First of which will be played on Saturday morning, Caribbean time. 8 a.m. Eastern Caribbean, 7 a.m. in Jamaica. First of 3 T20 internationals. Saturday, Sunday, Tuesday. Then the Caribbean side will head back. Lots of cricket still to be played in that beautiful country, South Africa. So Gordon to continue. 2 slips. Looks like a wide third slip. Nandu gets his first run. And he's going to run pretty close to the boundary, but Avijay Mansingh is a deep backward square. He collects. So Nandu's off the mark. Opens his account with a single. Clyde Butts has left the chair, but now we say good morning to Matthew Kisoon. Hello, Matthew.
Hi, John. Good morning. Good morning to everyone following, live streaming around Guyana, the Eastern Caribbean, and around the world. Very interesting game on. Good weather. We had rain, heavy rains on Monday and a bit yesterday. But a better day today and a prompt start as well.
Another over completed from Gordon. The Harp Eagles asked to bat first, Matthew, before for the loss of 1.
Yeah, Blackwood is back. Captain in the side. Good to have the test player in the Jamaica Scorpions side. You look at the fact that they only had, Mindley would have bowled two balls in test cricket in Australia before as a test player. And of course, Nkrumah Bonner. Right. 2 overs, in fact. And that's it in terms of test cricketers for Jamaica. I thought Jamaica short in terms of their bank account in this year's tournament with quality players. They've got a few good fighting cricketers in Dorval Green and others. Marquino Minley has come on nicely. Lovely delivery to Tej Chandrapal. Second legal delivery of the innings and picked him up. And you find in the tournament so far this year, John, the ball seems to be moving around a bit, some of the bowlers. I guess it's not nice for me to say that Darren Bravo got that ball to move and he picked up Kevlin Anderson both times. But that ball talked, danced, and smiled.
Edging. In fact, there's a big appeal, and the umpire says, finally, you're out. So both openers now gone. Marquino Minley getting his second wicket of the morning. It's Machu Nandu feathering 1 behind. Alden Thomas doing the rest. Here he is, was just wide of the crease. And Machu Nandu just fishing at it. Got faint outside edge and is caught behind. Machu Nandu gone for 1. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles asked to bat first. 4 for the loss of 2.
Look, Mindley has been spot on this morning, bowling from the south end of Providence. And he's getting inward movement to the left-handers. And Nandu there got the outside edge. He's kept the ball on a good line and a good length, Marquino Minley. One can understand why he is seriously considered someone for the future for West Indies cricket as a fast bowler. But certainly he's done the job for Jamaica very early here. And picked up 2 valuable scalps Nandu, who's not been bad at all, wants to get a lot more runs. He's been getting the 30s and so on. Tate Chandrapal, back from South Africa, hasn't done himself enough justice in South Africa. In fact, hasn't done enough. And he's back struggling a bit. But at the end of the day, Marquino Mindley not struggling at all. He's picked up both wickets to fall and 2 for 2. Excellent bowling from the young man. Hats off to him. And the Guyana Happy Eagles are under tremendous pressure at this stage, John.
Mindley had 3 for 28, his best figures this season. Already 2 for 2. New batsman for the Guyana Harp Eagles is the Centurion from the last game. He's also in his debut season, Kemal Savory, the 26-year-old from Esquibo. Magnificent 101 in the second innings against the Red Force last week at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Trinidad and Tobago. He's batted 6 times already, Savory, just 100. Second best innings, 44. So no half centuries, just that 1 3-figure mark. Here he is facing his first delivery. So not a left-hander for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And we see the left-handers already being picked up by Marquino Mindley, Tate Narayan Chandapal, and Machu Nandu, the 19-year-old. So Mindley having his way so far with the left-handers.
He's in his 47th first-class match. So 113 wickets on this belt so far. You've got to include these two. Getting that ball to come back into the left-hander again. It will move away from the right-hander. But 113 wickets, his economy rate is good, 2.73, John. And you look at his average, 24.3. Started his first-class career in what, 2014? But you get the impression that he's a key man here in this bowling lineup for Jamaica. Look, you've got Nicholson Gordon bowling as well. You've got Derville Green. And Blackwood would depend a lot on them.
Started this one 2 straight now, Marquino Mindley.
But I think his strike rate is good, pretty good. You look at the wickets he's picked up, 113, not bad at all. He's got a little bit of pace. You don't want a young man like Mindley to become injury prone. That's a big problem in West Indies cricket with their fast bowlers right now. You don't have too many of them. Alzari Joseph is carrying the weight on his shoulders right now. And he's not doing that badly. But at the end of the day, you want 4 good fast bowlers in the West Indies lineup.
Overcompleted a successful one again for Marquino Mindley and the Scorpions. Harp Eagles 4 for loss of 2. Matthew, this is going to be a very crucial partnership for the Guyana Harp Eagles. Anderson in his second first-class match. And Savory at the crease. Savory is in form. Had some runs before going to Trinidad and Tobago for that 3rd run. So in between that gap, playing some inter-county matches in Guyana, scored 100 as well right here at Providence. So he's in some form. But to come, Tevin Imlach, he's been out of touch, but he's now with the gloves because of that injury to Anthony Bramble. Mm-hmm. And then Leon Johnson, he's been finding form as well. Shot, start of a new over. And this one is going to find a gap on the offside by Anderson. And he's going to pick up the first boundary of the match. It's now 8 for the loss of 2. So with Johnson still to come, Imlach, this partnership can be very crucial.
Yes, certainly, because 1 for 1 and then 4 for 2. You don't want wickets to keep tumbling. These are 2 young men who want to excel. They want to ply their trade very early. They've got skills. They've got ability. They've got talent. Look, Kevlin Anderson is, to my mind, well-organized right-hander. Savory. I'm very proud of Savory in terms of coming on to play at this level. I followed him at youth level, playing for DCC. His mom would always be around with him. And when you get that support, it's always important. So it's nice to see these two young men at the crease, off the outside edge, bouncing before it got to log at third slip. But Kevlin Anderson given a chance to bat at number 3, I thought is very good indeed, because here is a young man that, to my mind, he has concentration span. He looks the part in terms of wanting to play this type of cricket, and being given that opportunity at the top is very important for him. And I think it's a good opportunity for him to buckle down and get a good innings for his country. Only in his second game, first-class game, but I think all eyes are on him. And he looks like a well-organized youngster. 22 years old, if I'm correct. Kemal Savory, on the other hand, the left-hander, he also is a wicketkeeper. And his cricket has certainly grown and developed over the past couple of years. One would expect that he would want to be very consistent. That's what's lacking in West Indies cricket overall. Consistency. You can be young, talented, gifted, yes, but you've got to churn out the runs and churn them out on a regular basis.
Anderson from the Rosal Town Youth and Sports Club in Berbice. Looks composed indeed. Just got 6 and 15 in the last game, his debut game against the Red Force. Got 100 recently in Guyana before going to that match. And that really pushed him into that game, into the squad, and he eventually got his debut. Played for the West Indies on the 19 side. West Indies Academy in the last Super 50. So he is touted as one for the future. Now getting that opportunity at number 3. Crucial position. Form push 20 over. Just 4 from it. 8 for a loss of 2.
And that's the thing about young players coming through in the system. Not much cricket played at the regional level now. Look, this year, shortened format, just the 5 matches with the 6 teams. So it's cut in half. Not much cricket being played at the highest level in the Caribbean. But then you come on, and all of a sudden, you're good for the future. Good for the future. And then, when given an opportunity to play at the highest level, you don't always quite perform. And then you tend to disappear off the scenes, off the radar, and maybe come back a little later. Inderjeet Prasad has joined me in there. Good morning. It's a lovely day for cricket. Round number 4, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles are already on the back foot.
Yes, good morning to you, Pastor. Good morning to all viewers and listeners. Yes, lovely day here for cricket. The Harpy Eagles on the back foot. This is not what they planned for. You have already lost those 2 guys, the 2 openers. They're back in the pavilion. That's Tejnaran Chandapal and Matthew Nandu. I'm extremely surprised that Tej left that ball alone. He didn't play at it at all. So it had to do with his judgment, and he paid the penalty. Having said that, though, Mindley has bowled real well. Continues to nag away just outside the line of the off stump. And this is what you want to see. Good control. He understands he's not an all-out fast bowler, and did swung the ball just a little bit this morning, and the pitch responded to him. This is a completely different pitch from the one they played on previously, the Jamaicans. This pitch, you can see there, There are lots of parts with greenery. Simply mean there are live grass there.
Pitched up on the off stump, slanting into the left-hander. Looks for the drive, knocked it into his boot from the inner portion of the bat. Yes, it looks like it's got some life in it, the pitch. But I think it's really a good start for Jamaica, very good start. Blackwood is back. He's at second slip, captain in this side. Paul Palmer captained the previous game here last week. Paul Palmer Jr.
And just pushing at it, not all that confident, but had enough on the bat to keep it low. Now, Savory is in good form, and this youngster has impressed a lot of people, and with himself and Anderson out there. Anderson, on debut, didn't do all that well in Trinidad and Tobago. He's on home turf. So, remember, he scored that masterful 100 here. He knows the pitches here. He's talented and looks good so far. He has not actually been troubled with anything. Very solid, very compact. Drive from Savory to bring the over to an end. 7 overs gone. It's 8 for the loss of 2.
Anderson 6 from 18. Nandu got 1 from 12 deliveries. A bit of a struggle for the young man. Chandra Paul, a duck from 3 balls. The first delivery was a no ball. Minley 2 for 2. Nicholson Gordon, none for 6 from 3. They've both done a good job so far. Gordon hasn't picked up a wicket as yet. But that last over from Minley, a maiden over, he's kept it very tight indeed. And you've got to give credit to the 2 opening fast bowlers. They've sized up the conditions well so far, and they've been very disciplined.
Yes, they had good opening spells in their previous match here. But then in the second innings, just fell away a little. Maybe due to some tiredness. Some of them, their rhythm wasn't really there. But today, I agree with you, Matt. Both of these guys, they have touched down on good length and good line, and they have troubled the batters, with the exception of Kevlon Anderson. He has looked the part here today. Young Matthew Nandu struggled. Looking at him, I thought he's trying to walk across his stump so often. When you do that, you tend to cramp yourself for room. Look at that. Once again, good control by Gordon, and he continues to bowl well. I like the field setting too. You're having those people in the slip cordon, 3 of them. I think that the second slip in Blackwood is well placed. You look at him there, Blackwood is just like about a meter in front of the first slip. And with the way the pitch has been playing, you expect they're in that good position to take catches when they come.
Anderson waited for that one just outside the off stump, played it a little bit late, stabbed it into the offside. I like the way Savory handled the 5th delivery of the previous over, when he angled the bat down to keep the ball down to go away into the slip area. That was good use of the wrist, and he angled the bat nicely. So you just get the impression he's in good form, of course.
And Anderson is showing very good judgment here. He was not in 2 minds at all. On another day, he might have stepped onto the back foot and looked to cut that through point. It's early. He knows that the Harpy Eagles need a partnership now. So he's going to be cautious, play sensible cricket. He's on 6. I remember that lovely cover drive. Get your eyes in. It's important to understand how the pitch is playing.
That's well bowled again, just on the middle and leg stump. Played it down to mid-on, but straight to the fielder. It's a good captaincy from Blackwood, just back from South Africa. You need your top players to represent your country. They would have wanted to have Brandon King as well, but he's in the white ball lineup. Got a nice 7-2, I think, in that game.
The over has been completed, 8 for the loss of 2. Well bowled. That's a maiden. So the Jamaicans, they have started well here. They will feel comfortable. It has justified them winning the toss and asking the Harpy Eagles to bat first. Blackwood and his team saw something in that pitch that they feel will give their fast bowlers a chance. And that's the reason why they decide to bowl first. In fact, their team selection tells the story, with Harty and Merchant, both of them not making the final cut. And they have gone on here with Shields, just strengthening that fast bowling department. So they're on top at the moment. They want to capitalize on that. Guyana must reconstruct their innings at this stage. Lovely day. No immediate threat of rain. A little bit earlier on, there were some dark clouds around the eastern part of the ground that has disappeared. Minley, 2 for 2, splendid figures. Wow, that's a good delivery. Nip back. Maybe just outside the line of the off stump there. And there was Kemal Savory. Maybe playing down the wrong line too. So Minley is on a high, good coordination of the body. And you look at him running in there, no problem with his rhythm. And he's definitely troubling Matthew Nandu and Tejnarain Chandapal. So he has bowled well to the left-handers. Very stylish, compact defensive shot. This time, Matthew, he moved into the shot. Wasn't riveted to that crease.
That's the way to play. You're in the side as a batter, specialist batter, top order as well. So your technique has got to be good. Look, but he has grown. He has grown in his cricket. Savory, no doubt. He's faced 12 balls so far.
Off the back foot this time, driving away the left-handed Savory. He gets off the mark, and that feeling is going to be a good one. Driving nicely down towards cover. Just looking at a replay here. Did left the edge of the bat very, very quickly, but falling short. And on these pitches, they're going to be fast. You need to ensure that the slips and even your gully, they are placed as close as possible where they can take those catches. You do not want balls flying off the edge and dropping in front of you. This is beautifully flicked away. We've just seen one of those nice flick shots on the replay and looks good in the process. This is the timing we were talking about and the movement of the feet too. So Anderson is very nimble. I think this guy, once he continues like this, he's definitely one for the future. Look at the ease in which he plays the shots. He's not ruffled at all. And when you get your opportunities, you want to make them count.
Yeah, don't stray on his pads at all. That was beautifully put away for 4, backward of square. He's into double figures now. And that 100 he got against Demerara, I believe, in the inter-county tournament here, was an excellent knock. I witnessed that, and I enjoyed that innings.
Well, I didn't see it at all. I listened to you guys in parts. But talking to some of the fellas who watched it, they were impressed. They said he brings back memories of old.
That's well played. Over comes to an end. 9 gone, 13 for the loss of 2.
So Tejnarain didn't score. Matthew Nandu just 1 from 12. This puts added pressure on the middle order, which is strong, but we must remind ourselves there is no Chemo Paul in that middle order. He has gone off for the Lucknow Super Giants to play in IPL. And this is going to be Leon Johnson's last regional 4-day game against Jamaica. He showed good form with 2 half centuries in Trinidad and Tobago. So whenever he comes out in this middle here, you know, it's going to be mixed emotions for a man who has served Guyana cricket with distinction and to be awarded the Golden Arrowhead of Achievement is indeed terrific for a true son of the soil in every sense of that phrase.
Good servant to Guyana's cricket. He's very intelligent, good captain, 5 consecutive titles. Would want to end his career with another title on his belt. And I'm sure that the team, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, who are leading right now on 49 points, would want to ensure that that happens.
Well, Matthew, they're well positioned and they're leading by some way. And with all these batting bonus points, fast bowlers points, first, winning 12 points, you never know what could happen. Let's say if they go ahead and lose here. That could really peg them back, and the Volcano, they win their game. It changes the whole complexion.
And if you lose to Jamaica, they're at the bottom place with 15.4 points. You might say, you lose to Jamaica, fine, but then, as you said, you peg yourself back because the Volcanoes, they were 37.8 points. Really, they could have had more if they'd won, if they'd beaten Guyana and beaten the previous side as well. But that was not to be. That's the game of cricket.
And I guess in the minds of the Guyana Harpy players, they aren't thinking defeat at all. This is only the first morning of a 4-day match. Good judgment showed here by Kimal Savory, allowing one that was moving away to go by into the gloves of the keeper. So if you've just joined the broadcast, wherever you are, let's remind you today, Jamaica Scorpions, they won the toss and they opted to ask the Guyana Harpy Eagles to take first strike. They started with Tej Narain Chandrapal and Matthew Nandul. And both of them, they're back in the pavilion. Chandrapal didn't score. Nandu made 1. Since then, Anderson and Savory have come together.
That's off the inner portion of the bat. He came forward, got it off the inner portion of the bat along the ground. But he's covering his stumps well. You just get the impression that Kimal Savory wants to stay out there and bat long. 1 from 18 balls, that's the idea. He'll pick up in terms of his scoring rate a little later on, and he gets his iron.
There's a drive by Savory, but didn't got it the way he wanted it. And the fielder just go down. That's Mindley there. Might have cannoned into some soft spot. The over's been completed. 10 overs gone. It's 13 for the loss of 2. So the physio just having a little look there at it's like Mindley, who got that ball that were rocketed into him off a drive from Savory, missed it with his hands. And it's always good. You don't want to take anything by chance. Get yourself looked after. And he has been bowling so well, Mindley. Good morning once again to you, Clyde.
Yeah, good morning to you and Legit. Yes, that last delivery of Savory looking to drive. Probably looking to hit the ball at backward point, cover area. Didn't get hold of it as he would like, but it went hard to mid-off. And the fielder going down just missed it with his hand. Looked like it crashed into his shin or his knee, somewhere around that area. That can be very painful.
Yes, and an excellent start here by Jamaica, Clyde, as we move on towards the end of the first hour on the first morning in this 4-day game. They have already lost their 2 openers. This now exposes the middle order to to test their character. So far, so good for the two of them.
Yeah, I think both Anderson and Savory has looked good. Anderson coming out on the front foot, looking to work the ball into gaps, and there was one nice clip through mid-wicket where he got 4. I think Savory may have to be a little careful, though, because he's looking to drive a lot of the delivery, and he's not scoring. So that the bowler would be happy with that and thinking, well, if you continue to drive, one may get an edge sooner or later. And Savory probably is thinking, well, I'm growing in confidence, and I'll just have to start looking to work those balls rather than hit them straight to fielders. But Minley has been good, bowling outside the off stump, making the batsman play on or about the off stump. And Gordon probably bowled a little too full, I would think. He's been bowling a little too full on a pitch like this. And a pitch like this, you probably need to just back pitch and bowl fairly straight.
So O.J. Shields has replaced Minley from this end. He's a big boy, O.J. Shields. And right away, like a true fast bowler, starting with a short lifting one.
Nothing wrong with that, because it wasn't wide outside the off stump. It's the first delivery you've seen really testing the pitch today. And that last 4-day game, we saw there were very few short pitch deliveries. So obviously this pitch is carrying a little bit more. And this Shields looks a little quicker than we've seen in that previous game from the Jamaican bowlers.
Drive, and it came off the edge of the bat there, but fell pretty short of the second slip fielder. Was he playing down the wrong line there, Butts?
Well, I think he was reaching for a delivery that was pitched up, was a little too wide for that. That you would have been better advised to just leave that alone. But here again, we see him playing a forceful shot, getting the edge on the ball, not carrying to slip. I think this is the second time he's done that. He's got to be careful.
Yes, and Blackwood might very well be prompted here to move up a little bit closer at that second slip area. Down the leg side. O.J. Shields, 27 years old, one first-class match so far. That was when Jamaica played Barbados. 1 for 48 and none for 16 are his figures then. Played regional Super 58 matches and also plays for the University of the West Indies Vice Chancellor's 11 against England. So there's some thought behind of him. Early days in his career. And he's not going to be tempted this time at all. Anderson, he walks away. Minley prior to this, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 7. So maybe just don't want to risk anything. That could be why Blackwood decided to just rest him a little, or might just want to use him in these short spells, 4 overs, 5 overs.
I think 5 overs is good enough. You got a young fast bowler and he's bowling fairly quick. And Minley has had some injury problems as well. So you don't want to be risk bowling him more than 4 or 5 overs in any spell. And then he can always come back. And I'm sure you may see him before lunch for a couple of overs or just after lunch. Because you've still got Green to come into the attack, another right-arm medium pacer who in the last game in the first innings bowled pretty well and got 6 wickets. So he can be a handful.
Yes, and actually got his best figures in that last match in the history of his career in first-class cricket. So Jamaica, they have done well. They have not been loose at all, very conservative in their bowling. And Guyana has to fight for everything here. And this is the kind of competitive spirit that you want to see.
Well, they obviously looked at that game and decided, look, our spinners didn't bowl well in that game, so we're going to change and we're going to have our 3 main fast bowlers. We've got Green, the medium pacer, and then you've got Mansing to bowl his leg spin. Bonner can bowl a bit of leg spin as well. And of late, Blackwood has been bowling some off spin. So they've got that support in the fields.
Yes, and what beautiful atmosphere. We're seeing a flamboyant tree with almost all the leaves gone, but there are some red flowers there. The golden arrowhead fluttering in the distance. We've seen a coconut palm, and Those black tanks is, are what we use in this country to store water. So, after 11, 13 for the loss of 2. You get the impression that Savory is just having some worries out in the middle. He has faced 19 deliveries for his 1 run. On the other hand, Kevlon Anderson, 10 from his 33.
But I don't think it's actually he's been that troubled. I think what he's done is stroke the ball, but he's hit the ball straight to field. And obviously, Blackwood realizing he's driving a lot, he's now got that man at short extra cover as well. Force him to try and do something different. And as we did see in that delivery, he's looking to steer it down past the slip area and setting off for a single. Obviously, it's bothering him a little that he's not scoring. And he should not be. It's a 4-day game. There's lots of time in this game. He should just look to bat.
Yes, I agree with you, Clyde. There are lots of time. And the thing is this, once you're out in the middle, they definitely will score runs. So bat out these little difficult periods. Of course, play every ball on its merit. Down the leg side. Loud shout here from Nicholson Gordon. And the umpire says not out.
Yeah, I think you could see that angling down the leg side from the right arm fast bowler bowling around the wicket to the left hand, just angling it back into the left hand.
So Gordon has been given a little extended bowl. He's in his 7th over. And nothing wrong with that one. Just spring it a little bit wide there, hoping that Savory might want to free up his arms. Today, too, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're playing Barbados Pride. While the Leewards Hurricanes, they're taking on the Windwards Volcanoes as 4th round action begins today. That one didn't get up the way that Gordon wanted it. Just back of a length.
Well, I think that's the right sort of line. You bowl that line if 1 or 2 is going to keep a little low. Well, not low, but low. And then 1 or 2 is going to do something off the pitch. Because the previous delivery did see pitch and left the left hander. This time, probably just holding its own. I think that's the sort of line you need to be consistent with.
Looking for the pull shot there, not getting any contact whatsoever. A little bit quick, and this is exactly you were talking about, Clyde. Some of them will get up, and some not is going to get up. And you could see Gordon there putting a little bit extra effort in that delivery, and the pitch responded.
Yes, and nothing wrong with testing the pitch. Nothing wrong with testing the mud, as some people would say.
Final delivery in this over. Once again, not getting it the way he wanted there, Savory. Gets it down towards mid-on. 12 overs gone. It's 13 for the loss of 2.
And that was a very good over from Nicholas Gordon to the batter. Bowling in good areas, making him play. I think when you're bowling like that, Savory obviously wants to get off strike. And he's not getting. Even when he hits the ball and hits the ball fairly hard, it's going straight to fielders. And as a bowler, you don't mind that. You'll be happy with it. You'll be thinking, well, if I could just continue to bowl like this, something is going to give.
Yes, and you will, in that little period when you're struggling out in the middle there to get the runs, sometimes indiscretion steps in. But so far, these two, they have so shown that they're solid. The concentration level is good. Good drive here by Anderson. And we are seeing out in the middle there, Clyde, just maybe the future of the Harpy Eagles batting. These two of them will want to be a part of that. They have been around Anderson at the under 19 level, played a lot of cricket, played for Cricket West Indies under 19. On the other hand, Savory has been around for quite some time. Short and cut down through point. It's going to race away down towards the third man boundary for 4. Fine shot. Gets the boundary there, Anderson. That will give him some confidence.
Certainly would. That was a little bit more of an effort delivery from OJ. Shields bowling it a little short, but it had the width, and the batsman was equal to the task in it behind point. And just thinking that the man is out sweeping on the boundary, but I find he's a little too square or just in front, probably just behind. More deliveries would go behind with the new ball than in front.
Good response this time by O.J. Shields, just cutting the pace a little and having good control. And this is good batting. You want to see if a bad ball comes along that you make full use of it. And that is exactly what Anderson did with that previous shot.
What I like about him is how he's coming out to on the front foot to the balls that are pitched on good length. A lot of times batsmen be indecisive on whether to go forward or go back.
And showing good judgment again here. Just allowing one to go by outside the line of the off stump and through to the keeper. Jamaica this morning decided to leave out Harty along with Merchant. And they brought in Shields, Gilzine, and of course, good to see Blackwood coming back from South Africa, playing for Jamaica. He is their captain as well. Short and cut, and it's going to beat the second slip down towards the fine third man boundary, and it gets there for 4. So 4 more to the right-handed Anderson.
Shields just guilty of bowling short and wide outside the off stump. And wasn't in control in no way, Anderson, because I think it got off the edge, but it was wide outside the off stump, and he flashed hard, got the edge, 4 runs.
Yes, and give the belief as well, too. He didn't really got on top of that one, maybe because of the height it made off the pitch. But he gets a boundary, nevertheless, Kevlon Anderson. Just checking the shot at the last moment and picking up the single. So still had the presence of mind to score through the onside field. 13 overs gone. It's 21 for the loss of 2. Anderson on 19 and Savory on 1.
Again, you see Anderson coming on that front, coming right out to the fast bowler. That's a good sign in a player that understands when he needs to go back or when he needs to come forward.
Yes, so they're going to have a little water break out in the middle. We too will take a water break with the Eagles, 22 for the loss of 2.
Welcome back to Providence. First drinks break. Guyana battling through here. The Harpy Eagles 22 for 2 after 13 overs. Runs not coming aplenty, but 4 boundaries to Kevlon Anderson from his 19 runs, 39 balls, 59 minutes of the crease. He's battling his way through. Savory 1 from 25 deliveries. You look at Chandra Paul, bowled by Mindley for a duck. Faced 3 balls, and Nandu caught wicketkeeper Aldane Thomas, bowled Mindley for 1 from 12 balls. Good strikes for Marquino Mindley, bowling from the south end. 22 for 2, we're about to resume. And Dorval Green will have a bowl from the north end. Good day to you, Clyde.
Good day to you, Machu. Just missed a step there, so he's going to return. But Dorval Green bowls good on this pitch. Over the years, we've seen him here. He's always been a handful. He tends to bowl that length, that tant of teasing length, where he just bowls slightly short of a length and fairly straight to make the batsman play. And that's important. On a pitch whereby we haven't seen that much movement or that much pace or bounce. But Jamaica would be quite happy with the way things have gone for them. The Scorpions have gotten 2 wickets in the first hour, 2 for 22. I think if you're a fielding side, you won the toss and decide to field. Couldn't be happier.
Dorval Green is a fighter. He's a good cricketer, very competitive. He's in his 36th match. 95 wickets on this belt so far. He'll want to get over that 100 mark. And he's handy with the bat as well. 1,075 runs, averaging 19. Not a bad cricketer. He's done good service for Jamaica over the years. And only in his 36th first-class match for his country. Opening the face, getting it away down behind point for 2 runs.
What I like about that, he didn't try and hit the ball hard. He just more or less just waited on it, opened the face, guided down the third man. And Anderson has looked good. He has looked the part. I like when he comes out on the front foot. So once you can be able to judge the length and lines on a pitch like this, you have to be given credit.
Brilliant sunshine at Providence. Lovely day for cricket. Again, he will pick up 2 runs. Nicely angling of the bat there. And again, getting it in the point area for another 2. Smart batting from the young man from Berbice, 23 from 43.
I think he's got to be careful as well that every time you open that face of the bat, the bowler tends to think, I'm seeing something, I'm seeing that edge, I'm going to work on that area. And obviously Blackwood realizing that as well, he's now putting the man in a gully position and has him fairly close. So Anderson, you just have to be careful because it's a new ball, and when it edges it, it is supposed to go a little further than we have seen it gone before.
Nicely played. Up on his toes, on the back foot. Bonner is at first slip. Blackwood, the captain, is at second slip, and then Lugg is in the gully. You've got a deep point. Now you've got to cover the mid off. Mid on, mid wicket, and the fine leg. just misses his run there. Maybe the rhythm not quite right for him as yet, but just one delivery left to complete his first over.
Bad shot. That's a bad shot. I've been giving him that compliment with how he uses his feet to come out front. But every time he seems to be going on the back foot, maybe he doesn't judge the length the same way as that was wide outside the off stump. He was reaching for it with his foot. No way getting close to the pitch of the delivery. So he's just got to be careful with that. It seems to me that the bowling side has decided they're going to try and bowl him straight, and then bowl him that one wide ball outside the off stump. So he's just got to keep his head on and play within his limitations.
26 for 2, the end of 14 overs. And the question I always ask myself, Clyde, watching 4-day cricket or test cricket, if you're playing each ball on its merit, as we watch Shields, oh, that rocks him on the pad, he's given out. That's out for young Kemal Savory. That was a lovely delivery. Struck him on the pads. And out, says umpire Nigel Dugan. Let's have a look at the replay as the third wicket falls for the Harpy Eagles.
That's a good delivery. Pitched up. It was fairly straight. I think the question that may have been in the umpire's mind, and there was no question about that this time, because that ball certainly swung back to the left-hander. I was going to say the question in the umpire's mind may have been whether it pitched outside the leg stump. When you look at that, you saw the swing, you saw the swerve back from off stump, coming back and hit him halfway up. His middle and leg stump would have been out of the ground. I don't think the umpire had any issue with raising his fingers to that delivery. So well bowled, and that's one of the few deliveries we have seen swing back so much, and I think that catch Savory.
Good wicket for Shields, O.J. Shields. 1 for 9 in his third over. Kemal Savory gone for 1. LBW bowled Shields in the 15th over, 26 for 3. Good strikes by Jamaica. Excellent strikes. They've been on top so far in this first session. As the captain of the Harpy Eagles comes out to do battle, Leon Johnson, a man with tremendous experience. He will end his first-class career in the final match next week, right here at Providence. But the Harpy Eagles will bank on Leon Johnson, who has picked up some form coming into this game. Anderson looking reasonably well so far. It's 23. 4 boundaries. And the Harpy Eagles captain would want to stay out there for a very long time. This is 4-day regional cricket. And he knows his business. It's 126th first-class match, if I'm correct. And averaging 32.21.
And I'm sure Leon Johnson will be the first one to say, with the amount of games I've played, I should have been probably better. I have a better average. And he would say, I should have played more for West Indies as well. You know, when you get the opportunity and you go to one of the toughest places in the world to play, South Africa, and then put to open, batting out of position. And then did not get a chance, wasn't in the thinking again by the selectors. I'm sure it'll be very disappointing about that. But these things do happen sometimes. Now Blackwood obviously deciding I've got a new batsman in. I've got to put a little bit more pressure on him. And he's bringing the man from where? Cover. He's going to have a man at forward short leg. That will be Mansingh going into that position. It's obvious. I've got 3 wickets down. I've won the toss. This I put the opposition. They're 3 down for 26 in the 15th over. I'm surely a very happy man, and I can put that little bit of more pressure on the batting side, regardless of whether I give away a couple of 4s or not, or a few runs. Just need to ensure that they get the wickets. That they get a few more wickets before lunch.
And we all know that John O, as we call him in Guyana here, tends to start his innings a little bit shakily. And once he gets past that little period of uncertainty, he tends to be more comfortable and play his game.
Regardless of how much cricket you've played, when you're walking into your innings in a new innings, there's always that little bit of apprehension. A little bit of nervousness.
He'll score runs on the leg side very easily as he gets himself off the mark. Yes, but experience is always good. You talked about him and that, you know, when he got his break to play against South Africa. Yes, I thought it was very tough, especially when you've got a bat at the top. You open the batting, and you're not a specialist opener, but that's the game, as you said. Off the outside edge, between, second slip and I would say a wide fourth slip area, down to the boundary for 4. Kevlin Anderson. Let's have a look at that replay. Well, he picks up another boundary, his 5th. Yes. Between second slip and fourth slip, down to the boundary for 4. Safe shot, but then, as you said, Clyde, they're working away at him in terms of that off stump, getting the ball to come off the edge. That was good bowling by Shields.
You will be disappointed he didn't put that one away. That was a full delivery on leg stump. Didn't get hold of it as he would have liked. And wasn't unable to get off the mark. Get a run for it.
15 overs gone, 31 for 3. The Harpy Eagles are up against it in their own backyard. A former Guyana West Indies player has left. And he would have started his career, I think, his first-class career in 1980, if I'm correct, Clyde Butts. And a young man who has never played for Guyana, but loves cricket very much. John Ramsing is back. Hi, John. Nice day for cricket. Lovely sunshine. Just the perfect conditions for an excellent game. And oh, how Jamaica's been on top thus far. 31 for 3 from 15 overs. They couldn't ask for a better start with ball in hand. Welcome, John.
Thank you very much, Matthew. You need to put pressure on the opposition, especially leading the points table, playing at home. More pressure on that side. So the Jamaica Scorpions, nothing to lose. Come hard, won the toss, they did the right thing. Opting to bowl on a fresh track. Perfect delivery to Johnson. So the left-handers not having it at all. Chandapal, Nandu, Savory. all left-handers back into the hut. This is Dorval Green, nagging as usual. A ball started maybe just outside the off stump. Held its own. Johnson forced into the shot. But ball again. So the bowling is on top, like you mentioned, because they're using the new ball well. They're using the conditions nicely as well.
And he doesn't put a full toss away coming into the left-hander. He tends to scratch around with his innings at the beginning, Leon Johnson. But he's got all the experience in the world. Look, I'm sure he would have wanted to end his first-class career with a higher average as well, maybe around 40. But it's 32 right now, 32.21. He actually has notched it up a bit from 31.83, I think. So, but it all comes down to consistency as well, because I'm sure Leon will be saying to himself, I could have done better, I could have done better at the regional level. I could have been more consistent. Yes, but his captaincy ability, his leadership skills have been good throughout his career of 126 first-class matches now. This is his 126th game. 9 test matches. Would have wanted that column to be more than 9, maybe about 30 plus. Straight to the fielder, good drive, but straight to point. But it would be a nice way for him to end his career with a victory in this year's tournament. Nice way to end his career, and I'm sure that the boys will be thinking, Leon, we want to send you off in grand style.
The mood is high in the camp, I can tell you this. I saw them this morning warming up. They look very much like one unit. I'm sure they're missing Anthony Bramble a lot, hoping that he can recover quickly. Best wishes, Bramble. So that was one of the 2 changes to the Guyana Harp Eagles side. Bramble can't make the 11 because of that injury he sustained in the last game. And Kimo Paul off to the IPL. So the test players are back into the squad. But Johnson, like you mentioned, yeah, it would be very fitting for him to get that send-off with a victory. Remember, he's the only captain to win 5 consecutive titles in regional cricket. Tamar Lambert had 4, Chris Gill had 1. But Jamaica together as a unit won 5 as well. And some starts, Johnson overcompleted. 16 gone, 32 for the loss of 3.
You're talking about Tamar Lambert, the Jamaican. What a player he was. I mean, not very much in the limelight, but very solid, very stodgy, good captain for Jamaica. Brought them through a nice period in their cricket as well. Probably would have been disappointed in not going on. I think Jamaica would have wanted to see someone like a Paul Palmer Jr. going on a bit, because he's played, 48? This is his 49th first-class match, I think. And he's averaging, 25? I think he would be very disappointed with his standards. You've got Bonn in the team. And very unfortunate, in terms of when you look at Bonner's career and little injury, being hit in the head, concussion blow. I think he was hit on his hand as well. He's been knocked around a bit. Was flicked away, down to long leg for 4. Good shot by Leon Johnson. You don't stray on his pads, he'll put you away. He's very strong there. And if he picks up momentum and gains confidence as he moves to 6 from 9 balls, he's going to be out there for a while.
Yeah, Shields there starting the ball just outside the leg stump of Leon Johnson. And he got into position very quickly. And you can see once again this track, easy pace. So Shields, of course, not a tear-away fast bowler by any means. But a ball on the line of the leg stump is going to be easy for someone like Johnson. fresh off of back-to-back half centuries against the TNT Red Force in the last game. So he's riding high on confidence as well. Good delivery to come back. And all the left-handers this morning, we're seeing them just searching for the ball outside the off stump. This time again, you see Shields just holding that ball just outside the off stump. And Johnson there a little bit nervous. But that's good bowling. I think the Jamaica Scorpions, the time spent at home here with Andrew Richardson and Nikita Miller, they were doing lots of spot bowling and trying to assess the conditions here. And they've done well to date.
Pushed into the offside for a single. I think they've done their homework well on the Harpy Eagles team. And playing at home, Harpy Eagles tend to be very strong at home. They've lost a couple of matches here as well. Very badly too. I want to remember that Barbados game. I think the Leewards also would have beaten Guyana right here in their own backyard. But, you know, the Scorpions, they don't have what you call the superstars in their side. That's a nice shot by Anderson. Down backward of point, there's a field out there on the boundary. Gets another run. Growing in confidence. Anderson is 28 from 49. That's good enough. One of the main young players out there that needs to get a big score for his country. He's in his second first-class game. Outfoxed by Darren Bravo. Having the ball talk and dance and speak. That's not going to affect this young man at all. He can bat. He's got the temperament. Flashing shot down to third man for 4. White third man, Leon Johnson. He plays like that ever so often. Picks up a boundary. Not exactly what you want to see from Leon Johnson, but the width was there, and he went for it.
Shields a little bit too ragged in this over. Started down the leg side, and now too wide of the off stump. But to be fair to him, he was working on a plan. He wanted to bring the slips into play. And there was Johnson flashing. That could have easily gone to hand, but it went a bit high with the extra bounce and over the head of the fielders and into the third man boundary. Good finish. Let the ball do the talking. Nice end to the over. 2 boundaries, but hostile short ball. 42 for the loss of 3.
Disappointment for Tate Chandrapal again. Didn't score. Nandu, the young, talented left-hander as well. He got 1 and Savory 1. So the top 3, well, Anderson came at 3, but you look at the youngsters not getting amongst the runs at the top of the innings for Guyana, but a nice little effort here by Kevin Anderson thus far. Would want to see the Harpy Eagles come out of this little hole that they're in at the moment.
Nice and tight.
2 boundaries to John O, as we call him in Guyana. But that last one, when he flashed at it, through the kitchen sink at it, and over the head of the second slip wide. There wasn't a third slip, and that went for 4. Nicely played by Anderson. Pushed into the offside with soft hands. Picks up his 29th run. But, John, disappointment for Chandrapal again. Nothing for Nandu and Savory, the young man in form, 101 not out against Trinidad that game there. But excellent work done by Jamaica. They've stayed here, of course, knowing that they have to play the Harpy Eagles, and they did a lot of work. Credit to them. Credit to their bowling effort so far on a brilliant day for cricket.
They bowled well to the left-handers, I must say, and there we see Darvel Green as well. Bowling to Johnson. Now, with all of his experience, Johnson is beaten. Jamaica played the first match as first-class cricket returned to Providence since 2020. So the Guyana Harp Eagles now having their first opportunity of playing a first-class match since 2020 at this venue. And this pitch is not the same that we had 3 years ago, I can tell you that. Flicked away.
You want a little bit too much behind it.
Previously, pitches were bare. This time we're seeing lots of grass.
This one gone, this one gone.
Live grass rolled in. It was cut and then rolled.
This is history.
So when the Guyana Harp Eagles played here in 2020 before COVID-19, you could have possibly seen sheen on the track. But now because of this live grass, it's a totally different track. Granted, many, if not all of these players played the domestic intercounty tournament before going to Trinidad and Tobago for the continuation of the tournament. So might have had a feel of the track and conditions before.
Nice hands.
But Jamaica Scorpions played an actual first-class match last week against the Volcanoes. They left out Merchant and Harty, the spinners, because realizing not a lot in it for the spinners. The seamers, with that grip, can get the ball to move lateral. If you bend your back, you get pace and bounce. So I think Jamaica have done very well to win the toss. It was a good toss to win. That's why they picked up 3 and have the Harp Eagles on the back foot.
Down the leg side, the over comes to an end. Just one extra they've given away so far with their bowling effort. 4-3 for the loss of 3, 18 overs gone. I'll take my leave for the moment, and John will be joined by Inderjeet Prasad.
With scores of 6 and 15 in the last game, Anderson now in the second first-class match. 29. The only right-hander we've seen by the Guyana Harp Eagles today. Look good, look a bit nervous at the start as usual for any batter, but settled in nicely. Now with his captain, he's building a partnership, 17 so far. Johnson with some runs before this game, 219, including 2 half-centuries, which came back-to-back against the Red Force last week. Crucial time. Shields continues, but he's bowling very good, but needs to be more consistent. I think he's trying just a bit too much. Started on the leg stump the last over, bowling over the wicket, then he went round the wicket and went too wide of the off stump. But he has some pace. He's a bit taller than most of the regional fast bowlers these days. So he's getting some bounce and carry. Once he settles in, I think he can be a handful. Hello, Inderjeet.
Hello to you, John. Good battle out in the middle. And they shall take a easy single here, nicely turned into the onside by Kevlon Anderson. And he continues to look well. And in partnership with his skipper, who has a lot to play for her, he wants to end his career on a high. And it's looked good since he has come out in the middle there to Leon Johnson. And you're right, John. Shields, he is different from all the other fast bowlers that we have seen out in the middle so far. He's the taller guy. And when he gets into that stride, he can hit the deck very hard. And he has much more pace, too, than the rest of them. But I think that the Jamaica Scorpions, they have taken the Guyana Harpy Eagles by a little surprise in leaving out those 2 spinners, and they have gone all out on their pace attack. Very good ploy on a pitch that has some green.
They've kept in Abhijay Mansingh, the right arm leggy, so he can bowl. So that's a leg spinning option they have. I remember in his early career, Nkrumah Bonner did a lot of bowling German Blackwood can break partnerships as well with his off breaks. So if they need some slower options, they have a few.
Exactly, and that's the reason why they did not play Patrick Harty, neither Morchant, the off spinner, because they have those reserves. Bonner can toss them up. Nice little leg spinner, not bad at all. And like you said, Blackwood called upon, he can bowl some off spinners too. And it's going to be interesting whenever Mansingh comes on and bowl, because we saw him against the Volcanoes. He bowled on a pitch that was actually void of grass. It was pretty hard. This one, there is some grass. And might very well get a little bit more bounce on this track too. So far, Jamaica, they're right on the ball. They have the Harpy Eagles on the back foot. Blackwood captaincy, as far as his field placings are concerned, he has done extremely well. He has actually cut out the singles and kept the Guyanese at bay. And John, this is what you expect from your captains. You want to see them think. You want to see them put pressure. And there's nothing like when your bowlers can respond too. It tends to motivate the captain because they have taken wickets. Shield picking up 1 and Minley picking up 2.
That's a very good shout for a leg before. Leon Johnson trying to play across the line to a full ball. Very good bowling from O.J. Shields. And Shields with a confident appeal and supported by the fielders behind the bat. But umpire Nigel Duguid with international experience says not out. Ball had pitched on the line of middle and straightened a bit in the jeet.
Yes, John, that was a very, very good shout indeed. And especially looking at the replay with our cameras focusing on that middle stump line. It gives us a good opportunity to judge it. Well, he survives the appeal, but was a very good delivery there. Green begins another over, 44 for 3. Didn't get it the way he wanted there, Anderson, but had enough on it to get the single. So good rotation of the strike so far. Jamaica previously cut out those singles. Now the man has gone a little bit more wide at mid-off and just allowed that single to take place. Leon Johnson seems to have just a little bit of a limp as he walked away from the stumps and gathers composure. Has played fluently, had a few boundaries. Well bowled, beaten outside the line of the off stump, or just maybe pulling the bat inside the line. But good length, good line, good carry to the keeper as well. And Dorval Green, he can be dangerous with the older ball, with some of the sheen taken off, can get them to move about. Good delivery. Good line again. Bending back into the left-hander. Leon Johnson, he walks away. No doubt talks to himself a lot. This innings is very, very important, not only for his team, but for himself as well. Like we have said, he wanted to go out on a high, and he has served well. Remember John, when he made his debut, I think he was a 16-year-old then. Has come a long way. A pity didn't get a chance to play more in Test cricket.
Yeah, he started as a teenager against the Leeward Islands at Enmore on the east coast of Demerara, right here in Guyana. And the next game will be against the Leeward Islands here at Providence. He's going to finish his first-class career against the same opponents he started against.
Was it by design or is it by coincidence?
Big appeal again. And Darvel Green again. Just like Shields in the previous over, denied. But targeting Leon Johnson's stumps, you can see there's a plan. Maybe with the angle in the Jeet might be doing a bit too much, especially as the ball that was pitched up fairly.
Yes, I think that was in the mind of the umpire. Look at it here again. The angle too, taking it down the leg side. So I think this was a good judgment. And Leon has to be very careful here though. And you have seen this in the latter part of his career. He tends to fall away as he comes across the stumps. And that's the reason why he missed those two deliveries. If you're going to lose your balance and fall away, you become a candidate for leg before. So he has to be careful here.
By Shannon Crawford in his 11th first-class game. To be fair to everyone, we saw off stump, we saw some of the middle stump as well when that ball hit Johnson's pad. Overs completed, 45 for the loss of 3. So it gives the impression the ball was going to continue down the leg side.
But they must have seen something there with Leon Johnson. That's the reason why Darvel Green is pitching the ball right up or short of a good length. They feel that they can get him as a leg before candidate. He might very well think too that give him 3 right on the stumps, have him coming across, and then pitch one where he can slash. We have seen Johnson almost irresistible when the ball gets in those corridors where he feels that he can go for the slash through backward point. So that's an area where he can be a little bit vulnerable to. But he's been out there for a while. He has faced 26 deliveries. And it's good to see the thinking caps are on. Bowlers, batters, as well as the skipper.
Shields to continue.
That's short and cut through point. And the man now has been placed further behind square, and that's good. Previously, he was at forward square. So here again, Blackwell, I think, has gotten his fielding position right. John, if I'm correct, Jamaica won their last game here against the Guyana Harpy Jaguars then. I think they won by some 7 runs. Remember that game? Salmon was the name of the guy, the off-spinner. Picked up 7 wickets. Guyana to chase, I think, 182. They end up at 170 or losing the game by 7 runs. Didn't hear a lot after that from Salmon. Here's a drive, and he's going through the point area. That was the kind of shot that they want to induce, and they did, but it was all along the ground.
I noticed Leroy Lugg as well as a third man, maybe 3/4 way back to the boundary. And that ball went straight to him. Maybe there's a plan to bowl him outside the off stump, some short balls, have him flash. And with that trap set, maybe could give that fielder a catch. But that was just too full from Shields. So Shields, who started his career this season, 1 for 48 in the opening game against Barbados Pride. Did not place in the last 2 matches. Got back his place in the team for this one and picked up a wicket very early. The wicket of Savory, who was sent on his way leg before. Doesn't look too bad at all, O.J. Shields. Some pace. Born on Valentine's Day in the Jeet. So 27 years old and a few days now for him.
Yes, I no doubt that's going to be double celebration for him every Valentine's. Maybe trying a little bit too hard here, Shields. Straying down the leg side and losing some pace too. You look at Anderson, his approach to this innings. I like the coolness, the calmness that he has out in the middle. Wickets has fallen, but he has kept his cool. Get to see Blackwood very alive out in the field there, clapping their hands, encouraging his bowler. Here's a drive And once again, Leon Johnson just falling away outside the line of the off stump. And Shield just peppering him with the balls, pitch right up. Just look at this one. They're striving for the Yorker. Johnson getting it in the thick inner portion of the bat, but it was definitely going away outside the line of the off stump. So they have noticed something here that they're working on, both Dorval Green and O.J. Shields, looking to get those full deliveries and then give him one that is a little bit wide outside the line of the off stump. Hello, Clyde. We are looking at Shields bowling over the wicket to the left-hander as the
Well, it's over.
48 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, but certainly the Scorpions have bowled well this morning. Yes, they've been yard bad delivery, short, wide outside the off stump, or pitched up on the pads, especially to Anderson. And he's been equal to the task. He's put them away. But they've gotten 3 wickets. And if at this morning when they won the toss and decided to field, you said that we'll get 3 wickets before lunch for 48 runs, off 20, 22 overs, they would have been very happy with that. They would have been very happy with that. Still another 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes to go, and they'll be thinking, if we get another wicket, we'll be extra happy.
Yes, they're going to be jubilant if that happens. He was pushing at that one there, the right-hander Anderson, and the ball went by outside the line of the off stump. And he continues to bowl well here, Dorval Green. So it has been a struggle. Anderson is looking good on 33. Johnson is just trying to find his way. He's gotten 12. That forced our Clyde when they picked up 2 wickets, 13 overs sent down, and just 22 runs were scored. That was an hour dominated by the Jamaicans. They didn't leak runs at all, and they picked up those 2 wickets.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Certainly, they kept the pressure on at all times. That's a beautiful delivery again. That length, it's more or less the length. Where Anderson comes on the front foot. He doesn't transfer back his weight to the back foot. He stays on that front foot and look to play. Sometimes he tends to play a little bit away from his body, and I think that's what causing him the problem. And Green, as we know, would probably stay on that length for a long time because that's what he does. He's not a genuine quick bowler, but he bowls good in those areas. And one of the things about this morning as well, especially when you look at the way Savory batting, Savory was stroking the ball nicely at times, but not scoring. He wasn't putting any pressure on the bowlers. And I think they knew that if they kept things fairly tight, they would probably get him out, and that's what happened.
Yes, and that was good planning. And the planning went by too with a lot of patience. And this is what international sports call for. A high level of planning, and patience must be there. They worked on it, and they've been very successful. But the Harpy Eagles are fighting back. Here's a drive by Anderson. They're going to hustle the single, and they'll get one. They now move on to 49, so just one away from that 50.
I think the other thing here as well is that you see a lot of difference in terms of the captaincy that we saw from last year. I think what Blackwood has done, he's ensuring that they don't get a free scoring or score freely. He has not eased the pressure, but at the same time, he's not gone over the top in terms of having a lot of men round the bat and so on. You realize that this pitch hasn't got the sort of bounce and pace that he needs. And so what he has done is kept the pressure on the team by not giving them any free run, whatever. He's made them work for every run.
Yes, exactly. There were a few boundaries. A nice flick by Johnson for 4. One cut through backward point for 4. Anderson clipped one through mid-wicket for 4. Other than that, you're absolutely right, Clyde. Those areas in the field where they usually score from, those areas are plugged up. And the bowlers have responded in kind as well, like that one. Striving, and I think Johnson is real bothered here by the length that is being bowled. 22 overs gone, 49 for the loss of 3.
Leon Johnson has been around for a very long time. It's obvious that the memory bank around the region has come to understand what he's all about. He's a guy who has the patience. He works hard with his batting. And they're going to target him on that off stump because they know that's his the area that he normally is a little weak at.
As we're looking at the safe haven there in the Guyana camp, certainly there must be a little bit of bother there. They're thinking their team on the first day, before lunch, they found themselves at 49 for the loss of 3. But Eagles can fight their way when they are faced with adversity. And maybe you never know what could happen between these two. But they're the ones out in the middle, and they're leading a fight back. First, ensure you preserve your wicket. Look for your scoring opportunities. Don't be too extravagant. They have the qualities. Mindley is back in the attack. And that's beautifully played off the back foot, cut away. But I heard you, Clyde. The man is no longer forward. He has gone backward of point. So that's the reason why they were able just to get a single. That's a 50 up for the Harpy Eagles. Or is it 49? Well, that's right. 50 for the loss of 3. Has been a struggle, but that's a little landmark.
It is as well, and the two batters out in the middle has been together for a little while now. They've been batting. And they're obviously thinking with the captain out there. He's obviously thinking we got back to lunch and then take it from there.
Yes, and they have managed to improve the scoring rate too from 1.6. They are now 2.26, a partnership that has worth 24 runs so far. And this time Johnson looks much more comfortable as he gets a single down towards the backward point position. And one of the reasons why he looked much more comfortable, that he just didn't come across the stumps, but he came and reached it and played well. So he must be thinking too, I must have a plan in getting through this. We're seeing one of the local choppers here mounting into the clouds. Always good to see as a little boy growing up, you watch them fly by and you dream of the day when you can get in one of them.
You would have said when you could own one of them.
Never think about that. That's far away from my shallow pocket, Clyde. I imagine the day will come when we'll have a suit and given a chance to buy it, and something is done in it and you can fly yourself going up. James Bond style. It's going to happen.
Not in my time. And I won't be in one of them either. So.
So Mindley continued to bowl well for his team. Nicely played by Anderson. Down towards backward square and picks up another single.
What I like here is that the captain, the Scorpions, is working on little different things here. That last line and length that he was bowling, you look at the field, there was 4 men on the onside. He was obviously thinking, well, this pitch hasn't got a lot of bounce and pace. Let's try and bowl Anderson straight and see what happens. So that's good thinking as well. And maybe when he bowls straight, then bowl him one wide outside the off stump.
Good. This is much better from Leon Johnson because he's just, like I said, not walking across. Like what you see, the way he played that one, Clyde?
Yeah, and when the left-hander comes down, he's got this, like, man at three-quarter way, the third man boundary. I'm not sure about that because the pitch hasn't got the sort of bounce. It's more defensive field to try and save 4 runs, but you're giving away a single in that area as well. So I'm not sure that's wise.
There again found himself in a little bit of bother. No ball signal by the umpire. But the intent was there to get the ball as close as possible to the pads of Leon Johnson. Got some edge on that one.
A little inside edge. I think Leon Johnson guilty of not really bringing that right foot out to the pitch of the delivery, probably looking for a little bit more power than he normally would have.
Well played, skipper. Good delivery, but there's always the single on offer with the man further out. Gets off strike, and this is how you do it. When you find yourself in a little bit of bother, get off strike, get a single. Rethink what's happening there. Beautiful day for cricket. Sun streaming down nicely here at Providence. Fourth round action. Scorpions against the Eagles.
There's that straight line again. Inviting the batsman to look to play across the line, but Anderson was equal to the task as well and just looked to push it up straight up the pitch, and he's able to get a single. And the other thing about Milne on a pitch like this is that he's not going to get a lot of bounce. He's not going to get a lot of bounce on a pitch like this, so what he has to do is try and bowl as straight as possible and make the batsman play. Maybe he's bowling that a little bit too full, so Anderson is able to come forward and play those deliveries up on the onside. Maybe just a shade back of a length and straight.
Yes, just to create a little doubt in the mind of the batter. Whether I'm going to come forward, long forward, should I get on the back foot? And there again you see Leon Johnson not being comfortable when the ball is pitched on that length.
Yes, that length is a puzzling length because he was neither forward nor back there. He was just half cocked and the ball got an inside edge. I think if I was the captain on the field, I would be thinking, you know what? I'm going to put a little bit more pressure on Leon Johnson. I'm going to have a man at forward short leg, just to force him to play a little differently because he's just looking to come halfway forward.
Well bowled again there, Dorval Green, one right up on the line of the off stump. And there was Johnson, a little bit hesitant. Not coming out long out, just a little bit push into the offside field. So they understand there is where they can really test Johnson. And Dorval Green is coming to the fore, doing what his captain is asking him to do. This time pushed on the back foot, gets a single down towards wide mid-off and gets off strike. So back comes Anderson, the right-hander. And no doubt Green might very well be coming over the wicket. And Anderson, Clyde, with all that's happening, he looks very, very calm out in the middle.
Yes, he has. I think he's showing that he belongs. He belongs out there. He's looked good. He's played some nice shots. Yes, he's had his troubles as well, but he's composed and he's still out there fighting for his team.
Yes, and that is what you want to see. When you look at that last shot that he played there, he's not just coming across, but he's coming forward and getting nicely in behind of it. So the technique there is a good one too. So this youngster has the basics, and you know, you want to see him blossom. Batting through a very difficult period here. Oh, and he's driving at one. The edge found and the catch taken there by Blackwood at second slip. And Dorval Green has gotten his man. 55 now for the loss of 3.
And I think that's stroke of lunch as well, because that was pitched outside off stump. He was looking to push it through the cover, got the outer hedge, and went comfortably to second slip. And it was a fairly easy and straightforward catch. And you look at his feet, where it is, and I think I've been talking about this. When the ball is outside the off stump, he doesn't seem to get across a lot. And there it is, got the edge. He's had the edge a few times before. This time, edge carrying to slip, and he's gone. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles certainly in a lot of trouble at lunch.
Yes, seems to have a fractured wing at lunch. They are struggling, the Harpy Eagles, after the Scorpions send them into bat. I can tell you, Tajner and Tandapol, he has gone without scoring. Matthew Nandu made one. Kevlon Anderson at the stroke of lunch going for 36. Kemal Savory made one. The skipper Leon Johnson is out in the middle on 15. So far, Mindley 2 for 12. And Shields 1 for 28, the wicket takers. 55 for the loss of 4. We too are going to take us lunch. Do join us in another 40 minutes. Goodbye from Providence.
And welcome back to the Guyana National Stadium at Providence. This is round number 4 of Cricket West Indies senior men's intercounty 4-day tournament. Guyana Harp Eagles versus the Jamaica Scorpions. The Scorpions won the toss and elected to invite the Harp Eagles to bat first. And they struck 4 body blows before lunch. Chandra Paul bowled by Mindy for a duck. Nandu caught behind, bowled Mindy for 1. Savory, LBW bowled Shields for 1. And Anderson, at the stroke of lunch, or lunch was taken after his wicket fell, caught Blackwood at second slip off the bowling of Green for 36. 64 balls, 5 fours. 55 for the loss of 4 at lunch in the 24th over, with Johnson not out 15 with 2 no balls being sent down by the Scorpions. We're back out in the middle in brilliant sunshine. We're about to resume play after lunch, and alongside me is Clyde Butts. Good afternoon to you, Clyde.
Good afternoon to you, Matthew. Certain Guyana will have to the common regroup. 55 for 4. The Scorpions quite happy. This is delivery that's just going down the leg side of it. He was looking to work it off the pads, got an inside edge, an easy single.
So Imlak, the new man, coming out to do battle. Right-handed batter, wicket-keeper batsman. Tevin Imlak. Look at those figures. 2 wickets for Minley, 1 apiece for Shields and Durval Green. And wickets falling at 1, 4, 26, and 55. So it's been steady going by the Jamaica Scorpions. And they've done well, read the conditions well. They've been in Guyana, practicing, working out their game plan, knowing that they've got to play the team that leads the charts right now with 49 points. And they're at the bottom with 15.4. They've got nothing to lose if they give it their best shot. It's all about playing your best game when you're out there. And they've got off to the start that they certainly needed on the very first day. Good decision, they would say to themselves, in putting the Harp Eagles into bat 56 for 4. Shot. That went through the field at cover and down to the boundary for 4. That's Imlak getting a boundary. The over comes to an end, 60 for the loss of 4.
That's the start of the new over.
Beg your
That was
pardon.
a long half volley from Marquinhos Mini. Probably just a loosener after having a hearty lunch. He's bowling a loosener, and Hemlock equal to the task. Happy to receive such a long half volley and put it away nicely through extra cover. 4 runs. Hemlock batting out of position, I would say, a little, because he's normally an opener at number 3. Now he's been asked to bat at number 6. And I think mainly because Chandrapal is back and Bramble, the wicketkeeper batsman, is out of the team injured as well. So he has got the gloves and he's batting at number 6 today.
In his 11th match, his average is just 21.13. .317 runs, you can add 5 to that, so that's 322. Needs to be very consistent with bat in hand, needs to get some good scores, improve that average. Just in his 11th game, hasn't done badly in the white ball version. for Guyana. But a good opportunity to come good in the longer version of the game. This is where you're tested. Everything is put to the test. Good in defense there. No partnerships, Clyde. 29 for the fourth wicket.
Yes. You're expecting a partnership. I think we've had 2 hours of play before lunch. I don't think the ball did anything exceptional. Well, ball in good areas, yes. But I don't think anything exceptional has happened. We haven't seen the ball swing. We haven't seen it seam a lot. But what Jamaica's done, the ball in good areas, making the batsmen play. And that's the reward of getting wickets. Then bowling probably a one a little wider. Chandra Paul being bowled, not offering a shot. I don't think he covered his stumps. Young Nandu fishing at one outside the off stump, foot nowhere near the delivery. Savory got one that swung back at him. I think that was the best ball of the morning. Swung back at him from over the wicket, right arm over the wicket. And then Anderson fishing at one outside the off stump with his foot not really moving, getting caught at slip. So I think all in all, Jamaica will be quite happy the way they've kept things. And I like what I'm seeing from Blackwood, the way how he's rotating his field, he's changing his field around, he's rotating his bowlers nicely as well. Not giving the Guyana Harpy Eagles any sort of free runs. Yes, there might have been a few deliveries that were put away. But when you've bowled 25.1 over 60 runs of taking 4 wickets, you're in the driver's seat.
As Blackwood has marshaled his forces well. Good experience on this belt. This is his 134th first-class match. And when he took that catch, that second slip to dismiss Anderson, that was his 133rd first-class match. So he's got the experience. You see the difference in leadership styles, him being in control of the game out there. And as you said, rotating his bowlers around nicely. And as you would say, keeping things tight. Just 2 extras, so they've done well. His bowlers have given him the support.
Go ahead.
Johnson, in the meantime, the Guyana captain, would be looking to build nicely. Out there, 15 from 42. I thought Anderson didn't bat too badly at all with his 36, but going at 1 wide, giving his hand away. Eight boundaries in the Harpy Eagles inning so far.
Again, that bowling a couple of deliveries that are fairly tight. Then bowling that one outside the off stump, inviting the batsman to go for the drive through the offside. Not timing the shot at all, Leon Johnson. And you could understand the plan because you've got 3 slip there and you've got 3 men on the offside saving runs as well. Soft hands, pushing on the offside, easy single. Good cricket. Good batting by Leon Johnson.
26 overs gone, 61 for 4. So Minley will continue. He'll come round the wicket to Leon Johnson with 2 slips. That was good. That was excellent. Just on about the off stump. And they bowl well to the left-handers today.
Yes, they have. I think what Minley has done is try to get the ball to come back at the left hand. He's bowled from very wide of the crease and angling the ball into the left-handers and hope that one would straighten up and go the other way. So what he has done is made the batsman play the left-handers, and he's got 2 left-handers out, 2 openers.
Johnson loves that cover drive. He gets 1 for it. He knows that he needs a big one here at home. And when things change, and it was determined that a couple of matches would be played in Guyana, he said, well, it's very good to be playing a couple of matches at home. Imlach has been around since the under-19 World Cup, played with the Hetmeyers and the Chemo Pauls. So he's been around, now attempting to, as he would say, up his game, up his level, up his standard. And he loves that back away, give himself room, cut shot down behind point. Loves to play that shot a lot. Watched him got a 150 not out in a first division game at the DCC ground in Georgetown a couple of weeks back. He was batting alongside Sachin Singh, another young DCC player, left-hander, who got 172 in that game. And I happened to be the umpire in that game.
This is good bowling by Minley too. Hemlock bowling just on or about the off stump, making him play in that last delivery just a little wider, trying to induce him into a foul shot. But I like the length he's bowling to Hemlock. I think he's got to be a little bit more patient with Leon Johnson. I think he's trying too many things at the captain, probably thinking, well, I can get him out as quickly as possible. But certainly, he's bowling very well to Hemlock, bowling fairly straight and just at the back of the length.
Go ahead.
Dorval Green is a good fighter for his team, works very hard. 1 for 11 in his 8th over now. Umpires Duguid and Shannon Crawford officiating out there in the middle with experience. Flashing shot by Johnson, taken by the keeper.
Sure, the bowler doesn't mind that. He's got those men in the slip area, and that was a delivery that was pitched up and fighting him to look for the drive. I think Leon Johnson guilty there, trying to hit the ball too hard, not really looking to caress it, looking to hit that one through the covers.
Thick outside edge down to point. Excellent day for cricket, day one. You look at Monday, we had some rain, and Tuesday, that's yesterday. And that rain was needed at that point in time.
I don't think some of the rice farmers would agree with you. This is the time when they tend to reap or harvest the rice. And when they saw that rain there, I'm sure there were some worried souls in Guyana.
I think it was 3 weeks of sun that we had. Blistering sunshine over the past few weeks in Guyana, but just a little water from the heavens to cool down the earth a bit in this part of the world. And now we're back at it with brilliant sunshine and a wonderful day of cricket. Misses his run, we'll have to go back. I think Leon Johnson here, Clyde, needs to steady the ship. Sometimes, as we know, he scratches around in the early part of his innings. But he's 17 from 52 balls. So he's been out there for some time.
It's important that he stays out there. It's very important that he stays out there. He's got to try and bat, maybe bat to T, then take it after them as well. I think you on a force of any force class, you want to at least bat out the force to get yourself a decent score on the board.
62 for 4, final delivery coming up in the 28th over. Tells the picture of what has transpired so far. Good gripping cricket. The over comes to an end, 62 for 4.
Yeah, good over from Green, bowling in the right channel, bowling on or about the off stump, making the batsman play. He's keeping things fairly tight. And I think Jamaica will be happy the way how things are going. They will be telling themselves, if we can keep things tight the same, we will pick up wickets.
So 3 of the 4 fast bowlers used so far by Jamaica have picked up wickets. 2 to Minley, 1 to Shields, 1 to Green. Nicholson Gordon, none for 6 from 6 overs, has kept it tight. And the intent is clear from Jermaine Blackwood. His fast bowlers have done the job for him so far. No need to bring spin into the attack as yet. Yes, they've got Mansing to bowl, leg spinner. But not needed as yet because the Harpy Eagles are under pressure. As I say, good afternoon and welcome back to John Ramsing. You must have had a good lunch.
Good afternoon, Matthew, and to all of our listeners, viewers, near and far. Good to see the Jamaica Scorpions, bottom of the table, really putting a good performance so far. Thanks to the seamers that you mentioned about. Minley, Gordon, Shields, and now Green. Green picking up the very important wicket heading to lunch. With a nice fight back, nice shot from Devon Imlach to West Indies' 18 wicketkeeper. Short of runs this season, you know, Devon Imlach, but very talented, very capable. And coming back home where he scores lots of runs locally. I'm sure he'll be looking to get a good score to maintain his position in the West Indies A side at least. Batting with Johnson. Johnson on a mission as well. Just 8 runs for this partnership, but they're under some pressure. Johnson always looks a bit nervous outside the top stump, especially with bowlers nagging away on that 4th stump. Nice batting after lunch, though.
Yeah, that has been his weakness, you know, in his batting ability. A little bit of weakness outside that off stump there. Sometimes very stodgy. Would hang the bat outside the line, go for some flashing shots. Plays a bit loose at times there outside the off stump. Imlach, on the other hand, you look at these two batters. They're from 2 of the top clubs in Georgetown. DCC, Imlach, and Johnson from GCC, the famous GCC. The over comes to an end after 29. It's 64 for the loss of 4. Two very competitive clubs. They go at each other a lot when local cricket is being played in the Georgetown area.
Very close proximity to each other as well, maybe just about a half of a mile. So yes, you know, it's typically so. Neighbors always at war, neighbors always fighting.
True, so true. But what I like about Imlach, even though he hasn't come good as yet this season with runs at this level, he has a fighting spirit about him. He plays orthodox, very straight. He loves to play the cut shot, gives himself room, good onside player. It's all about him turning the corner and being able to just score consistently well. You know, that's been one of the major problems in our cricket, in West Indies cricket. That lady named Madam Consistency doesn't visit those guys often. Nicholson Gordon will come back now for a second spell. 6 overs. None for 6. 4 maidens. So he's done well. But I'm sure he'll be a little bit jealous now and want to have a wicket or 2 in his column.
Very economical in his opening spell with his new ball this morning. And pressure can bring some problems. If he continues to bowl very tight, Gordon, can ask Johnson and Imlach to go after him just to get some scoring opportunities. And that can bring the downfall. Just a boundary off of him this morning. So 6 overs, 6 runs. Very good from him. French cut, the inside edge, and it's going to run away. But that is good bowling again from Nicholson Gordon. Always gives more than they ask for, really. And he's always delivering. That was a very good delivery to Leon Johnson. Pitched up. Johnson was into the drive very early. And then it came off the toe end of the bat on the inside edge. Almost hitting his stumps.
Yeah, brilliant. Not giving him room at all. He was on the back foot. And that kept a bit low onto him as well. So here is where it gets a little bit tricky for Leon when he gets into the 20s. This time that's a lovely shot. Just swayed back and just guided it away nicely through the white third man area down to the boundary for 4. So after a streaky boundary from a French cut, he got it right this time.
Just used the depth of the crease on that occasion, Leon Johnson. Allowed the ball to come to him and just placed it. Didn't try to hit it. Just opened the face of the bat and got it into the gap. So Gordon just after bowling down too full, just pulled it back too much.
The good thing though, he's making Johnson play, and that's important. Make the batsman play. Don't need to waste deliveries outside the off stump. The two batters will have just a little quick chat. Words of advice from Kevin Imlach to his captain. Probably saying, take your time, skipper. You've got a big one here. Maybe a nice way to end your career. With a couple of hundreds on your belt at home, that'd be fantastic.
Do you remember Leon Johnson at that press conference when he announced that he's going to be calling it a day? Said mainly it's because runs have dried up of recent. So now that he's scoring again, I'm not sure if he may have a change of mind. Interesting there, match Vicky soon.
Middle and leg. That's turned away for a single. But very interesting that he would say that, because as the over comes to an end, 30 gone, 7-3 for the loss of 4. Very interesting comments from him there, because I think even though he would be disappointed with his average, his first class average overall, and maybe not being as consistent as he should have been in his career, he's not been a bad performer. You compare him with some other players, some other batters. You'd want to think in terms of the standard of West Indies cricket now, an average of over 30 is considered decent enough, which in yesteryear couldn't get you into the side, a West Indies side at all. You had to be averaging, I would think, from about 40 up to make a strong West Indies side. And even if you're averaging in the 40s, it might have still been difficult for you to get into that side, because guys were performing well in those days. There were guys with average in excess of 50, 55, 45 up. Mansingh will now have a bowl. So spin for the first time. After 30 overs, it's time for Mansingh to grip that ball and have a look at what this Providence pitch will give to him. Full toss, first ball. Johnson picks up 2. Didn't try to do anything too rash with it. Probably was a little bit surprised, but he handled it well and put it away through the onside for 2. Abhijay Mansingh. Ten
10 wickets in the tournament already. This is his debut tournament at this level. He's been touted as a batsman who can bowl. Those comments came from none other than the legendary Shivnarine Chandapal, who was his coach during the CPL and the 60. Three for 47, his best figures this season against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in the opening game at Coolidge. Just 2 wickets in the last game here at Providence against the Volcanoes. 1 for 24 in each innings. Sharp single. That's good running from Imlak and Johnson.
Yeah, the 25-year-old. I think he made his debut, what was it, in the Regional Super 50 for combined campuses and colleges. 2019, I make it. And then he was in the Talawa squad for the 2021 CPL season, but didn't play any games. So I gather he's not a bad cricketer, and they've got their eyes on him. To be a special player for them.
Serving up another full toss, but not taken advantage of by Imlak. I saw him this morning before the toss, Abhijay Mansingh, speaking with Virasamy Pamal, not a record holder for the most regional wickets. And similarly as well, they both share the same shirt number, number 94. Appeal, but this one is going behind the wicketkeeper. Will not get to the boundary. We'll have to wait and see what signal. It's a leg by. So leg by signal by umpire Nigel Duguid. And that's the end of 31 overs, the first of spin. RP Eagles sent in 78 for 4. Extremely hot conditions here now at Providence. The afternoon sun is on just after 1 p.m. local time. The midday sun should be on in Jamaica. Just after midday there, 10 minutes after 12 in Jamaica. Nicholson Gordon to continue from the far end, the media center end. Another quick single. Saw that in the last over from Johnson and Imlak. Imlak usually quick between the wickets. And Johnson, his call this time. A nice partnership here developing 24. As we say good afternoon once again to Inderjeet.
Good afternoon, John. Hello, everybody. Yes, it's a good little partnership. And these two, they realize that singles are of vital importance. Look at the last single that Leon Johnson scored. Very soft hands, calculated, and Imlak responded, and they got this single. So this is the way it should be. Good battle, good fight. That's a good delivery. Pitch just where he wanted it, Nicholson Gordon. And he has been bowling these deliveries further up to the batters, comparing it with the other fast bowlers. This is his strength. Get the ball there and do a thing or two with it. That period before lunch was absolutely won by Jamaica, reducing the Harpy Eagles to 55 for the loss of 4. The bowling rate has been very, very slow. Just 23.4 overs before the lunch session. That is considered slow bowling. That is something that the Jamaicans will have to look at They must improve that bowling rate.
And just to be fair to Jamaica Scorpions, they used 4 fast bowlers in the opening session with the new ball. Fast bowlers tend to run from longer run-ups. We saw Darvel Green on a few occasions missing his run. So that also adds to time. So 23.5 overs, just under 24 overs in that first session. Very slow in the context of regional 4-day cricket. Abhijay Man Singh just bowled 1 over in this session. They'll have to do some catching up because I understand the match referee, Rion King, and the other match referees in the tournament usually look at that very closely.
Yes, they have to. I mean, on an average of 12 overs per hour, it's unacceptable. They should get it roughly 14 point something, 15. Those are where, you know, it's acceptable. And despite their having 4 medium fast bowlers in the lineup, sometimes, especially Darvel Green, we'll watch at him if he bowls the next over. They're very slow getting back to the top of their mark. That's something that they need to improve on.
Just as we mentioned it, it's a false start from Nicholson Gordon, started and then turned back.
Lovely flowing cover drive by Imlak, beating the short cover out towards the boundary. It's not going to get there. Shields, long chase.
Call, Chappie, good call.
Good looking shot there, John, and picking up 2 runs in the process. So 81 for the loss of 4, 32 overs gone.
Spectators way up into the green stand here. 3 and a baby. 3 adults and a baby. Family coming out to support cricket. You can see the breeze behind them. No doubt the baby is asleep. No wonder he's having a really good sleep there, I can tell.
Yes, John, and as I look at that baby, I remember another baby. May I, with your permission, say hello and happy birthday to baby Alyssa Ramsing. She is, how much, 3 years old today? 2.
No, just 2, just a brace.
Oh, yeah. Yes, guys, it's good that you guys are enjoying the cricket out there. The ladies can give us a smile too, you know.
He's one of the local newspaper vendors in the city.
Oh, that is so nice. And the presence of them here says that somebody, or maybe more than one guys, are either friends or some other relationship. We've seen that the Harpy Eagles physio out in the middle there. Something, is that Captain Leon Johnson? Right, he's down, but he's not out. It's been a hot morning. Spent a lot of time in Trinidad and Tobago at the crease where he scored 2 half centuries. Maybe a little niggle there and a niggle here. It's good that they call in the professional, but he seems to be very, very good. He's playing well, 31 from his 66. He's played some flow-in shots, has ridden the bad periods and have come out from them, and he's looking a much better player now.
He got 29 runs with Kevlin Anderson before Anderson was dismissed just before lunch, well, on the stroke of lunch. Anderson and Savory added 22 runs, so there was no big partnership for the Guyana Harp Eagles in the first session. But now this one is worth 26 runs, Imlak and Johnson. So they have a start.
Much better length this time from Abhijay Man Singh. The leg spinner in this first over was a little bit too full. Allowed some runs through mid-wicket. And there again, Johnson just peeling off the gloves and brushing out maybe some perspiration mixed with some dust with the inner mittens, they call them, John. All is well? Good. So he has improved on that length. So Mansing is learning, and he's learning very, very quickly. I have no doubt that whatever his dad is doing, he's going to ensure he spends some time watching his son play, Dr. Mansing. Quick single here. Nicely floated this time, John. It wasn't that full, but he gave the batter the opportunity to look for the drive.
And you see the intent by the Guyana Harper Eagles batters. They do not want Mansing to settle at all. So they want him to bowl to a different batter as often as possible. So they're trying to rotate strike. Quick singles are being taken at will now. So it's something that the Jamaica Scorpions will want to take away from this partnership, block up the gaps close into the bat.
Short and pulled viciously. That's gone out through the mid-wicket region for a boundary. Well played there, and Imlach is not going to miss out on those.
Now the best partnership of the innings so far, but that's a short ball. A long hop served up by Abhijay Mansing. And we saw Imlach going on one knee, getting good connection. He knows the pace of this track. He's faced lots of spinners right here, Imlach. So Mansing will have his work cut out. Slightly quicker. That one went back of the arm, the googly. Mansing.
That was a good delivery, John. Not a big turner. The googly didn't spun viciously, but it came back enough to ask the batter to adjust the shot. Overgone, 33. It's 86 for the loss of 4. Last when we heard from Trinidad and Tobago, they are playing Barbados. Trinidad and Tobago, they were 62 for the loss of 2 at the lunch session. And that coupled with Gangu being injured. So they're having a little bit of problem there against the Barbados Pride. Akeem Jordan was the one who took some wickets.
Nice to see Jordan coming back from South Africa. Getting into the wickets column. Very good. You want to see the test players coming back and dominating regional cricket. So Trinidad and Tobago, they've moved on to 79 for 3 against the Barbados Pride. And that game is being played at the Queen's Park Oval and down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Leeward Islands batting first against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. 103 for 5, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
The Volcanoes will consider they are right on the money there because they moved up from 4th position in the last round. They are 2nd in the point standing, and a victory there with some bonus points. And with Guyana struggling here, it opens up the competition. But this is not all out down for the Guyanese. 87 for the loss of 4. It's a very strong batting lineup that Guyana has. These two, and with the likes of Kevin to come as well, Sinclair. Virasamy Primol can bat too. So it's a good batting. But these two, they're in, stay there. They must repair that early damage.
Gurukesh Moti is back. He has a first-class 100 only last season at the Queen's Park Oval. But Jamaica Scorpions will know as well there's no Anthony Bramble because of that injury, that nasty injury. Bramble tend to give you some quick runs at the bottom of the order, lower middle order for the Guyana Harp Eagles. He's not here. Get well soon, Anthony Bramble.
That was a nasty blow he suffered, John. I mean, nobody will want to see a cricketer injured in that manner. Flush in the face. That's sad, and we join you in extending best wishes to Bramble. Get well, be out, recover. Yes, and he normally gives the Harpy Eagles that added advantage coming in at that position. He normally scores very, very freely and can swing the game like he did on many occasions. So that's a missing factor. What you rightly call it. Moti is back. And we know he too can bat. We were at the Queen's Park Oval last year when he smacked that beautiful 100. Shots galore all over the place. A spare thought for Nicholas Gordon. I think he has bowled well in the circumstances, still hunting his first wicket. Final delivery in his 9th over, but has bowled with the game plan, and that is what matters. Short, and this is tucked away out to the forward square region. Will get down towards the boundary, does. And that's a fine looking shot by Leon Johnson once again. He's just beginning to blossom. 92 for the loss of 4.
Last ball of the previous over, a short one from Nicholson Gordon. And Johnson quickly into position. Did not time it well, but the placement was good. Through mid-wicket, and he managed to pick up another boundary. So he has now hit some 5 boundaries, Leon Johnson, and now is the innings top scorer, going past 36 made by Kevlin Anderson. So lots of another partnership as well as 37. Lots of time in this game for Johnson to chalk up a big total and maybe get a good first innings total as well for the Harpy Eagles.
And you're right about that, John. Despite the earned points for first innings lead, it is of vital importance, that you score a reasonable total so you can challenge your opposition in that first innings to gain some advantage as you enter the second half of the play. Mansingh is not a big turner of the ball, the leg spinner. He more depends on a little bit of flight. And we haven't seen too much of that from him. Good delivery. Everything was good about that one. Pitched on a good length. Not too much turn, but the flight was good as well. Almost on the full, and this is worked off the front pads down through mid-wicket. And they will definitely get the single. So let's see what the strategy here now by Mansingh. For Leon Johnson, as you can see, there's a solitary slip, and a forward short leg has been put in place. Not a full-blooded drive. One of more just to ensure he gets bat onto ball. Mansingh floated up nicely. Final over coming up in over number 35. Final delivery in over number 35. Nice off hands. Sliding effort. Can't prevent the single. Neither get the run out. 35 gone. It's 94 for the loss of 4. John Ramsing has left me. Hello to you, Clyde.
Hello to you and the Chief. And you're seeing the effort from Mansingh to try and bowl a little slower. As you said before, he's not a big spinner of the ball. So what he has to do is try and beat batsmen in their flight, or if he's going to bowl that quick and bowl flat, he needs to bowl fairly straight and pull his length back a little. So he's going to get the ball to slide onto the batters. I think those are the little things that he has to learn. You bowl in slow, yes. You bowl slow, you have to try and get the ball to spin. And when you bowl the quicker like you normally bowl, you have to probably take that length back about a foot, try and get the ball to slide into the batters.
And I think there is where his superiors, like his coach, his skipper, experienced people in the team comes in, the little advices that they are going to pass on. It must be, telling him how that little art, well, not a little art, but that art that means so much. As a spinner, you must be able to do that. So it's just a slip and a gully. So the pressure has been released a little there. Shields. 6 overs before this, one maiden, 1 for 28 in his first spell. So he's back here, and with his height, brings a little bit of a advantage for him. If he can get it right. We have seen on few occasions, got some good bounce off this pitch. And yet again, Leon Johnson, he's not comfortable just peeling off the gloves. He walks away. Has something gone into his eyes? Well, seems to be favoring that. Might very well be a little bit dusty there, and with the wind blowing across the ground. Sweaty mittens, all is well. The Guyanese skipper is ready to do battle with O.J. Shields. Wrapped on the pad there. Umpire shaking the head.
Umpire obviously think that one would have pitched just outside leg stump, maybe going on to hit the stumps, but it's hard to give those out unless you see the delivery actually have that shape, where it's shaped back to come back into the left-hander, a right-arm bowler bowling right arm over the wicket.
So Shields just testing Leon Johnson there with a little bit short of a good length. And going by, the skipper walks away. No doubt talking to himself. He has played so well for his 38, putting a premium on his wicket and setting a standard that the rest will do well to emulate.
Well, it's a partnership that's building here at the moment. It's these two. They've got the experience, they've got the ability as well.
All right, stop it. Good cricket, man. Good cricket.
Yes, and Clydie, Johnson is very careful here. Maybe on another day you would have seen him looking to smash that full delivery through the offside, but he was careful placing it and getting the single. He understands his responsibility out in the middle.
Well, you're 95 for 4. On the first day, our 4-day game, somebody has got to put their hands up and say, I am responsible here, and Leon Johnson's doing that so far.
And Imlach this season opened the batting for the Harpy Eagles. Now he's having a chance to bat in the middle with his captain, and he has already gone on to 14 and has played sensible cricket so far.
Well bowled right in the black hole. Batsman had to dig it out, but it was directed just outside the off stump as well, giving him that chance to keep it out.
So 95 for the loss of 4. 36 overs gone.
Over it a bit on the slow side.
Yes, Clyde, and that should be a little bit of a worry. Having some senior folks there and some youths as well.
Yes, there's one or two spectators in the ground come to watch the game. Obviously want to learn as much as they possibly can, and some may come to enjoy the game as well.
Much better delivery this time from Mansingh. Drawing the left-hander. Coming long forward. He will relish that. Get a few more of those. And maybe then Johnson might very well be tempted to come down the track. You never know. But that is where he wants to bowl. Paddle this one around. Running close, Mindley is going to get there before he touches the rope. We shall just monitor the signal. If any shall come, leg buys.
That was a funny looking shot from Leon Johnson. I don't know if he was looking to paddle sweep initially, then realizing the ball was fuller than he expected. Because you end up more playing a wafting shot at it down the leg side.
We have seen him twice now in this innings. When you feel he's not going to play that kind of shot, the last moment, he just manufactures one down the track, down towards mid-on. And that was the feeling you get. If Mansingh continues to bowl there, Johnson might very well want to come down the track. He did on the last occasion.
You're a batsman, you're batting against Mansingh. You have to be very careful with the cross-batted shots because he's not a big spinner of the ball. And because of that, he will get the ball to skip and he will get some of them to keep a little low as well.
That's going to become a prime candidate for that leg before decision. Good competitive stuff between these two. Mansingh has improved as far as his control is compared with what he did in the first over. So he showed improvement in the second, continues to bowl well in the third. Johnson is pulling this one. He beats the mid-wicket. There's protection out on the boundary. The return will come in. Just a little bit short. 37 overs gone, 97 for 4.
And you look at it and you see the height of that delivery. And you know that those cross-batted shots are dangerous shots on this pitch when Mansingh is bowling. He's got to be very careful. He's got to try and hit him up to mid-on, mid-off. And when he strays, then you can work him around. But you've got to be very careful with those cross-batted shots, shorter deliveries.
So, Tejnarayan Chandapal, West Indies Test opener, came this morning and left one and was beaten and bowled by Mindley. He didn't score. Matthew Nandu flirted at one and he was caught at the wicket by Aldane Thomas. Mindley picking up both wickets. Kevlon Anderson looked the part while he was there. Then he was caught in the slip of the bowling of Dorval Green, one that took the edge, made 36. And Savory LBW to Shields for 1. Since then, these two, they have so far posted 43 runs partnership. That's the delivery, but not directed the way he wanted. And the umpire just signaling one above the shoulder there, Shannon Crawford. Pulled away by Leon Johnson, kept it down nicely. slow off the pitch there by O.J. Shields. And there again, you see Johnson didn't look to go in the air and go too hard. Just ensure that he plays very carefully. And he's inching closer. If he gets to another half century, it will be his third consecutive half century. Nicely played by Imlach, using the pace of the bowler, then run pretty close towards the boundary area. That's the 100 up for the Guyana Harpy Eagles in over number 38. They have moved on to 100 for 4, so they've actually touched 3 figures.
Yeah, and it's been hard work out there for the batters. They've really been good, tight, steady bowling by the Jamaicans, not giving them a lot of bad deliveries to put away. And both Johnson and Hemlock has been equal to the task. They've been there looking to work balls in the gaps, pick up singles. And when they present, when the bad balls have come along, they've put them away.
And this is a bumper. Johnson had no problem. He got under it and the ball just balloons over his head. It dropped more closer to Shields' side of the pitch than Johnson's. But reminding Johnson, I'm a fast bowler, so look for one, I might very well get it close to the body. So Avinash Passad, the inter-county player for Essequibo, got a thump on the helmet of the bowling of Barnwell. Crashed into it. Physio came out, did the concussion test. That's a full toss and slapped away. It's going to go down towards the boundary. And that's 4 runs to Leon Johnson. Can't be bowling that. He got the loose delivery, Clyde, and he puts it away disdainfully.
A gift, really. And accepted by Leon Johnson.
Good wristy shot from him, opening the blade nicely. And Johnson moving on to 45 from 90 deliveries. No, this is what you call good batting. You get the boundary, you get a delivery, you work it away, gets a single.
Rotation, very important. Rotation of the strike is very important. And Leon Johnson looks very comfortable at the moment. He's just looking to bat and to bat long. He's working the balls into gaps. And when, like I said, when the bad ball presents itself, he's putting them away.
Yes, and with that last single, Clyde, he actually brought up the 50 partnership between these two. And that is good, 105 for the loss of 4. Well, as we speak with you, it's been a very, very hot day. The players will refresh themselves. We'll take just a little break, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back to Providence. 105 for 4, 38 overs bowled. At the drinks break, 50 runs added. In that session, not bad going, Clyde Butts. And they haven't lost a wicket. So that little first session, first hour after lunch, you would say, of course, going to the Harpy Eagles. Good afternoon, Clyde.
Good afternoon. Matthew. Yes, I would say the fourth session after lunch went to the RP Eagles, but they're still a long way from being comfortable. And I'm sure they're thinking, well, this ball has gotten a little older now. And we can work them into the gaps, pick up singles, pick up the twos. You know, so it's a little easier for them.
I know you always have a good look at spinners, you yourself being a former spinner.
Slow bowler.
Correct. Abhijay Mansingh, your thoughts on him?
I think he's got good control. He's got very good control. Doesn't really spin the ball a great deal. You would love to see him give the ball a little bit more of a rip as a leg spinner. And maybe at times he can flight the ball a little bit more.
You think quality spin bowling has been a little bit of a lost art in West Indies cricket after the likes of Lance Gibbs and so on?
I wouldn't say it's a lost art. I don't think. I think a lot of bowlers now, because of the amount of white ball cricket that is being played.
It's a nice shot through the offside. Loves to play that shot. Gives himself room. Cuts it away. Yes, you're talking about the
The
spinners.
spinners, they're much flatter, doesn't give the ball as much air, doesn't try to beat the batsman in flight and guile. And a lot of times they don't really spin the ball as much as well. And like I always say, spin bowlers, you have to be patient. Have to be patient. It's not a case where you can do like you fast bowler and come and blast anybody. It can be aggressive. There's nothing wrong with a spin bowler being aggressive, but you're not going to blast anybody.
So Lance Gibbs still leads the way with 309 in terms of a spin bowler from the Caribbean, 79 test matches. And I just happened upon a little information that says there are some others who got over 100 test wickets as spinners. Ramadan, 158. Valentine, 139. Bishu, our very own, 117. Carlo Wellowin Hooper, 114. And that was it in terms of over 100 wickets, test wickets.
When you have dominated in the 80s with the fast bowlers, it's not easy to then turn back to spinners to really dominate. And I think that's part and parcel of it, because when you've got good fast bowlers and you're winning with them, what are you going to do? Win with them?
True.
Of course. But we've had some good spinners. We've had some good spinners.
So Jermaine Blackwood, the captain, will have a bowl. I think he bowls off spin. So spin from both ends. But talking about spinners, some other guys would have done reasonably well to Clyde. Suleiman Ben with 87 test wickets. Roston Chase, who's still playing, 85. Christopher Gale, who's completed his stint at that level, 73. And you remember Shane Chillingford, 70 test wickets as well. But he didn't get a hold of that one from Blackwood. First delivery, first up, Tevin Imlach. Strike rate of 50 now. He's 19 from 38. Johnson heading up to third consecutive half century.
And I'm sure he was hoping that he can convert this one into 100. Sure, you would want to finish his career on a real high.
Stop here. Cricket, man, cricket.
Play down to long on by Johnson for one, gets his 47th run now. We're in over number 40. So spin from both ends. Mansing 5 overs, none for 15. But I know you follow your cricket very carefully, Clyde. Have you seen now spinners, any spinners that you might be a little bit impressed with to an extent?
I think the best spinner in the region is, at the moment, is Cornwall.
Interesting name to call, because he's not in the mix-up of Test cricket currently. That's well bowled by Blackwood on the middle stump. His first over comes to an end. 40 overs completed in the innings so far. 112 for 4.
Yeah, Blackwood in that force over, more or less just trying to bowl length and line, keeping things fairly tight, not looking to try too many things.
Nine Test matches for Cornwall, 34 Test wickets. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Mansing continues. I suppose you want him to give the ball a little bit more flight, a little bit more air. Like that.
Cricket, man, go cricket.
Pick up a single here.
Like what I'm seeing here from Hemlock, he's getting right to the pitch of the deliveries and stroking it nicely through the offside. And when he goes back, he goes right back into his crease, looking to punch through the offside. So he is using his feet nicely so far. He looks very comfortable in the middle against Mansing.
Oh, stop it. Unlucky.
Keep going, it's all right.
Gudakish Moti is back. He's a spinner, left-hand orthodox. He's in the West Indies Test lineup. So the idea of having good spinners, good quality spinners, is something that West Indies cricket must pay a lot of attention to. The over comes in at 113 for 4.
Yeah, Mansing trying to bowl us much slower than we did see him in the last game, making the batsmen use their feet. But he's not getting the sort of turn that you would expect from a leg spinner. Leg spinners are normally bigger turners of the ball than off spinners, but he's certainly not turning the ball as much.
Since it's a Jamaica Guyana affair out here, I ask if the name Douglas Sangyu rings a bell to you, umpire from Jamaica. You remember that gentleman? Douglas Sangyu.
Of course. Probably a little bit before my time. I didn't play with him, but certainly rings a bell. I didn't play when he was around.
Featured in 31 test matches from 1962 to 1981. I remember listening to radio commentary, quick single take in here, nicely played by Imlach. Nice flowing cover drive. And you would hear the Tony coaches and the Red Spurs when Douglas sang you is out there. Not outstairs umpire, sang you. Jamaica down through the years have produced some very good cricketers as well. Very, very good cricketers. During our commentary, I'll go through some. I know you'll reminisce on some you have played with. And who obviously you would remember.
Or want to forget.
True. Herbert Chang, I think you guys talked about him the other day. There was one Herbert Chang. Laurie Williams.
Good cricketer. Actually, he was a good cricketer. Passed away a few years ago. Of
Right.
course, in an accident. Really was a sorry news. But he was such a nice young man, such a nice guy.
He overcomes the net 114 for 4.
Lockwood doing a holding game here now, just bowling on or about the off stump to the left hand, trying and keep things as tight as he possibly can, giving the fast bowlers a little bit of a breather so that they could come back from maybe just before tea or so to put some more pressure on the Guyanese batters.
Of course, the great Michael Holden. There was Richard Staple. Remember him?
Yeah, I didn't play much against Richard. I don't think he played that much for Jamaica, actually. He was one of the youth prodigies, but never really filled his.
Yeah, Imlach is looking much better now. With flowing drives through the cover area. He's 23 from 45. So he's building a little innings here. Good partnership so far. Of 60. 2.73 the current run rate. Look at Johnson with that one.
That was a bad shot, really. You look at where his foot is, and he's still standing there and looking to cut through the offside. Certainly was a far away from the delivery. And those things do happen. You does have that period when you just have that little lapse, and that's the time when you tend to get out.
Dancing down the track and then drives down to mid-off. And of course the Michael Holdens and the Jeffrey Dujons from Jamaica.
Great players, those. Those are the ones probably you want to forget as well, because when you play against them, you know they're coming at you. Whether it was with ball in hand or bat in hand, Dujon was a dangerous customer batting down at 6 and 7. Used his feet nicely to spinners. played a lot of shots. Everybody knows Michael Olin, what he's like. That's well bowled. That was a teaser. That was given a little bit more flight. You could see him like thinking, should I come or shouldn't I? And that's what you want to see. Probably a little too wide, but well bowled.
116 for 4. Well, we can just brush through a couple of players that, of course, you would not have played against, but who you would remember. The Russells, the Brenton Parchments, the Carlton Baugh, of course, Christopher Henry Gale, Danza Hyatt. Darren Powell, fast bowler from Jamaica as well. The Jerome Taylors and the Jimmy Adams. Good cricketers. Marlon Samuels as well. Accomplished batsman. Look at Nikita Miller, the spinner.
Who's here as a coach?
Xavier Marshall, who never fulfilled his promise. Blackwood is here, Bonner is here. Still playing, nice cut shot by Leon Johnson. Down to the boundary, gets his half century. Third consecutive half century for the Guyana Harpy Eagles captain. Excellent knock, 52 runs, 111 balls, 7 fours. And the Clybots half the job done.
Yeah, I don't think he would be thinking it's half the job done either. I think he'd be thinking there's still a long way to go for the Harpy Eagles in this game. You're 120 for 4. He's come out and he's batted well. He's worked the ball nicely around. He has played 1 or 2 good shots and he's played 1 or 2 bad ones as well. But he survived. He's out there. And I'm sure he'll be thinking, I have to try and bat for as long as I possibly can.
Just to end a few more names here. Of course, Robin Powell still playing. You had the Ricardo Powells, the Wavell Hines, Tamar Lambert, and of course, Brendan Nash, who would have been vice captain for the West Indies for a short while, would have played for Australia initially, and then playing for the West Indies. He overcomes Sinan, 120 for 4. Johnson bringing up a fine half century from 114 balls.
I'm sure Johnson would be saying to him, look, this job is far from over. We've got to try and bat for as long as possible. Hemlock has been batting good. He's looked the part. He's looked good. He's been comfortable. The bowling has really slacked off a little. And if you're batter this time, you've got to be careful that you don't just relax and get yourself out.
Johnson still with his helmet on, but Emlak has his cap on. It's a good opportunity for Emlak to really come good with a good innings at home. Boost his confidence a lot. A lovely country is Jamaica. Very lovely place to visit. Hello to everyone. In the land of wood and water. The land of Olympic gold medalists. And the land of reggae. I know you want your boys to do well here. Started well. Still in a good position, but a partnership, a threatening partnership of 65. With the fifth wicket, developing nicely. Make that 66.
Misfield. Johnson, an easy single out on the offside. Things are starting to look so easy for the batters now. They're batting much more freer. They're stroking the ball nicely. I'm guessing that Leon Johnson would be thinking, oh, things have eased down. This ball is 45 overs old, and it's not doing as much. Spinners are not getting any sort of purchase on this pitch, and they just need to try. It's a good-looking shot. Nicely played. Past the bowler. And wide of the man at mid-on, goes into the boundary. 4 runs. That's a good-looking shot from Hemlock. Didn't try and overhit it. He just come forward and stroked it nicely up the onside of the pitch. 4 runs. Made it into a full toss. And it got the treatment it deserved.
Nice way to end the over, 126 for 4. That's where red ball cricket is so tough. You got a good start. You had the RP Eagles on the back foot at 55 for 4 at lunch. You don't want to give it away now in terms of sloppy fielding, giving away the 1s, the 2s. You've got to be sharp. Stay sharp. Stay focused. Be on the alert. Concentrate. Watch the game. Read the game well. Don't give the batters easy runs. Let them work for their runs.
Good call. Good call.
17 first-class wickets to Jermaine Blackwood. Busy cricketer. Gets through his overs very quickly. That's another one done and dusted. 46 gone, 126 for 4.
Jermaine Blackwood would have to be thinking here, what do I do to pull things back a little from Guyana, because they've started to score. You can see them on the field, the Jamaicans, the Scorpions, they're just relaxing a little bit more. Runs are starting to come, a little bit more pressure is being put on the fielders as well, and we've seen those 1 or 2 little mishaps in the field, misfielding. Not a misfeeling, they're able to get 2 runs.
Don't tell me the sun is having its toll on the players out there.
Hemlock was going back and punching that's the one off the back foot. I was able to get 2.
It's been a hot day.
And every time I see Hemlock plays that shot, he reminds me of Travis Dowling. Exactly the same. Travis Dowling is actually here having a look at the game. I think he's deputizing for his selectors.
You going, champ?
Very decent guy, decent cricketer. Travis Dowling. Yes, but Imlach loves that shot. Loves to back away, gives himself room, plays that cut shot, eases the ball through the offside, through the cover area. Very strong in that area. Well left by Johnson, even though it turned a little into him. That was pitched wide of the off stump. So with spinners on from both ends, they'll certainly get through. They'll pick up in terms of the score, the over rate. For the seventh about to be completed now. He lets it go outside the off stump. 129 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, I'm just going through the motions a little bit at the moment in Jamaica with Blackwood operating from the top and Mansing from the northern end, so just slackening up a bit. Just not enough pressure on the batsman, I think. When you've got a team down, you need to try and press home the advantage. I think Guyana Eagles, our Eagles is just easing that pressure away as we see fast bowler in Green. Dorville Green is going to come back. Obviously, Blackwood decided he cannot continue to go this way. Has to try and get a wicket. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to
In
you,
the Jeep.
Clydie. Yes, and I feel this is not a bad move whatsoever. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 11 runs, 1 wicket. So he has had his little break, and certainly he will come back much more fresh, regain his energies. And right away, started with a good delivery. So this partnership will definitely worry Jamaica Scorpions. It's growing and growing rapidly. It has gone now on to 74. And with Johnson scoring his 43rd half century in first-class cricket, he looked well set. But I'm afraid here is where Johnson tends to be most vulnerable. You look at that number of centuries, 6 half centuries, 43, that tells you something. Hello to you, John. This partnership continues to grow for the Harpy Eagles.
Hello, Indrajit. Yeah, that conversion rate that you mentioned about with Johnson is something that has plagued him throughout his career, both at the 40 level and, of course, at the 50-over level as well. So he wanted to convert more of those half-centuries to triple figures. Already 2 half-centuries in Trinidad and Tobago in the last game. 62 and 74. Another opportunity for him to go again.
Yes, sir. And just imagine if he had converted maybe 30% more of those half centuries. That centuries would have been touching somewhere around 11, 12. Much better for a CV. And he has handled the captaincy role in such a fine fashion. It's amazing. Whosoever takes on that role will do well to emulate what Leon Johnson has done. He has faced the brunt of the pressure. He's still standing out in the middle.
And maybe, just maybe, the mental toughness, the captain, and to he was one time the leading batter as well in the side. Played through many captains before, played many persons. So that mental pressure as well, telling on him, to lead the batting charges and to lead as a captain. Yeah. Classy batsman, Leon Johnson. Talent that many recognize since he was very young. Just as a teenager representing Guyana, went on to represent the West Indies on the 19s, where he played as captain as well.
Oh, no, stay up front. Stay up.
Look at that, John. Very, very lucky there, Imlak. They got the edge, could have easily cannoned onto the stumps. It did not. And in this game of cricket, sometimes you need some luck.
Check you by the field.
And he has done all the hard work and just got a little bit lucky with this one.
Yeah, going on the back foot, a ball that was short from green. And just playing it, not necessarily trying to be going, they don't want to go too hard in the delivery shot, in the defensive shot. And the ball just taking the bat and almost rolled back. Look good so far as well, Imlak for 31.
Final delivery in over number 48 onto the back foot, opening the pace gently and ensure he gets a single. So it's now 130 for the loss of 4. John, those bowling figures that you see there is due because of hard work by the faster men. And here we see that Jermaine Blackwood, he brought on Mansing, the leg spinner, didn't get the breakthrough he was looking for, didn't bowl badly. I think he had some very good deliveries, Mansing. Wasn't effective enough, though. And Blackwood himself came on. His, how many overs has Blackwood sent on? 4 overs, none for 8. And he looked then to bring back his faster men. So this partnership is definitely making him think he wants to do things differently, and it simply shows how dangerous this partnership can be.
So Blackwood has actually switched ends. He's now going to be coming from the southern end, the Players' Pavilion end at Providence. Starts with a full toss to Imlak. Yeah, ring the changes. You don't want the batters to get accustomed to one style or one pace of bowler. Now we're seeing Blackwood himself trying with his golden arm to break the partnership.
Maybe might be tempted at some time to just try the golden arm of Bonner. You never know. But these two look well set. And Imlak has been playing well and growing in confidence to batting in the middle order. Here is where he batted in the middle order last season. And he scored heavily. So much so, forcing the hands of the selectors to ensure that he gets the 18 call-up. So he will relish this opportunity to bat in the middle with the likes of Tej Narain coming back to open the batting with Nandu. He himself, Nandu, is having a reasonable good season, but has been on and off. A fine 126 in his debut game against Barbados and a 62, but had some low scores.
One round to go after this. Then the Headley Weeks Tri-Series. So players will get into those sides. Players will get into the academy side as well. And then you will find that the players playing among themselves, it's sort of like the best versus best versus best situation.
Nice, Cappy.
And with that mixture as well, players tend to learn about each other's in a different environment, playing sort of like West Indies cricket, where ports from different territories come together in one team. Over completed, 131 for 4.
Yes, John, and that Headley Weeks 3-match series will definitely give majority of the players another opportunity to play more red ball cricket. The first game, I think, begins on the 19th of April, the second one from the 26th of April, and the final one will be on the 3rd of May. There was another thought. Since Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, and Guyana are very close to each other, you select a team among them. And the Windward, the Leewards, and Jamaica, you select a team among them, and then you bring in the Academy 11. So they're always thought, but this is excellent. You're having more red ball cricket because you aren't having a double season. I wish, you know, as things begin to progress, we are off the pandemic. We have seen the cricket being played for 2 consecutive seasons with just the 5 rounds. So maybe you never know, next year you might go back to the full 10 rounds, giving teams an opportunity to play double rounds against each other. It's going to be interesting to see how that Academy 11 perform against the other teams. But they will be exposed to a higher level of cricket. Green targeting Johnson just about the line of the off stump. And he did well in his spell that he bowled to him previously. Peppered him on that off stump line, good full length deliveries, had Johnson walking across on quite a few occasions. So he will remember that. But he's bowling to a Leon Johnson now that is well set. And Johnson there going down on the left leg and looking to chop one through backward point. Got a call from our mentor not long ago, Joseph Rex Pereira. And he says to say hello to the entire commentary team. And he had some compliments. He said, you guys are doing pretty well. And he asked me to say to Clyde Butts that he's not pleased that Clyde didn't attend his function at Border. Johnson gets a single here.
So hello Reds and hello to everyone, wherever you are. I was over the weekend out of Guyana, Inderjeet. Lots of persons in Orlando and in the wider parts of Florida. They follow what's happening on the Windies YouTube channels. They know everything that's happening in and around West Indies cricket. So you may not find packed stadiums anymore. You may not find sold-out crowds for these matches, but virtual audience, very big.
Yes, and there are quite a few thousand of them because when you follow it and you look at the like and you look at the view, you'll see how many people would have been on and off and keep looking at it. So that's good. And this is an added advantage as well. Those who can't come to the cricket, Cricket West Indies is taking the cricket to them. So the interest is still there.
Spot left.
Good delivery. 133 for the loss of 4. Johnson 54. Imlak with him on 34, lending great support.
After 3 quick wickets this morning, we see the pitch settling down nicely now. Much better for stroke making, and tomorrow will be, based on history, the best day for batting. So the Guyana Harp Eagles, they're in at the moment, 50 overs in their first innings completed. They may want to bat well into the second day, get a sizable first innings total. Have a start. But Jamaica Scorpions will want to get them out as quick as possible to use the pitch tomorrow to get their first innings going, to get a big score. And that's why you like the red ball format of cricket in the cheat. Lots of brain cells have to be utilized, lots of thinking. It's like a game of chess, but on the cricket field. So Johnson against Blackwood, a better tactician And those who apply themselves better for longer periods will be able to come out on top.
Yes, full toss, and they'll get a single here down towards wide mid-off. And you called it there right, John. And there is the time also. You might suffer a collapse here and there, but it gives you an opportunity based on your thinking, and you just regroup. A good partnership could change the whole complex of this game. And so far, this partnership has been good, because taken into consideration, at one stage they were struggling, 55 for the loss of 4 wickets. And it's looking much better now at 135. The partnership has gone on to 80. Off the back foot, this is driven away, beats the cover, out towards the cover boundary. It is not going to get there. In fact, it gets there. And the Jamaican tried a little bit of a football. It looks like Shields. And in the end, the ball went into the rope for 4.
Jamaicans are generally quick. Just look at Usain Bolt. But that time, the ball was well hit by Leon Johnson. Nice timing. And even a sprinting Shields cannot pull that one back, because this outfield here at Providence is very fast. But it's not a full toss served up from Blackwood. So he's over pitching now that he's coming from the southern end with a little bit of breeze in his face. So he's got to be very careful. More runs for Johnson. Badly lined from Blackwood. This time, Nicholson Gordon gets there ahead of the ball. That's the run, 3 runs. So runs leaking in this over from Jermaine Blackwood. I think he's trying a bit too hard to get a wicket.
He must have seen something, maybe wants to bowl into the wind with his off spinners. So far, it has not worked. Johnson has managed to get him through the covers and then down through long leg.
Quick little read and the over. 142 now for the loss of 4. The partnership now worth 87.
And there have always been some great battles between Jamaica and Guyana. You look back into the history of the game, John, while I think it was Barbados and Guyana that played each other in 1865, Trinidad and Tobago joined just after that, while the islands in the Caribbean, except Jamaica, they joined in after Trinidad and Tobago. But it took Jamaica roughly 35 years to play regional cricket against the sister nations in the Caribbean, and with Guyana being in South America very close. But over the years, there have been exchanges in regional cricket, very, very competitive. At one time, Jamaica produced, some real fine batters. They were not only good batters, they were exciting players. Flamboyant, pugnacious, they were eye-catching to spectators. Drives out through the offside field, down through the covers, and we'll go back and complete 2 here in back. Good run in between the wicket. And he looks so good when he gets onto the front foot and he's driving through the offside field. As we roll back the years, we think of the likes of George Headley. At one time, he was called Atlas because he carried the burden of cricket West Indies on his back. Coming down the line, there were other fine players of lately. Christopher Henry Gale was such a class player, a world entertainer, and indeed for quite a long time was the world's boss. If you haven't seen some of them, John, you must have listened commentaries and read magazines and newspapers with some famous Jamaicans.
Thanks for your compliment within your speech. saying that I'm too young to know of many of those. Yes, indeed. But listening to commentary and watching back some tapes and so on, obviously picking up on a few of those. I had the privilege of meeting Lawrence Rowe at one time in Florida, South Florida. Yeah, and exchanged a couple of words. Yeah, but the history of Jamaican cricket and the contribution to West Indies cricket is very, very deep.
Yes, it runs deep. Maurice Foster was one of the best around in his time. Shotgun, I think Basil Williams. And we remember too, you know, people like Hubert Chang. He was a ferocious batsman. Everton Mattis, Mark Nita. When it comes to regional cricket, these guys, you know, they were terrific. They actually sent fear in their opponent when they batted out in the middle. Davison was an excellent all-rounder, so too Jimmy Adams. Imlach onto the back foot, and he's cutting. Will get runs through the offside field. 146 for the loss of 4, 52 overs gone. And recently we saw the Prime Minister of Jamaica, the Honorable Holness, visiting Guyana. So I guess there are going to be lots more bilateral cooperation among the two countries. And that augurs well, because we are one here in the Caribbean. We must be able to share resources for the common good of each other.
Just recently we saw President of the Jamaica Cricket Association, Wilford Haven, putting his hat in the ring for the race of presidency for CWI, but then pulling out as well. It means that the current Vice President, Dr. Kishore Shallow, when the directors meet on this weekend, will become the next president of Cricket West Indies, is set to become the next president. So, current President Ricky Scarrett not going again. So we're having a change there as well, but Wilford Haven, at the start of the campaign, really for presidency, signaled his intention. So it goes to show that the Jamaica Cricket Association very much concerned about what's happening in West Indies cricket and so on, as they should be, and really wanted to be part of the process to take West Indies cricket forward. And even as director now, may not be president, but even as a director, has a big role to play. And when they sit at those directors' meetings, they represent their entire nation. So cricket means a lot, not only to the wider Caribbean, but Jamaica. Not to mention the history of those players they are representing well. When last was a match played at the Samina Park, we need to go back there as well to take cricket to the people of Jamaica.
And I can't agree with you more. I know there's a system that was introduced quite a few years ago that individual countries must first bid for the cricket, and under that bidding, there are terms and conditions, and the best bidder will win. Our society is totally different. I mean, gone are the days when, you know, the matches used to be spread equally among the countries of the regions. We must find something there to ensure Jamaica gets cricket, Barbados gets cricket, Trinidad, Guyana. You go back also to Antigua, Grenada. As you spread the cricket around, we're talking international cricket here, regional cricket. You will maintain and grow that interest too. So that's a good point that you have brought, John. We wish Dr. Kishore Shallow and Mr. Bassarat all the best. They are taking West Indies at a time, the leadership at a time, when our cricket isn't doing well at all on the international scene. To find the necessary finance to run the different programs is never easy. Our performance on the cricketing field less than what we expected. Of course, we did well against England when they came down here for Test cricket, but generally speaking, their job is going to be a huge one. But I guess since they have thrown in their hat there to say, I want to be a part of it, the time has come when they should be given the full support, irregardless of what, from everybody else in the region. And I have no doubt in my mind that the president of the Jamaica Cricket Association, Mr. Haven, will be lending full support. Someone once said, John, that West Indies cricketers are as good as their last cricket innings. And what it means to us in the Caribbean, just ask Professor Hilary Beckles. And in his book he said, it was a medium of identity, the only one, that make us feel as a West Indian. 148 for the loss of 4. And more so with us sharing a history coming from slavery and indentureship. To see West Indies beat England at their own game, that in itself will say how much cricket means to us. And I always reflect on the words of Sir Vivian Richards when he said, every time I pick that bat and go out in the middle, I am batting. Well, look at that. That's one of our vessels traversing the Demerara River. Yes, Sir Vivian Alexander Richards, he said, every time I pick that bat and walk out in the middle, I remember that black woman with basket on her head in the 12 o'clock sun in the cane fields. That is who I played for. So it will tell you how much they value the game of cricket. So when our boys pick the bats and go out there in the middle, this thing is not about only earning a salary, to look after your relatives and your friends and so on. It's to bring pride to the people of the region. And they must understand that. I see Alvin Kalichoran has launched his book in Berbice. He'll be coming down, I think, on Thursday, tomorrow, night at Boda from 6 p.m. Professor Clem Sichoran will be launching another book too. I hope that these books get into the school systems so that our children can read them as literature in their history lessons, so they understand the value of these sports. Still, I believe the only thing that we can point to that unite us as a people in the region. Yes, we have the University of the West Indies. Yes, we have different organizations that looks after a collectiveness among the people, but it is this sports. When you hear Cricket West Indies or West Indies, for some it brings tears to their eyes. When we lose, they will walk away from their radios and television, more drinks. That is what it means to us.
As cricket, like we say in Guyana, is we own. So Johnson playing for time. This could very well be the final over before tea. So Johnson wants to make sure, well, Imblak wants to make sure that it is the final over before tea. Umpire Shannon Crawford just reminding him as we're still in the middle of an over. But like I said earlier, it's a game of chess out there, Lots of these players, Imlak, realizing that they're in a good position after coming together at 55 for the loss of 4 since lunch. You want to go in without losing any further wicket. 93 runs in the session.
Yes, and you spoke about a game of chess. And if you look here with Imlak and Leon Johnson, They haven't set their pawns to be devoured in protecting the castles, the rook, and the queen, and so on, and the king, rather. But what they ensure is that strategically they are well placed.
So Blackwood and Derval Green will have other ideas, looking for a breakthrough to go to tea.
Johnson capitalizing on the pace of the bowler there, John. Brilliant looking shot, a sliding tackle, and he's definitely going to save some runs there. The return comes in, and that's look like the new guy that's in the Jamaican team. That's 150 up, 151 for the loss of 4. Gilzine, the new fella that has been brought into the team. Started without any number on the short, but then we saw him have a short mark in number 1.
The Guyana Harp Eagles losing wickets very early, so they have now on a rate of less than just under 3 runs and over. And they've played that way throughout the session. It looks as if they're going to maintain that rate. So the 150 coming up at this stage in the 54th over. Not a bad repair job being done by Johnson and Imlach. A partnership now of 96. That is going to be tea on day number 1 in this match. So the partnership of 96, also the amount of runs scored in this middle session on day number 1. Johnson and Imlach consolidated nicely after losing 4 wickets in the first session, where the Jamaica Scorpions were on top of the bowling at the time, on top of the Guyana Harp Eagles. But it represents a good fight back. 150 for 4 looks much better than what they were 55 for 4 at lunch. And Leon Johnson leading the way, 6-7, supported nicely by Imlach, 39. Earlier we saw Anderson going for 36, and in the Jamaica Scorpions, the Seamers picked up the wickets this morning, but nothing in the second session.
Yes, you're right about that, John. Mindley, 2 for 21, 1 for 35 by O.J. Shields, and 1 by Derval Green. So at tea, it's 151 for the loss of 4. 96 is the partnership, and 96 runs scored in this session. We're going to take a break from here as well.
Welcome back to Sunlit Providence. We're going to get into the final session of the day's play. Session 2 won by the Guyana Harpy Eagles, 96 runs added without the loss of a wicket. Good partnership, 96 as well. 30.2 overs bowled in that session, if I'm correct. And Johnson unbeaten on 67, Imlak 39 not out. Look at the ball's face. 77 for Imlak, 143 for Leon Johnson. The fifth wicket partnership has buckled down, and they've put the Harpy Eagles in a little bit of respectability, even though you would say 151 for 4. You don't want to lose quick wickets with that sort of score now, where you lose 2 quick wickets. But it's a good effort, knowing that they went to lunch at 55 for 4. 96 added. Clyde Butts is with me. Clyde, interesting afternoon session. It'll be left to see how the captain, Jermaine Blackwood, would respond to this stubborn effort by the fifth wicket pair. But good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, Matthew. Good afternoon to viewers wherever you are, or good evening, wherever you are. Yes, it was a wonderful session, that lunch tea session for Guyana, Harpy Eagles. Leon Johnson, the captain, leading the way. Nice fight back. He's got 6 or 7. Kevin Himlock has looked good for his start of 9. He's played some nice shots. I like how he's using his feet. He's coming right out to the pitch of the delivery, or going right back to the spinners. So it is good to see, and one hopes that they will just continue to bat the same way. In the meantime, Jamaica Scorpions would want to try and take a couple of wickets as quickly as possible.
Abhijay Mansingh. You know, you look at those names, Mansingh, there is Ram Singh. Nice rhythm of the names
Please
there.
don't call the young man name with Ram Singh, yeah, please. I know I'm going to get some licks of that, but how it is.
Some guys will take out the A and put in another letter. But it's first one coming off the bat from Johnson. Nicely played for a single. Mansingh not yet in the wickets column. 2 for Minley, 1 for Shields, 1 for Dorval Green. So 3 of the 4 fast bowlers have picked up wickets, and Mansingh looking for his first. Jermaine Blackwood would have bowled 6 overs for 18 runs.
Whipped away nicely by Kevin Hemlock, but straight to the man at mid-wicket, who makes a good stop. Probably a little disappointed that he really put that away.
Yeah, good work by Minley. A job here now for Mansingh as the leg spin in the side. And Kuma Bonner as well can bowl his leg breaks. Doesn't bowl that much. Getting inside his stumps and working it away to backward of square. And you've got to believe that maybe the Guyana Harpy Eagles captain is looking for a good total here. Good first innings total of maybe in excess of 350 plus. That's hard work. Still a lot of work left to be done. First over completed after tea, 153 for 4.
And the pitches are fairly flat one as a batting unit. You tell yourself on a pitch like this, you need to score 350, 400 to really put the pressure on the opposition. And I'm sure Jamaica, the Scorpions would be thinking, well, you know, it's a good batting track. If we can bat well, we can certainly give a good account for ourselves on this pitch.
Yeah, they've strengthened their batting with
But their
Blackwood.
first move is to try and get the other 6 wickets that they need to get. I think that's what they will be concentrating. Try and get 6 wickets. Try and restrict the Guyana Harpy Eagles to a score of probably less than 300. I mean, that would be their aim. Whether it can do that, we'll have to wait and see. As we said, the Harpy Eagles bat way down. They bat very deep. And Sinclair has been in tremendous form this year, so that's a plus for them.
I think the Scorpions would realize by now that their batting has let them down so far in this tournament. The game against the Windwards, that's exactly what happened. Put themselves under a lot of pressure. But now with Blackwood in the side to strengthen the batting armory, they brought in Shields to strengthen the fast bowling department. They started well, but suddenly the game is changing a bit now with this partnership. Worth 98 so far. Mindley has been good from the start, but now you don't want to bowl too many balls wide of the off stump that doesn't force the batsman to play. For the most part of his bowling spells, he has forced the batsman to play. But now you don't want a situation to develop where the batsman will not feel they won't feel pressure. That's another one that Imlach doesn't have to play at.
Well, you think that could be a plan from the Jamaicans as well, realizing that the Guyana Harp Eagles has to make the move in terms of ensuring that they win this game to keep ahead. They would say the Scorpions would be thinking, well, we haven't got a chance of winning this tournament. So if Guyana Harp Eagles feel that they could win this tournament, they have to make some positive moves as well. And so if we just close up shop, they would have to try things.
Chandra Paul went for a duck, Nandu for 1, Savory for 1, and Anderson on the stroke of lunch went for a well-played 36, 64 balls, 5 fours in his knock, the young 22-year-old from Borbies.
The keeper has gone up, obviously, Hemlock batting out of his crease a little, so he's gone up to the crease, try and put some pressure on Hemlock, and immediately looking to flash at one outside the off stump. Goes through to the wicketkeeper, and there is a loud appeal. The bowler, Marquinhos, not very happy about that. Must have been very close to the bat.
I think from the body language of the players, they felt they heard something there, and Minley had a few words with.
Having said that, look at the slip. They haven't moved. They have not moved, so they didn't support him as much as one would have expected if they thought he had hit that ball. The slip hasn't moved.
A little bit of cat and mouse game going on out there now. Mind over matter. The over comes to an end, 153 for 4.
Good over. Good thinking by Minley. Come on, you guys are in the driver's seat in the tournament, but teams are breathing down your neck, so you've got to try and make the move. We are going to close up the game. You're going to lock down. We're not going to give you any free runs and make you work hard.
And this is where if you're not a strong cricketer, your mindset is not that strong. It can get a bit frustrating, you know. Test match cricket, red ball cricket. Tests your You mind a lot, temperament, skill, beating the fielder. That's Blackwood to his right. Work for the man on the boundary, that's Love.
Fumble on the outfield and that's more quick to get that second run, and that's the 100th partnership for Leon Johnson and Kevin Hemlock. Leon Johnson obviously going well, and 70 Hemlock has come out and he's looked very positive indeed.
That short back pulls it away. Through the onside for one.
But I like what Leon Johnson is doing, those short deliveries. He's not getting up to the plate. He's not raising up. He's batting and not expecting the ball to bounce high. So he's staying low and playing with nearly a straightish bat and be able to hit those balls comfortably.
Scoreboard says, what, 33.2 overs left in the day's play. But that should take us past the 5 o'clock hour. A bit short again. As we see the Harpy Eagles, the coaches having a discussion. Quick single taken, pushed firmly, down to mid-off. The captain is 71, Imlach is 41 with 7 extras. 57 overs completed in the inning so far. 157 for 4. So both spinners, Mansing and Blackwood, with economy rates of 3.00. Mainly by far the better of the fast bowlers in this lineup. 2 for 21 from 11.1 so far. By his bowling, he's been switched to the north end. Started from the south end this morning.
Edge again not carrying the slip. Just dropping in front of Blackwood at second slip, and we're seeing that the lack of pace in this pitch. And once you play with a soft bat, it's not going to carry. Good delivery though, good area, just on or about the off stump, making the batsman play, not doing anything special. But Hemlock equal to the task, playing with a very soft hand.
Always awkward when the ball has to bounce in front of you, it slip. You get your body behind it to ensure that it doesn't get past you for runs. Got to develop good fielding technique in those areas. And the ball travels very quickly to you. And Blackwood did just that. Bonnet first slip, Blackwood at second slip.
Nice, nice, good waiting.
Nice in the period here as well for the Jamaica Scorpions, where they've just pulled back that scoring rate a little. They're both tight. And it's good to see that when you see a 4-day game, you see the captain and the bowlers understand what they're doing. I think they missed this trick in the last game, allowing the Windward Islands to score freely in a session that cost them that.
Bad luck.
So it's been a good day so far. Good cricket, gripping. Scorpions held the advantage at lunch. The Harpy Eagles consolidated well to tea with a nice partnership of 96, and that's gone past 100 now between these two. There's a drive, good shot. That's gone for 4. Leon Johnson is performing well as captain for his side. 75 he's gone up to now as he watched that replay. Good boundary to the Guyana captain. Just a little bit full outside the off stump, moving further away. You reach for it, and he smashed it through the covers for 4. Good shot by the captain. And when he gets to 75 plus, you know that he's hunting for a big one. 9 fours in his knock so far. 208 minutes, 150 balls so far. So he's buckled down nicely. And he's picked up from where he left off in Trinidad. John Ramsing has joined me. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles pushing on nicely here. Partnership building nicely. 107 now. Good afternoon, John.
Good afternoon once again, Matthew. Good afternoon to all of our viewers. Avijay Mansingh now. Lots of responsibilities on his shoulders because they're asking him to keep the scoring in check. They're asking him to break this partnership. In his first season for the Jamaica Scorpions, only like break bowler to be used. There's also Bonner. It's looking a bit too easy now for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, led by Johnson. Imlak is back in strike. Imlak started the season with a pair against the Barbados Pride in Antigua. Then he went on to Grenada. Just got 3 runs. Then 25 in the second innings. Went on to Trinidad and Tobago against the Red Force, 4 and 3. Just one time he got out of single figures, went into the double figures.
So his journey hasn't been good so far. So he obviously needs a big one now. If he gets 75 or 80, not good enough, given the context of his performance so far this season. So he needs a big one. And he has had some batting practice in the local matches here in Guyana. Getting 150 not out, as I said earlier, in a first division game at his club, DCC, against the Multi-Notes Club.
This is his best score this season. Spending a lot of time at the crease, much like he did last season in Trinidad and Tobago, where he scored all of his runs to get him into the A side.
Johnson backs away, slaps that through the offside. She is here for Looks like Gilzine. And they come back for what, 2? 79 is Johnson now.
He's also having his best knock this season, going past 74. He got in the last innings against the Red Force at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Last 3 innings before this one for Johnson, 40, 62, and 74. Overcomes to an end, 168 for 4.
I thought Mansingh bowled a little bit too short in his 2 previous overs, a couple of deliveries as we watched some youngsters enjoying the game. Well-known guys. Love their cricket. It's good to see spectators in all the stands actually, even if the red stand has 2 or 3. The orange stand had 1 or 2 earlier. And the green stand, of course, would always have more spectators than the other stands. We're probably going to witness an excellent innings by these 2 players for the Harpy Eagles. You've got to be happy for Johnson. Coming good, coming down to the end of his career. We talked about him earlier, would have wanted to be even more consistent with, in terms of runs in his career, but he's done other good things for the Harpy Eagles, for the Guyana team down through the years. Leadership ability, being committed and faithful, being a true servant of Guyana's cricket. He's played for the West Indies as well. He set a good example. His standards are always high. I'm sure he has been disappointed at times when he gets out in ways that you would want to think, how come did Johnson get out like that? Especially when he's been going good too. Nice shot. Opens the face, guides it away. Nice shot for 4. So he's beginning to pick up momentum now after tea. And that brings up his 10th boundary, I make it.
A little bit of more pace on this one from Marquino Mindley. And with the extra bounce, Johnson just guiding it nicely. Not trying to overhit it at all. And he's into the 80s now. So Mindley, remember, bowling with the wicketkeeper, Alden Thomas, up to the stumps. So he's got to be very mindful of that. So you do not want to stray too much in his lines. So he's trying to maintain that just outside off stump line. That occasion, extra bounce. Johnson used it nicely.
That partnership has progressed to 117 now. The run rate, 2.89. Nothing's wrong with that. That's the thing about 4-day cricket, red ball cricket. Just buckle down and bat. Concentrate. Develop a strong sense of commitment where you can concentrate a lot. Stay focused on your game. And having to adapt and to adjust since the game has evolved a lot. No ball. So since the game has evolved, John, and, you know, it's all about adjusting your mind to the different versions of the game. You move from T20, and you're going to play 50 over, and then you've got to come and play red ball cricket. That didn't used to happen in yesteryear, you know, where it was mainly test cricket and 4-day cricket, of course, regional cricket. So the guys didn't have to do a lot of adapting of the mind, you know, getting the mind to refocus now. Because 50 over cricket came in the 70s, I make it, so it wasn't that difficult then. Single as the return comes in. But it's different now. Quite a lot of the cricketers of today play, especially T20 cricket and the 50 over. They play a lot of white ball cricket. So if you've got to play 4-day cricket now, you have to adjust. Everything about you've got to adjust. Your mindset, you've got to focus as we watch a gentleman.
I think he has a ball waiting for Leon Johnson to come and give him an autograph. Seems as if it's a lucky ball as well.
The over comes to an end, 60 gone with 8 extras, 174 for 4.
6 bowlers in all used by Jamaica Scorpions so far. Best of the lot, Marquino Mindley, who sent down his third no ball for him. So extras contributing as well to this total. Mindley 2 for 32 to pick up the bowlers. 1 each to O.J. Shields and Derval Green. Nothing in the column, in the fourth column for Abhijay Mansingh or Jermaine Blackwood. Between the two of them, 18 overs sent down. So the spinners not having their way at all at Providence, quite unlike what we saw many years ago.
Yeah, 57 runs coming between Mansingh and Blackwood. 57 runs off of their bowling. 18 overs. Mansingh now in his 13th. So the spinners haven't quite penetrated. Nevertheless, Mansingh has bowled reasonably well. Bowled a couple of short balls that maybe weren't put away, but he's bowled reasonably well. But when you look at the experience of a Leon Johnson, he's played him well. Tevin Imlach has played him well too, using his feet nicely, reaching out to the spinners. And that's what you've got to do. I think Johnson, his sights set on 100 and probably turning it into a big one. Has settled in nicely. And when Leon Johnson is in this kind of mood and form, you know he's going to come good. Gets a single now. Played away into the square cover area. And he's gone up now to 85 from 162 balls. I think Jamaica's lost it a bit here. They haven't picked up a wicket since lunch. So you don't sit and wait or try things and you believe that something is going to happen. Got to keep working hard. Keep the pressure on. Even though runs have come and it's a big partnership, well, a building partnership of over 119. You still got to play the game as if you can get a wicket anytime. You don't slacken the mental pressure that you can exert on the opposition.
This can very well be 2 more. And we'll come back for 2. So Imlach as well, getting closer to our milestone. He's on to 46. And that's the end of the over. 177 for 4. So Johnson on 85 will take a strike at the start of the new over. The last time Johnson scored 100 was way back in February 2020. His career best 189 against the Windward Islands Volcanoes in Grenada. 2020. That's before COVID. So he's gone 11 games after that without 3 figures. So now he's getting closer to 3 figures in his farewell season.
And I think that's where when you check your performance, you would say, well, you know what, I should have had a couple more 3 figures in that column. Because he's good enough. That's the thing. He's good enough. But as we said, what has plagued West Indian cricketers down through the years is no consistency, not enough consistency, especially in the batting department.
Good watching, Chappie.
And that's why you just cannot look at, especially you take a team to the World Cup, it's not about the CPL performance only, how you perform at CPL. It'd be nice for cricket to be played all through the year, but the calendar of cricket in the Caribbean, there's so much cricket being played all over the world now. That's nicely taken.
So Mindley is having his troubles with no ball. 4 of them for him.
Good going, Capitano.
No other bowler has bowled a no ball. So he's certainly lone bowler troubled by this problem. It's all come from the northern end.
Yeah, Blackwood has switched him. He bowled well from the south end when he picked up those 2 wickets this morning. Chandrapal and Nandu. But you look at the timetable of cricket worldwide, it's not easy. And you look at the West Indian setup, a number of your players, it's difficult to have them play in certain competitions, certain tournaments. Was driven straight back, hit the stumps at the bowler's end. And so younger players get exposure. And many times they're unable to perform with consistency. Because the truth is, in this format of cricket in the Caribbean, iron sharpens iron. So you find when some of the top guys play against some of the very inexperienced players, that was a good delivery.
That was very close. See Johnson playing and missing. The keeper did not hold on to it. But Bono at first slip got very excited. There we see Mindley again coming around the wicket, targeting the off stump. And like we saw this morning, can actually go on to hit middle stump when Tejan Chandrapal played inside the line. So Bono from wide of the crease, getting that ball to come back into the left-hander.
Too much on the leg side on that occasion. But you need your better players to be in the tournament because you want to grow in experience. You want to play amongst the best. To really bring out the talent in you and the skill in you. But it also gives opportunity for the younger players to play with the better players. Opens the face, gets it away down behind point for a single. The over comes to an end. 62 gone, 179 for 4.
Johnson getting closer to 3 figures, 86. He is now. His career average is 32.21. Before this match, 36.5 in this tournament. After a couple low scores, managed to pick up some momentum in the last 3 innings before this one. Started with 26 and 12. Then got 5 in the first innings in Grenada, but 40, 62, and 74. There's a few spectators to the front of the red stand. Mansingh starts his 14th over. And quite surprising, is yet to bowl a maiden as we welcome back Indrajit. Hello, Indrajit.
Hello to you, John. Hello, viewers, listeners. Yes, and Mansingh still looking for his first wicket in this game. Has struggled a little He hasn't bowled badly at all, but he has not been able to induce the batters to play false shots consistently. He's been there and thereabout, does not really look threatening. Loud shout not playing a shot, but it was wide outside the line of the off stump there. Understand his dad took him for quite a few seasons in India and ensures that some coaches there work along with him in every department, his batting, his bowling, his fielding, and so on. He's a youngster. He's going to learn from these experiences. Very slow through the air and not giving it the kind of loop. Maybe if we just give it a little bit more loop, can be more effective. Had a 5-wicket haul earlier in the season, or was it 4?
Good call.
That was a good delivery, but the left-hander managed to get a single. And John, this partnership continues to create worries for Jamaica Scorpions.
Mansingh on debut, 3 for 47 against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Best figures in the tournament so far. Picked up 2 wickets in the second innings and then 2 in the first against Barbados. Since then, a series of 1 wickets, really. 125-run partnership and growing. Just a dot ball to end the over, but inconsistency again. Overpitched, but not taken advantage of. 18 over 4.
Now, this recovery from 55 for the loss of 4, as we see some build-up of spectators there. And it's good to see, John, some of the stuff in the bottles, along with the cooler coming out. That's the atmosphere that we are accustomed in Guyana to see. People coming out with their families and their coolers with liquid in there, their food baskets and so on. Always good. Yes, we're seeing those waves. Thank you guys for acknowledging us.
Yeah, that's supporters of Kemal Savory, recognizing his baby in the front and his wife.
Yes, I was making the point from 55 for 4 to 180 for 4. To my mind, it has nothing to do with Jamaica bowling bad, but it had everything to do with the brilliance of this partnership. I can't recall when either of these batters attempted to go over the top. They have hit the ball all along the ground. They have paced their shots. They picked the gaps. They played with soft hands. The occasional delivery comes. They struck the boundaries. They were all along the ground. So this is the hallmark of good batting. So Jamaica, they have done well in the field. They have done well in the bowling department. And these two has been brilliant so far. Kemal Savory, you're talking about, John, with their relatives coming out to look at them. He's on the west coast of, he lives on the west coast of Demerara?
Yeah, currently lives on the west side, but originally from the Essequibo coast. Has his but he grew up in Robb Street, where his brothers used to live, 2 doors from the famous border ground.
Interesting place to grow up, Robb Street, Georgetown. The name can send different signals. But a very, very busy street in Georgetown too. Lots of business with its neighbor being Regent Street. That's a everyday action-packed. Stores and markets, you name them. There you can see Imlak very careful how he plays the shot and ensure he kept it on the ground, and he walks away. Many players will do this while they're batting to ensure they get their concentration level to the max. He will need all of them. So far, very good cricket match. Guyana suffered in the early stages, but they have shown this ability ever so often, never say die, to fight back.
Imlak was part of the West Indies under 19 team that won the Youth World Cup back in 2016. Got his first class debut in 2018 in St. Lucia against the Volcanoes. Then he had to wait until 2020 to get his second match against the Hurricanes. But then he had his first full season last year in the JIT after COVID-19. And that season, it was his breakout season. Edging, gone, caught behind. Signal given, and he has to go. Tevin Imlak doing all the hard work to get to 46. Nibbled that one outside the off stump, and a low catch taken by wicketkeeper Aldean Thomas. Imlak goes for 46. It's now 181 for a loss of 5.
Well, we shall certainly look at the replay once again. He did show the umpire. The ball seems to move a little outside the line of the off stump. Had the bat already passed it, very, very difficult. But umpire, that's Nigel Duguid? Yes. Give him the marching orders. He's not a happy man. And he did show the umpire, no, that actually went to ground. But the decision has been made. The catch taken, and he has gone. Nevertheless, it was a fine innings that did some amount of repair to the Harpy Eagles innings.
I think what Imlak was indicating to the umpire, which he should not have done in the first place, is that the bat hit the ground, the toe end of the bat hitting ground, and not ball hitting bat before going to wicketkeeper Thomas. But umpire Nigel Duguid, very experienced, now into his 61st first-class game. He has the best seat. He's right there. And he says otherwise, and that's the end of Imlak's innings. So good knock from him nonetheless. Nice partnership with his captain, Leon Johnson. But now Kevin Sinclair, who's in a purple patch, he's enjoying his form. Kevin Sinclair. It's now time for him to join his captain and start the new partnership.
Yes, that should be his role, Kevin Sinclair. He's a very sensible cricketer. And it's good to see him this season playing with such a maturity. We remember him against the Volcanoes in Grenada. He played extremely well to ensure Guyana saved that match. And this boy continues to make some headlines, some very solid innings. Imlak, 46, 104 balls. 157 minutes of batting, 3 fours in that knock until he was adjudged that the edge was found and the catch taken. And I guess, John, as he goes back to the dressing room, you know, they'll sit with him and say, listen, youngster, once the umpire gives you the marching orders, you just move ahead. Do not do what you did. He's going to learn from these.
Nice partnership of 126. That really got the Harp Eagles back into the game after being 55 for 4. Successful overcoming to an end, 181 now for 5. Sinclair, just one delivery phase, but Johnson, who will take strike, is on 88.
Yes, 181 for the loss of 5. That was a very effective partnership because the lower order of the Guyana batting is very, very good. And you had another 100 to this year. Let's say the last 5 wickets can get to 100. We're talking 281 runs. That's going to be a competitive total. Taking into consideration how Jamaica Scorpions, they have batted this year, but there's a presence of Blackwood and Bonner, who's yet to impress after the 2 innings that he failed. So, you know, the Harpy Eagles will definitely look to get above 300. Sweet drive by Johnson. but didn't pick the gap. And now we see that the keeper moved away from the stumps. And maybe just passing on a little bit of advice, maybe saying, look for the catch coming your way. Off the back foot, Johnson's just tearing it and getting a single, and looks good too. He wouldn't mind if he score 1 + 1 + another one until he get those couple runs needed. 11 more to get to that 100. If he gets there, boy, it's going to be celebration time, not only for him, his teammates, and his countrymen as well and women. And he's ending his career on a very, very good note. 1 match to go, and he's on his way towards a century. Whether he gets there or not, you know, it's a different story. But this boy that's batting out there, Kevin Sinclair, he has improved by leaps and bounds.
Look at his stats. Started with 43 and 1. 23, 77 not out in that innings you mentioned earlier, that game. 69 and 1. Sinclair, that's his numbers with the bat this season. 214 runs before now, averaging a shade under 43.
And while he's plying his trade here for the RP Eagles, his cousin, Junior Sinclair, playing at border, he picked up some wickets there as well. So cricket runs in the blood of the Sinclair. There are quite a few Sinclairs in that Berbice team. Off the back foot, caught, decent looking shot. Does it have what it takes to get there? In hot pursuit is Gordon. And he did a fine job, actually, pull the ball back into play. Good shot. Good running chase there by Gordon. So it's 185 for the loss of 5. 65 overs gone. So always something good when you watch and you see the manual scoreboard. Just remind how important that is still is, ensuring that the spectators around inside the ground here will see and follow what's happening. Dorval Green, 2 for 22 from 13, continues. And he's straight driving on the onside of the pitch here. Sinclair and getting a single. Clyde, we've just seen the fall of Imlach. Battle away there for 157 minutes, scoring 46. Gone caught behind.
Yes, I thought he played well. It was a wonderful partnership with his captain, Leon Johnson. And I think, you know, that's what cricket is about. Once your team is in trouble, your team needs you. He came out there and supported his captain, and they put on a good partnership. And I think that has given Guyana a decent score at 186 to 5. They'll be thinking, well, we are in a much better stage than we were before lunch this morning.
Yes, and when you're 89 and the bowler, in this case Dorval Green, can draw you on the front foot and beat you outside the line of the off stump, you know, it says how good a delivery it was.
How good a cricketer is Dorval Green. He's an excellent cricketer. He's one of those guys that probably don't get enough credit for the quality of cricket that he brings to the table. He's hard-working, works hard, never says die, bat or ball. And even in the field, you look at him. He's that type of cricketer probably you would say maybe he's not going to make an international team, but in a first-class arena, he is a damn good cricketer.
Yes, he is, and we only saw that a shining light Dorval Green in the last match against the Volcanoes.
And we need cricketers like that in the region to ensure that these guys really compete and play well.
Yeah, so that single will definitely take Johnson into the 90s now. He's on to 90, and he'll be counting from 1 to 10 to ensure he gets to that 100. And Blackwood knows that. It's been a top-notch inning so far from the Guyanese skipper. So far, Mindlet 2 for 34. Nicholson Gordon, none for 24. O.J. Shields, he can come back, bowled in 2 spells, 8 overs, 1 for 35. Mansingh, the leg spinner, 15 overs, none for 47. Blackwood, 6 over, none for 18. And Green, he's in his 14th over. Those are the bowlers used, 6 so far by Jamaica. Green just blowing a little bit heavy out there. And Sinclair once again with very delicate touch, opening the face at the last moment, Clyde, and getting a boundary. That was a fine shot.
Yes, it was. He didn't try and hit it over hit it. More or less just steered it past the man at slip, and it ran all the way into the boundary for 4. Four good-looking shots. And on this time of pitch, where the ball is not bouncing and carrying a lot, you're allowed to play those shots.
And he did it well. Has taken the score now into the 190s, 191. And Sinclair, good start from him. Playing every ball on its merit, they say. 66 overs gone. It's 191 for the loss of 5.
Fairly decent over from Dorval Green, trying to bowl as straight as he possibly can. It's obvious why he realized this pitch has got no kind of life in it, no kind of movement. Haven't seen a delivery really seam about a lot on this pitch. I think I've seen one delivery that actually swung, and that was to Savory that got him out, was swung back at him. LBW, but apart from that, we haven't seen a lot of movements on this pitch. Even the spinners haven't gotten it to turn and bounce.
That's the majestic Demerara River. And we're having there a pontoon moving nicely along. And you look at that green vegetation. Those are mangroves that lines the riverbank. Nice movement of the feet this time by Leon Johnson as the leg spinner tossed one up. Clyde, over the years, as Guyana batting out in the middle there, building partnerships. Over the years, this country had produced some of the most outstanding batsmen you would have ever seen. Johnson looking for the drive. The bails have been dislodged. And no question really asked of the umpire. A little bit of talk there with Johnson. You see him fanning the hands a little. Could have been the keeper taking off the bails.
I think it might have gone into the keeper's gloves or his pads and go on to the stumps. Definitely went on to his pads and then went on to the stumps. And Johnson apparently wasn't out of his crease.
It's a good thing that he was inside there. But Clyde called it right from the pad of the keeper into the stumps. I guess some of Johnson's supporters would have skipped a beat there, their heart. Johnson playing with soft hands. Will they be challenging for 2? Bonner gave chase. They just take the single. He's inching closer. I remember when we went to school, we used to sing a song, Inchworm. Inch by inch.
Or 1-1 Dirty Bill Dam. So.
Say that again. That's in Guyanese parlance. You can't go wrong with that.
1-1 Dirty Bill.
Look, what are you doing?
His last century would have been, how much, 3 years ago?
I was just trying to find out. It's been interesting to see one of Johnson's best seasons in a 5-match series, how many runs he got. Because this season he certainly scored and been consistent with the scoring as well.
Yes, well, he started Leon Johnson as a youngster at the Enmore Cricket Ground against Leeward Islands when he was a 16-year-old fella. And we did point out this morning, myself and John, he'll be ending against the same team that he started against. Good-looking flick shot. He returned for the Caribbean Series in 2007 after making his debut. And in that season, a 5-match season, Clyde, 192 for the loss of 5, the end of that over, he scored 427 runs at an average of 42.7. And because of those performances, he was chosen for the One Day International Tri-Nation Series in Canada. So in that season, 427 still, I think, remains his best.
Well, he's got a chance to finish with probably more runs than that.
Yes. And I knew the reason why you asked the question. He actually debuted in 2004. So after captaining the West Indies and Swan in the Under-19 tournament, he returned to first-class cricket in 2007.
He has served Guyana well. His leadership skill is second to none. Winning 5 consecutive regional tournaments, you've got to give him full credit for that. He and his team, of course.
And that's the reason why he was richly awarded with a national award while still playing for his country, the Golden Arrowhead of Achievement. So there's a change in bowling. O.J. Shields will be coming from this end. And Shields, prior to this, 8 overs, 1 for 35. So Blackwood is calling on his speedster, give me one last great try. Tugged around by Leon Johnson, but there is protection. Gilzine is there. So he's scoring them in singles. Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that. He needs to stay out there and still bat for a long time for Guyana. Sinclair just come in. He's capable. Probably scores a little quicker as well. So once the skipper's out there, I'm sure we'll see Sinclair play his natural game.
And he can be very, very effective, Sinclair. He's one of those boys who isn't afraid at all to play his shots. Wow, he was dabbling with one outside the line of the off stump there. Give him the doubt, Clyde, or was he genuinely?
Or he genuinely got beaten with no foot movement, was looking to play at a ball that was outside off stump and leaving him. No foot movement, whatever, just looking to push at it.
And he too, Sinclair, very fidgety, taking the gloves off, touching it, ensure that it's put on right, he's comfortable. Yes, that is what you do. Show the bowler the made of the bat. Everything as broad as the Demerara River, that's not far away from here. That gives you a good feeling. You have been out in the middle many times, despite your art was that art of being an off spinner. But very handy with the bat too. Tell us the feeling like when you're feeling it from the middle of the bat.
I was more or less a slugger. As they would say, more or less a slugger.
And you slugged your way to some very good innings playing for Guyana.
That's how the game goes. You know, you enjoy yourself.
Ever made a half century?
You get picked as a bowler, and then when it's your turn to bat, I don't think I've ever made a 50 for Guyana, actually. Had some useful scores, but I used to prefer to bat when we were under pressure. So we were under pressure a lot.
How will you rank your leave alone?
I don't think I was one that left a lot of balls alone. As a low order batsman, you tend to play at deliveries you're not supposed to.
And here is Leon Johnson once again, just milking the pace of the bowler and picking up another run and moves even closer. He has now gone on to 93.
Yes, he's going to get them in singles. I'm sure he's looking for that bad delivery as well. If it presents itself, he's going score off of it.
So Shields, I thought, had a very good first spell. Just have lost a little bit of pace coming back in the second, and now his third spell too. He's been hitting the right areas. 68 overs gone. It's 195 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, and I'm sure the Jamaican Scorpions would be thinking, look, we've got to keep things as tight as possible. The new ball is 12 overs away. The new ball was successful for us this morning. So why not just try and keep things tight? Yes, if we get a wicket within that time, it would be good for us as well. See a traffic policeman in the stands enjoying his cricket. Well, I hope what he's having is just some juice.
Some sky juice. Maybe he's here to ensure that the batters are driving in the right directions.
Maybe. I hope he's not here for you.
Keep going.
Well, I'm in good company
Or
here.
any of the players.
I'm in good company here, so I guess even if he comes for me, I'll be defended accordingly.
Maybe he's one of police players coming to just have a look, see what's going on.
That's right.
Hope we don't put him in any trouble. He's supposed to be on the road. He's sitting watching cricket.
I remember we were doing a regional match in 2020, and here is Johnson looking for the single, a little bit of miscommunication there, but he got home. He gets a single. We were doing it just like this, streaming live. And in the United States of America, the guys were sending in their message, and we called out his name and so on. And after that, he was like, commentators, shh, my boss does not know that I am looking at the game.
Exactly. So
Sorry, police officer, if we're going to get you in trouble. The drive, a misfielding down at short cover. And they'll capitalize, they'll get the single.
when you think about former commissioners of police who were very interested in cricket, you know, Laurie Lewis, Ragubia. I've heard some stories about Mr. Barker as well, because then it used to be the Barker Trophy. And they had plenty other officers who were so keen on their cricket and their sports for the Guyana Police Force. It was unbelievable, the sort of support that those guys used to get in the older days.
And the police had a very, very strong team that played fourth division cricket.
It wasn't easy to beat them, and the point about that, most of them, well, if not all, were policemen at the time as well.
McRae and Simpson, some of the names that come to
Well,
mind.
those are my two countrymen, but there are others like Cameron, Joashon, Carrington, Burnett.
Johnson gets a boundary here. Has it gone across the ropes? We'll just wait and see.
Straight to the field.
Straight to the field.
Actually.
Just lost it there a little.
I think the cameraman mislead you there. Just now.
That's all right. Driving fluently into the offside field. There's protection out on the boundary. So 197 for the loss of 5. And I can tell you that Johnson just smelling those 3 figures at the moment. I'll take my leave, Clyde. More from you. That's going to be the voice of Matthew Kisoon.
It would not be nice of me not to mention people like Nichols and Neblett and all of those guys from police who were very good, very, very good cricketers. And certainly they were one of the teams to beat in the 70s and the 80s. They were very hard to beat. But things have changed a little. They are not the same force as they used to be. As I say, good afternoon to you, Matthew.
Good afternoon, Clyde. Good afternoon to everyone following the live streaming of regional cricket here in Guyana. Lovely atmosphere, lovely day it has been. Shields continues from the northern end. You're talking about Police and the strength of their team. I think they're rebuilding nicely now, though, here in Guyana. The team is rebuilding.
I don't want to say what it is when I would say what's the difference. The difference is, I think, when I talk about the police team were policemen in those days. They were all like policemen playing for the police.
Johnson drives. He gets a single. 199 now.
I think Jan Anderson plays for them now as well. So, yes, as you say, they're rebuilding, and one hopes that they would grow.
But not with policemen.
Well, there is quite a few policemen as well that's playing, and some of those guys, I think, have been sworn in as SCs as well. So, you know, one hopes that it's nice to see them actually looking to rebuild that police force. He's edging, caught behind. A delivery that was just outside the off stump. He was looking to play it away on the offside. Got the edge and went straight through to the wicketkeeper. And RP Eagles has lost another wicket. A delivery that was slightly short of a length. He was going back looking to play it on the offside. It bounced a little higher than most deliveries that we have seen today. And the edge was an easy catch for the wicketkeeper.
A good wicket for O.J. Shields. He's been steady today, and he's picked up his second wicket, removing Kevin Sinclair for 10. 199 for 6 now, so a couple of wickets have gone down. After T, Imlak for 46. Now Kevin Sinclair for 10. You know, I was just about to tell you that he's averaging 25 in, first class cricket, I think, from 10 games, 10 matches, thereabout. This is 11th game, I make it, or it's 12th. And you're thinking that, well, in fact, this is his 12th game, and averaging 25 with the bat. Obviously, he wants to improve on that. He got 77.
That's not a bad average at all for a man
True.
who's picked mostly as a bowler.
True.
I think that's good. He's showing that he's a capable all-rounder. And remembering rightly, I think Kevin Sinclair started out more as a batsman who could bowl, and he's become more a bowler now who can bat, but he's very capable with the bat. Another bowler that has come out that is capable.
At one time more known for his bowling than his batting. But Pamal is out there now. And he's had some good scores this season with bat in hand.
Going to play that down to find leg. Didn't get hold of it as he would have liked. Probably a bounce a little higher than you expected. He was looking at to work it off the hips down to fine leg. Got an edge. Score has now gone on to 200 for 6 in the 69.5 overs. So Guyana. RP Eagles fighting on.
We see some school children. Coming in there in the mound area. Coming to watch some cricket, first class cricket. Johnson helps it around the corner for another run. 201 for 6. The over comes to an end. Johnson is 97. and Versami Pamal yet to score.
Job is done.
That beats the keeper. Wayward delivery coming round the wicket. The leg spin, and that will go for 4 pies. Signal by umpire Nigel Dugan. Badly lined on that occasion, Clyde. I think Mansing he's worked hard, but he hasn't been penetrative enough. He hasn't picked up a wicket as yet, but that was badly lined.
Yeah, that was a body line delivery, and with Leon Johnson offering that shot, it was put off the wicket-keeper as well. So he was looking to hit that and hit that hard behind square on the leg side.
All Mansing can do is continue to grow in experience. Practice makes perfect. He's got a lot of hard work to do with his cricket. Short, pulled away. They've taken one. And that's all they'll get. 98 is Leon Johnson now. Inching closer to another first-class 100. Probably wished he had some more hundreds on his belt.
Don't we all? And a few more 5-wicket haul and things like that. I think if you're a cricketer, and I think this would be Leon Johnson as well. He would be very disappointed that he didn't play much more for the West Indies coming to the end of his career.
Bowling. Backing away Versami Pamal. And the ball cannoned into the stumps as we'll have a look at the replay. So he's gone. Hasn't lasted long at all.
Right.
Abhijay Mansing has finally picked up a wicket.
Well, he was looking to cut a delivery that was full and fairly straight. There was no he was going to play that off the back foot in that direction. He would have been well advised to just try and support his captain, push the ball back up to mid-off and look to take a single. So he's gone. His captain is still out there. He's still trying his heart out. Get to that 100, but he has lost 3 quick wickets. So he'll be hoping that Moti would come out there now and support him.
Moti has a first-class 100. So he can bat, very capable. But the Scorpions have bounced back nicely here. After tea, 151 for 4 at tea. Now it's 206 for 7. So a good effort. Green, Shields, and Mansing picking up the 3 wickets that have fallen after tea. It's been a good fight back. Jermaine Blackwood has kept himself and the team in the game. And the rewards are there to be seen. All right, we'll take a drinks break. And we'll take a break as well. Drinks break done and dusted. Mansing will continue. He's going to bowl to Moti, the new man out. Full toss. And drives it down to mid-off. So Leon Johnson on 98. It's been a measured knock. Started a little bit shakily, of course, and then began to get into his rhythm and stride nicely. And he's played a very good innings here for his country. But a very good comeback by the Jamaica Scorpions to have picked up 3 wickets very quickly. Gets his first run now, driven down to long on. Moti gets off the mark. The over comes to an end, 207 for 7.
It's prolonging the agony a little bit for Leon Johnson. Sure, he would have rather be on strike to try and get to that landmark as quickly as possible. Has batted really well, has played a wonderful knock for his team and his country. When you look at that scorecard and you see it's 207 for 7 when Leon Johnson has 98. That tells a story in itself, but it pretty well. And he came in at number 5. And he's on 97, 98. So well played by Leon Johnson. Just to get those couple of runs now. And then not to give his wicket away as well, because I'm sure he'd be thinking this game has still got a lot of time in it, still has a lot of work to do for his country. Somebody just running across the side screen, so he's out of wait. Moti.
So after tea, they lost, 3 wickets for 25 runs. Rides it down on the leg side of the pitch. Moti, the left-hander, gets his second run. So Shields with 2 for 41. He's in his 11th over. And Minley 2 for 34. He would have bowled 14 overs. Abhijay Mansing, 1 for 53. So he's worked hard. So the Guyana captain on 98. Inside edge in the portion of the bat into the leg side.
Maybe just a little nervous out in the middle now. You know, he wants to do good. He wants to make sure he gets that 100. And maybe just a little nervous. How well has he played? He has played really well today. Batted, and this is a real captain's knock, a leader's knock. So looking for that single. Looking for that single. Looking to get to 99.
And Shields is keeping him in check.
Well, it's good cricket, actually. Very good cricket. You know, you don't want to bowl a loose delivery at this time to a batsman who is on 98. And you look at the field has got those ringer field. A little surprised that the captain actually hasn't brought in a couple more men to save those singles, like the backward point could have come in. Man, and the backward square boundary could have come in. Working this on the onside, unable to get a run.
Looking for his 7th first-class 100. And why not? You've done all the hard work, takes a single, gets his 99th run.
Good cricket, good Good cricket, just pushing it out on the offside and straight away. Went for that single, and Moti supported well as well, supporting him. I'm sure Leon Johnson will be saying to Moti, just bat out this delivery. I'll take strike on the next over.
Leaves it alone. The over comes to an end. Johnson will face on 99. And the total is 209 for 7 at the end of 72 overs.
It's interesting how a lot of batsmen get to 100 when they're in the 90s. Some people don't like to just bat on and bat on. They tend to get aggressive, while some content and just working the ball around for singles or play each ball on its merit. Or you may see another man looking to go over the top and things like that. But certainly it's interesting when you look at different ways of people when they get to those 90s and how they approach the game.
Yeah, it's all about the psychological pressure that's on you. Your mental faculties have got to be in order when you're playing this game of cricket, red ball cricket. Test of everything. Patience, technique. 200 balls he's faced. Can he get to this landmark? His 7th first-class 100 is still waiting there. 1 run away from that. It's been a really good knock. A few spectators on hand watching Johnson on display. And why not? You're at home. You're going to end your career not too long from now. It's a great way to end it. Going out on a high note.
Good pressure bowling as well. The bowlers are not giving him anything to get that single. They're not giving him anything. I mean, you think that he's been in the 90s for a little while. He's just worked balls around for singles. It's been good stuff from Jamaica Scorpions as well. This time he's getting a short delivery, pulling it through mid-wicket and gets a single. Well played, Leon Johnson. A wonderful 100. Here it's been a workmanlike 100. It's been a 100 that I'm sure he will remember in his playing for the way how he had to play. He was under pressure and he stood out there and played the captain's man.
Brilliant, brilliant, sheer brilliance from the young man. His 7th first-class 100 on his, at home, in his own backyard. And
his own backyard in more ways than one, because he doesn't live too far from here.
correct. And what a way to bring it up. Took the single, took his helmet off, lift his bat to his teammates. I've done it, guys. I'm still as good as when I started. And now at age 35, I'm doing even better. Excellent knock from Leon Johnson. 203 balls. I'll give you his stats in a moment. 204 balls, 271 minutes, 10 fours in that knock by Leon Johnson. It's been a patient one, but in the end, 203 balls, 10 fours, and he's done the job thus far. But still, 210 for 7, still a long way off from a total that he as the captain is looking for his country.
Well bowled. A little bit of a slider outside the off stump.
.73 overs gone, 210 for 7. Look at his strike rate. Just under 50, 49. What, 0.26? Good strike rate for Leon Johnson. So he's faced 204 balls thus far, 272 minutes at the crease, 142 dots. So it shows his temperament, his concentration ability. remaining focused. John Ramsing has joined me. He's been focused throughout the day as well. He's had good lunch and good tea. John Ramsing, wonderful innings by Leon Johnson.
Well done, Chappie. Next objective.
Good afternoon again. Really well composed knock from the captain. Rolling back the years. Type of innings we've seen from Leon Johnson over the years. It has eluded him recently. But we saw glimpses of his hard work and his great stroke playing coming back. What a pity he has announced his retirement. I would love for him to rethink that.
You never can tell what might happen. I don't think he was under pressure in any way. I suppose it's about moving on in life. After cricket, you've got to live. You've got to do well. Join forces with Stephen Jacobs, and they've formed a company. That's good. Nice when you can have partners in business and you can trust them.
First century for him since February 2020. Direct hit, but no appeal. He's going to cage Moti, was well into his ground. In fact, Leon Johnson. Yes, after 11 games without 100, cracked one today at home. So really good work from Captain Leon Johnson. So congratulations to him again.
With our total of 213 for 7, we'll never say to you that the Harpy Eagles are in a good position. They've lost 7 wickets. If it was 213 for 4, that would have been better.
Left foot.
But those 3 quick wickets,
Get a job ahead.
Imlap, Sinclair, and Pamal,
Going big man.
swung the balance back in favor of the Scorpions. Yes, Johnson's got 100. That's a personal milestone and good for his country. But to 13 for 7, not what you want coming down to the end of day 1. But you've got to give credit to the bowlers. Green has stuck with it, Shields as well, and then Mansingh picking up his first wicket as a spinner in this game. Jermaine Blackwood has marshaled his force as well, and even though they lost that session from lunch to tea, where 96 runs were scored without the loss of a wicket, it was good to see the Scorpions sticking to a plan and seeing that plan pay off in picking up 3 wickets after tea. Moti, on the other hand, good, competent cricketer. His cricket has improved all round, and especially with bat in hand. He's a busy-like cricketer. He's 4 from 12, 74 overs gone, 213 for 7. The economy rate of the bowlers have been good. Minley, 2.43. Gordon, 2.67. O.J. Shields, 3.75. Dover Green, 2.00. Mansingh, 2.84 for leg spinner, 19 overs, 1 for 54. And Jermaine Blackwood, 3. So, the economy rate has been good by the bowlers. They've kept it tight. Now, that's down the leg side. Chase here for Minley, down towards the boundary. He will pull the ball back just inside the boundary.
Run out.
And they get what? 3 runs from that shot. Johnson 104 from 206 balls. Moti comes in to strike on 4. Just strained on the leg side here, John. Just taking the pressure off. Well, we can't say off of Johnson so much, but had it been to Moti, you need You need to bowl good to the new batsman. You need to keep him under pressure. That's better, bowling over the wicket.
I was looking at the stats of Leon Johnson. This is his sixth first-class century for the Guyana side. He has one for the West Indies A team. When he started in 2004, he had to wait until 2013 for his first 100. Then 2014 again. Then there's a little bit of a break till 2016. So he's been not getting three figures consistently, Leon Johnson.
Good call.
2004 to now. 19 years of playing first-class cricket. Does a lot of your own fitness and your dedication to the sport. He's played as captain a long time as well, Johnson.
Whoever takes over the reins of leadership for the Harpy Eagles in the future will have their work cut out for them. Every man is different. Every leader brings something a bit different to the table. You've got to look for someone that can take the team on into the future. So even if you work with someone like Veersamy Permaul, who obviously would be playing on because he's still young, he's what, 33? He probably can be a stopgap captain for a couple of years, and you groom someone young that can take up the mantle. The over comes to an end, 75 gone, 217 for 7. So you prepare someone, you develop, you train, you mentor someone for the captaincy. And you've still got a couple of experienced players in the side, like we talked about Permaul. Now you've got Multi, a test player, growing in experience as well, growing in stature and ability. And you've still got players like Romario Shepherd and others who obviously would be in the side depending on their commitments to international cricket. Turned away behind square for 1. Shields continuing. He's bowled well. It's 13 to over, 2 for 46. Kept it steady. Kept the batsman playing for most of his spell. Like most of the other bowlers have done. Minley has bowled well too. I think the fast bowlers have done pretty good. Just a couple of deliveries would have been wide of the off stump or sometimes angling down the leg side. But you're right about Johnson, 600s, the regional level 1, But he probably would have wanted to end with maybe about 1500s. 1500s would have been good. I think that's reasonable for any top batter in first-class cricket. And if you're playing for such a long time, too, 19, 20 years, you want to end with about 15 plus hundreds.
This is his 40th match at Providence. Gets another single. Looking for the second. Get more. Good work from Leroy Logg. Diving effort. The big man putting in the dive. Johnson running quickly for 3. So this is now his 40th match at Providence. 19 half centuries before and 100 before that. So that says a lot about him as well. Averaging 36.26 at Providence.
These days, to get into a West Indies Test team, if you're averaging over 30, that'd be very good. It's so difficult to find these consistent batters in today's game. Took the bottom hand away. That delivery hustled onto him, Moti. But if you find young cricketers now who average over 30, 35, getting up to 40, man, that's a gift for West Indies cricket in terms of Test cricket. But as we said earlier in yesteryear, the top players in those days had to average in excess of 40 up to get into that Test team, which was difficult to get into then. Now it's easier because performances are not up to standard and you've still got to have a Test team. Another run to Moti. Johnson comes in to strike 107. Double Nelson
Double Nelson.
for 7.
Johnson's previous highest score against Jamaica was 93. He has gone past. That's a milestone against Jamaica he has again. He's running closer to the boundary. We get there now at the cover boundary. This equals his highest score at Providence, 111. Flowing cover drive. Beautiful shot to end the over. 226 for 7.
And you just sense the pressure that's off of Leon Johnson after getting that 100 now. He's going to play a little bit more freer, more positive. And look at that shot on the replay. Beautifully played through the offside. Beating the man. It was played with so much power. The timing was so good that it beat the fielder to his left and down to the boundary for 4. And Jermaine Blackwood will have a bowl, the captain. Come back now for what? A second spell, I make it. 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 18. So 76 gone. 226 for 7.
Johnson looking good on 111. But Jermaine Blackwood coming back into the attack. He bowled 6 overs in the middle session today. None for 18. Overpitched a lot when he was bowling from the southern end where he is coming again. So did not look threatening at all. Johnson holding the innings nicely for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. So his innings of 111 really standing out. 46, in Black, 36, Kevlon Anderson. But after that, a string of low scores. Chanda Paul went without scoring. Matthew Nandu, 1. Savory, 100 in the last game, 1 today. Kevin Sinclair, 3 half centuries already in the season, 10 today. Pramal, vice captain, no score. So take away that 111 or even half of that, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles would have been in all sorts of trouble against Jamaica Scorpions. That's why that innings of Johnson is really a big factor in this innings, this game. Just the seamers to come. Runs were beaten on Niall Smith. So Guyana Harpy Eagles will be looking at the clock as well, Matthew. It's now 20 minutes to 5 o'clock local time. 13 overs after this one still available.
We still got a number of overs to come. We don't have much in the bank in terms of batting. Smith and Beaton. They can hang around here. But Moti's the man that will have to remain here now and bat with Johnson. Give the Eagles a respectable total. Somewhere around 300. If they can get to that plus, probably won't be that bad. In all fairness to what has transpired, you've got to give credit to the Jamaica Scorpions bowlers as they overcome to an end 226 for 7. So 6 wickets to the fast bowlers and 1 to the spinner, the leg spinner. It has been a good day for the fast bowlers, no doubt.
Those 4 wickets this morning when the pitch was fresh really set it up nicely for Jamaica Scorpions. Many felt that the Jamaica Scorpions would have rolled over the Harpy Eagles by now. But whatever they had in their sting this morning, they've lost it in that middle session because of that partnership. 96 runs in that middle session scored when Johnson and Imlach were at the crease. And that really brought the game back even. But now 3 wickets since tea. And this game is back in the balance. Nicholson Gordon is back into the attack. 9 overs before this for him. Half-hearted appeal by Shannon Crawford will signal the leg by. Extras contributing a lot today, Matthew. Some 15 extras already.
At one time, extras weren't much at all. Maybe about 4, 5. They were bowling very tight, not giving away anything. I think Nicholson Gordon here just guilty of bowling outside the leg stump from round the wicket, slanting the ball further down the leg side to the left-hander.
Some other scores from the other games, Matthew. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 203 all out. Barbados Pride, 5 without loss. Leeward Islands, 246 for 6 against the Volcanoes. That's a beautiful drive from Captain Leon Johnson. Looked so much at ease in this innings. Full delivery from Nicholson Gordon. And he drove it past the bowler and into the boundary for 4.
Brilliant, sheer brilliance from the captain. Look at that. A little bit of room. The ball was slanted into the Midland leg stump, and he drove it beautifully for 4. 150 now. He'll want to build on that. Moti will give him all the support. Moti will not give his wicket away that easily. So this could be another partnership in the making here, because Moti is a much improved batter. I can tell you that. And when you're batting with your captain, you tend to want to give that support, to be positive, and to show that you're there with him. He's the man in form. And when the runs begin to come for you, when you bat, you'll strike form as well. Next thing you know, John, another big partnership.
Flicked away. So this partnership now 27 runs for the 8th wicket already. Johnson has been involved in some crucial partnerships to date. Batting very well. Captain's knock. 233 for 7. Soft dismissal. You just mentioned Gurukesh Moti, an improved batter, and Johnson had a look at him to say, what did you do there, my friend? It was a ball that was pitched up, and looking to go for the drive, looking to clear the field at mid-off, just offered him a very simple catch, and that is the end of Gurukesh Moti, caught at mid-off for 8, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles losing their 8th wicket, 2-3 now for a loss of 8.
Bro, you know the next objective.
Shields took a very comfortable catch there. That is the end of Gorakesh Moti. Like I said, 8. 233 for 8 now. The new batter will be Ransford Beaton. Johnson still standing tall. Beaton stats is 10 is highest this season.
And Gordon gets his first wicket. 1 for 30. At the end of 10, I think Moti pushed a bit too early at that one. And lost his wicket. So Beaton has come out to do battle. And the captain has been the rock of this innings, 116, 4 matches to Beaton. Look, he played a stubborn hand with Sinclair in that game against the Windward Island. To save that match when everyone would have said to themselves the Windwards should have beaten Guyana in that game, but a stubborn effort from Ransford Beaton. So we'll have to say, even though he doesn't have a lot of runs, he's no rabbit with the bat. We'll have to wait and see what support he can give his captain here, because 233, not good enough, to be honest, not good enough.
Not a Providence. They were made to work very hard for their runs. Here's Mansingh though. Just too short, not threatening Johnson at all. Just last week, we saw scores of 217, 101, 298. So not a lot of runs coming, really. But certainly not a 234 for 8 pitch here at Providence. Some loose shot this morning. Chanapal playing inside the line. The ball that came back. He lost his pillar stump. Nandu playing and missing outside his off stump.
Beaton's 37th match. He has a highest of 30 not out. So he's no rabbit with the bat. Niall Smith must be smiling, saying to himself, well, between you and I, one of us obviously has got to bat at number 11, so I will. I think what Leon has got to do here, Johnson, is to know how to play with these two final batters. That's what he'll have to do. Know how to play with them to preserve wickets, the last 2 wickets, and to get some runs as well. That's the point, to get it up to 250 plus, and then you take it from there. And that's how you've got to be a smart cricketer coming down to the end of an innings, where you don't have much in the bank in terms of batting. So you have to know how to expose your the tail enders, given the fact that the score is not a good enough one. 79 gone, 234 for 8.
The wickets shared. Good steady bowling from Jamaica Scorpions, especially the seamers. They showed a lot of patience, not trying to experiment too much. And the seamers having their way at Providence so far. The second new ball is going to do another overs time. Whether they will take it or not, it's left to be seen, because they seem drained as well. Maybe except for Nicholson Gordon and Dorval Green. Mark Minley had an extended spell We saw Shields being asked to really bend his back in his last spell as well. Mainly 2 wickets, Shields 2 wickets, Durfell Green 2, and Nicholson Gordon just picked up his first. For me, I would take the second new ball. I want to use the extra pace to get to these low order batsmen and to get Johnson back. Just 2 wickets you need to pick up as Gordon starts a new over. It's good that you mentioned that innings against the Windward Islands Volcanoes in the second innings when Beaton and Kevin Sinclair locked forces together and secured a draw for the Guyana Harp Eagles when everyone had written them off. Spent a long time at the crease for just 1 not out. Batted some 18, almost 19 overs together.
Interesting to check back those stats. How many balls Beaton would have faced in that innings. But he had to face a number of deliveries. Kevin Sinclair was shielding him well too, and also picking up runs. On drives, nice shot. Out towards the boundary. And they will get there. That's 4 to Leon Johnson. 4 precious runs to the Harpy Eagles. 238 now. He's gone into the 120s, 121. Advancing down the track to the fast bowler.
But then we saw Nicholson Gordon trying to run as wide as possible. So trying to get a ball to tail back into the left-handed Johnson, much like we saw this morning when Chanderpaul lost his middle stump. But on that occasion was Marquino Mindley, who was the bowler. Much too easy now with a ball that is now into its 80th over. When Beaton, that's a new craft heading in most likely to Ogle, the smaller of the 2 international airports here in Guyana. Considered domestic airport as well. Yeah, when Beaton got that match-winning single, he faced some 24 deliveries, while Kevin Sinclair weathered the storm, 77 not out, facing 138 deliveries.
Yeah, it's his highest individual score, Sinclair. And that came in the right time. Beaton just 1 from 24. Match-saving innings, indeed. That's what makes red ball cricket so gripping. Huh? People talk about white ball cricket and the entertainment and excitement. Red ball cricket can give you heart attack if you're weak limb, for sure, because you've seen some gripping test matches as well. Teams losing by 1 run. Look, you just had England. Yeah, last ball. And you can't write off red ball cricket at all. It's just that the West Indies have been going through a bit of a patch that's not to their liking for a number of years. A bad patch. You may win a couple of matches, but you're not winning enough test series and enough test matches also. You're losing more than winning, actually.
Johnson did not take the single on that occasion. He wants to keep strike at the start of the new over. 8 gone, 239 for 8.
I guess we'll have to wait and see. I see Nigel do get called in for... All right, so...
That's the Johnson's clan there for you. Wife and
nice.
children, including the twins. So they're here to support Papa Johnson. Well, your Papa is doing very well. He's on 122. A captain's knock, his best innings here at Providence. Highest score against Jamaica as well.
And it looks like the new ball will be taken. Nigel Duguid has the new cherry in his hand. About to show it.
Yes, there he is. There he is showing the second new ball. So indeed, second new ball will be taken and Darvel Green will be using it, having the first use of it.
You called it right. You know your game, John. That's the best thing to do now. You need to wrap up this innings. 239 for 8. Jermaine Black will be saying, that's not a good total for Jamaica. I'm here to bat, and I'm a test batsman. I'm going to make some runs here on this pitch. It looks good. Let's snap up these 2 wickets and come out tomorrow to bat, even though you've got, 10 overs remaining in the day's play. So if they pick up these 2 wickets quickly, they'll have to come and bat some overs.
We saw this happening a lot with Darvel Green today. Missing his run. Some commentators tend to say he lost his run up. Maybe somewhere in the jungle of Guyana. Lost it in the city of Georgetown, where you're staying in the hustle and bustle. Maybe you lost it on the East Bank Highway with all of the traffic this afternoon. But here he is now to Johnson. No ball he starts with. And it's going to go into the boundary. And umpire Nigel Duguid says no ball, buys. So 5 more to the Guyana Harp Eagles total. He's going to change his signal to leg buys now. Yeah, definitely hitting the pad on its way through. You do not want to be wasting the new ball at all, Darvel Green.
Even the umpire can lose his concentration a bit at the end of the day's play.
Well, he's human, right?
Yes.
I love to mention that to people when they bash the umpires too much.
That's right. It's a hard new ball. So you have to reverse that signal to leg buys. Yes, Darvel Green just guilty there, that no ball. What's it? It skills first no ball. 4 from Minley. He's been the guilty man.
With cutaway, but not taking the single. Just do not want to expose Ransford Beaton to this new ball. You got to remember what Ransford Beaton did in Grenada. But a much older ball was used then. And that was the 4th afternoon. Players were definitely tired, but still running in, giving it their all. Look at that. That's Johnson running into the bowler and yorking himself.
I just think Leon needs to play his game, his normal game. You don't need to improvise, do too much here. If it's one man that shouldn't be out, it's Leon Johnson. So don't try to do too much. Just take your time. You're already on 122. Don't give your hand away now. I don't think he needs to advance down the track at all. Play like that. That's how you have to play.
Still looking for a big shot, but closed the face of the bat upon impact. The ball went, instead of going towards mid-on, went to the backward square. Yet again, did not take the single.
And the next landmark is 250. You get there and then you go on from there. That's how
And
you take it.
Yeah, remember batting bonus points are available in the first innings. Clipped away nicely down towards mid-wicket. He will not get the single, but will get a boundary. Leon Johnson, this is forward of square this time. Ball again pitched up from Darvel Green. Johnson just latched onto it, leaning into the shot. and into the gap as well.
Look, you've got to use a new ball well. You've got to use a new ball well. You don't want to give away too much runs. You can't bowl like that. That's badly lined. And Johnson is very good off his legs, off his pads, very good. So the runs are coming. 248, 2 away from 250.
The last ball of the first over with a second new ball. Let's see how Johnson will handle it. Finds the gap, backward point, and keeps the strike. 249 now for the loss of 8.
249 for the loss of 8, 1 run away from that 250 mark, with still 2 wickets standing, and Leon Johnson, after a splendid display of batting, continues to lead his team. 127 off 228 balls. Has to go down as one of the best centuries that Leon Johnson has made, and one of the best we have seen here at the National Stadium at Providence. Well constructed, handled pressure with all the ease in the world, and is still out in the middle. This time he's driving Gurdon, a ball outside the line of the off stump, and looking for the 2, but it's not on. That's the 250 up for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 250 for the loss of 8. That's a more place of comfort.
Very much so. You have to say that this has been a good fight back from Guyana. I'm not going to say that Guyana has dominated. I think they have fought back well. You look at 250 for 8. The Jamaican Scorpions would be quite pleased with that as well. They've gotten 8 wickets. What they don't want now is for the Guyana Eagles, Harpy Eagles, to really bat on and bat out this afternoon and then look to score 300. And I think that's where the Guyana Harpy Eagles would want to be.
So beaten. He knows his role out in the middle there. So far, so good for him. And they're going to take a very quick single here. So that's it. Get me a single or protect that wicket. So Leon Johnson will have to be facing how many? 4 more deliveries in this over.
Well, it's a little bit of bad cricket by Jamaica Scorpions as well. You know they will be looking for that single. The field has to be tighter. They cannot afford to give John Brunsford beaten an easy single, because in the end it was a relatively easy single. It's got to be able to stop that, because you don't want Johnson on strike.
That's a no ball signal by the umpire. Misfielding in the outfield too. So that's added runs to them. And this morning, Clyde, when Jamaica was having the better of the exchanges, their field placement was something that we talked about. It was spot on at that stage.
When you're on top, that's what happens. You tend to be good with everything, and then as soon as things start to go a little bit, but it's just a little loose. I wouldn't say it was the captain alone's fault, because the batsman, the fielder is supposed to be alive to the game as well and know what's going on.
Good delivery by Gordon, beaten with least difficulty there, defending on the back foot, jumping back inside the crease. So as we come down towards the end of day number 1, just to recap a little what transpired during the course of the day. Scorpions won the toss this morning and invited the Eagles to take first strike. That's a bumper. Wasn't a bad one too, but well played by Beaton.
Well played. He didn't look flustered or worried by it at all. It was short. It was slow as well because the keeper had to actually go down to catch it just in front of him. So wasn't really bothered by it.
Beaton will remember that, and Gordon knows it well. Fast bowler to fast bowler. Beaton will have a chance to bowl to him. That's a Yorker just after the bouncer. Almost tell that Beaton might have been looking for that one.
Yes, I think once you get the bumper button at number 10, you know what's coming next. You know what's coming next. And he handled it well. He took it out, pushed it out on the offside.
Yes, so the Eagles, they started with Tej Narain Chandapal and Matthew Nandu. Mindley and Gordon opened the bowling for the Scorpion. Neither Chanderpaul or Nandu lasted long out in the middle, 0 and 1 respectively.
Nice throw.
Beaton looking for the drive. It's 253 for the loss of 8 as the over comes to an end.
And you notice in that over, Leon Johnson has actually allowed Beaton to take some of the strike, which is he's getting comfortable with him. He knows now that Beaton can handle himself. Why not? Just let's take every run. Every run counts.
Yes, and Johnson has seen what Beaton has done so far with the bat. He can defend that wicket, and that should be his role out in the middle. So he has found another ally in his fast bowler. They will love to bat out this evening. Go to bed without any further loss. Come back tomorrow and keep building that first innings. On the other hand, the Scorpions, they'll be looking to get the Harpy Eagles out. Whether they want to bat a few overs this afternoon is another story. That could be a little tricky.
Very tricky, not a little tricky, very tricky. No opening batsmen like to come out to know there's only 4 or 5 overs left in a day's play. And as it is now, you've got 6 overs left if they get out in this over.
Anderson's took a run for a while. 65 balls, 139 minutes of batting. Drive on the onside of the pitch. They're running away very close toward the boundary. Log is in hot pursuit, can't get there, and he gets the boundary, Johnson.
It's a little bit of a mind-blowing here to me, because I would have thought that the mid-on would have been on the boundary. Ensure that you don't give Leon Johnson any boundary balls. Especially when he's not looking to take all of those singles that he was earlier on in the day.
You're right about that, Clydie. And that's the new ball they took. So you want to ensure you get those fielders in position where they could stop the single. Johnson, there's always an easy single there for him. This time he got the boundary.
That's well bowled and well played. That was a delivery that was pitched up just outside the off stump. It straightened nicely. Leon Johnson was equal to the task. He's seen it as big as a breadfruit, as they would say, or big as a football. He's been out there nearly all day. So he's seen it well.
Maybe as big as a spy balloon. We have heard a lot about spy balloons in this world today.
I have to be careful with you with these spy balloons and so on.
Well, John Ramsing said not anymore. A few of them would have collapsed and come down to earth. There's a shout for leg before, but I was clearly going down the leg side. Savory made one. Imlak, like you said, 46. Kevin Sinclair didn't last, promised a lot while he was there for his 10. Pumal didn't score. Gurukesh Moti, 8. The only batter to come is Niall Smith.
I like what I see from this young man, O.J. Shields. He looks like he's got some talent. He's getting the ball to actually swing. He's going from a very high arm action and getting a few deliveries to swing. And he looks like you give him a pitch with a little bounce and pace, he could be a handful.
Yes, I like what I see as well. His rhythm, everything is good for him. A well-built fast bowler, tall guy, hits the pitch very hard. maybe on a pitch that's a little bit more hard, concrete-like, that gives some real assistance to fast bowlers, he can be a handful. And on this pitch, 2 for 59 in his 14th overs. Those by themselves are good figures. That's a beauty, well bowled, and beaten once again up to the task, allowing it to go by. 258 for the loss of 8 wickets. The final delivery coming up in the 83rd over. And still, Blackwood maintains the new ball. There are 3 slips for the tall beaten. Good to see him having a good run in regional 4-day cricket. Last year he was a tourist. This year he's playing cricket. That was close to the line of the off stump. 83 overs gone, 258 for the loss of 8.
Judged by Beaton. I'm sure he's going to tell his teammates, you see how I know how to judge fast bowlers and judge the line, the length of the bowler? Well judged. Well left.
Yes, certainly. Good delivery to bring the over to an end. And in the bowling department, Mindley with 2 wickets, Gurdon picking up 1, Shields picking up 2, Dorval Green 2 for 34, economical as well, 1 for 59 by the leg spinner Abijay Mansingh. Blackwood just the 7 overs, he didn't score. All in all, it has been a fine day of cricket. Guyana fighting back, Harpy Eagles getting the better of the exchanges in the middle of the game. Earlier today, 55 for 4, you thought Jamaica, they were well ahead in front. But that partnership between Imlach and the skipper Leon Johnson pulled them back right into it. So, almost empty red stand there, and green as well. There's traffic on the east bank of Demerara, the Demerara River in the background. All makes a beautiful picture. Nicholson Gordon. Leon Johnson, no trouble whatsoever. Compact, solid as a rock. 134, just 16 away from 150. And he knows the cricket, he knows what is his score. So that's another target on his mind. Steered away. There is protection out in the boundary area there. But they're not going to run. He knows the reason why.
Well, he was running for those an over ago. Then come this over, he decides, no, I'm going to take the strike. I think the way how Beaton faced up to Nicholas Gordon in the previous over, he looks good. It's the other bowler that is giving them the problem.
Yes. I was disappointed with the approach of Veerasamy Permaul and Gudakesh Moti. Those were very soft dismissal. Permaul getting one, lined with the off stump, laid on the back foot, looking to cut. The rest is history. Moti just covering up, getting the bat under the ball and lifting it soft catch to mid-off. These are men that can bat.
And they've proven it over the years. They're competent players. Moti got 100 last year, actually. And sometimes you don't play for yourself. You play for the team, or you play for the batsman at the other end, and your captain is batting at the other end. I think it's just as a misjudgment. Permaul's delivery was really straight on the stumps. And I think he missed the line completely and was bowled. He's a tough customer as well, so I was surprised at that.
Yes, and I know they know that, they didn't judge the situation well out in the middle. Beaten so far, so good, up to this stage. Faced 13 deliveries, he's getting 1 run, that's not going to bother him. Clyde, now we see that Mansingh is coming to that short extra cover position.
No, that's not going to bother Beaton. Beaton is be content and just trying to block out one delivery to go in this over.
You can bet your bottom dollar he's not going to look for expansive shots. Yes, Johnson would have set the plan clear enough, and he understands that. Nice. Left it alone outside the line of the off stump. 2:59 for the loss of 8. 6 overs remaining in the day's play.
6 overs remaining. I'm not sure what the rule says, whether we can, if they can go past 5:30 actually. So maybe play will come to an end at 5:30. I'm not absolutely positive, but I think the first day last week when we had the same issue, we actually stopped at 5:30. So maybe we'll see the same here.
Yes, 5:30 might very well be the cutoff point according to the regulations. That is something we experienced before, and it might very well happen here today. So back with Leon Johnson, who is on 135. Short, and he's pulling this one around. That's going to go way down through forward square and into the boundary for 4.
That's more runs for Leon Johnson and his team. Short delivery. He swiveled on it nicely and pulled it in front of square. Through mid-wicket, 4 runs. Good-looking shot.
Yes, and with the new ball, it's going to come off the pitch a little bit quicker. So it allows Johnson to get in nice position and score the boundary. And Clyde, he might very well be relishing the opportunity of getting that 150 this evening.
I think he would. I think he will be happy if they can go to bed with him on 150. I mean, Guyana Harp Eagles would be somewhere around 280, 290. And what a comeback that would be.
Yes, it's one of those comebacks that is made possible due to smart cricketer, intelligent cricketer. And many wars are not only lost on the battlefield, they're first lost in the head of the planners. Not in this Leon Johnson. He's been a rock. He's played well. Good timing that time. And there's still 3 more deliveries to go, so it is left on him now when he's going to look for that single. And in Blackwood's mind, how can he prevent Johnson from getting a single maybe in the 5th ball of the over, or even the last one? At the same time, Johnson should not be in any rush because he knows his partner at the other end, very competent. Yes, and another no ball sent down, and Johnson seizes the opportunity. Knows where the scoring opportunity is. That return came in, and you look at the bowler O.J. Shields. He was almost wondering to know, where is my head? Just jerked it out of the way. And Johnson has gone down there. Did the ball hit Johnson? I am not too certain exactly what's happening there.
I'm not sure. It might just be exhaustion. It might just be that he's tired.
Could very well happen.
Earlier, when he was in his 90s, we did see him struggling a little as well.
Yeah, these are not good signs. Earlier, I saw him holding his back. Now he's playing around the tummy area there. So, well, the physio is out there. Might very well be some pains around that area for Leon Johnson. On 140, this is a pity, because he's a strong guy. Some belly pains, it looks like there.
It looks that way to me. He seems to be having some pain. We did see, like I said, in the 90s when he was struggling a little, he was limping a little as well, but he weathered it and fought through it and was able to bat on. And now he's down and out. We'll have to wait and see.
Yes, Leon Johnson.
What is happening with him?
Partly the physio might be testing him with the breathtaking, breathing in, breathing out. Good to see him stretching out as well. Still not looking all that. Refuses a little bit of water. He's going to put on the gloves. And will he go off or will he continue? Still bending. No, he's a tough guy. He definitely will continue. Not all that comfortable. At the same time, stealing some time too as we get towards that 5:30 mark.
Yes, and why not? Unless the bowlers the overs have to be bowled out. I'm not sure. We just have to wait and see.
Yeah, I don't think the overs have to be bowled out. I'm not too certain with that because we've seen overs remain and they went up and took the extra half an hour right down to 5:30. But the umpires are the bosses. They know the regulations. And there is still Johnson. Panting, walking, trying to keep his composure. Beaton has the strike nevertheless. And Beaton knows what he has to do. Might not be looking for a run here whatsoever. Just defend those stumps. Well, what actually happened there?
He was looking to leave alone the ball and played late. And the ball actually got the bottom edge of the bat, and the umpire signaling no ball as well. So that's another extra run for Guyana. But the bowler would be thinking that's an extra delivery for me to bowl to him as well. As we watch to see what actually happened to Leon Johnson. I think he got hit while he was batting actually.
Oh.
He got hit in his rib area.
Yes, that's the reason why. And while he got hit in that area, the bowler, he just evaded one that was heading towards his body as well.
Must have knocked the wind out of him.
Those are soft, very tender areas here. So he's back, he's up again, Leon Johnson. He's going to walk this out. Never a nice thing to see a cricketer injured on the field of play. No problem for Beaton. Very easy, allow ones to go by. So the partnership between these two so far for the 9th wicket has worked 33 runs.
I think if you're bowling to a number 10 who's just looking to leave alone, you've got to try and bowl as straight as possible. Make him play. You don't want him to be leaving alone. You've got a new ball in your hand. You want to make that number 10 play at every delivery.
Yes, make it count for you. That's a brand new cherry, and you're bowling there to runs for Beaton. Like that one, even though it was heading down the leg side, was a straighter delivery. 85 overs gone, 266 for the loss of 8. And still great conditions here for cricket. Clouds in the sky there. As we get into the evening, the final few minutes of the game, 5 overs to go. I doubt whether we'll be having all 5. And according to the weather forecast, tomorrow promises to be another good day of cricket. Just maybe some slight showers in the morning, and then the sunshine will come out again.
Let's keep the showers away. Keep them in my corner.
So Dorval Green, he can be tricky. 2 for 34 from 15 overs so far. There was Johnson jumping on the back foot, but getting the tick in the edge of the bat. Goes away down towards the square cover area, can't score. The skipper for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, fighting a great battle for his team. What a great example. And I'm sure the likes of the test player, Tej Narain Chandapal, the young Matthew Nandu, Kemal Savory, They're going to watch their skipper battle through periods of difficulty. The strategy that he used, we see him play with very soft hands today and did not look to hit the ball too hard. Even the drives and the pulls, they were controlled shots, just like this one. Despite going straight to Man Singh, had great control with the shot.
Yes, I think it's been a brilliant innings. It's an innings that maybe you would not say had all the shots in the world, but it was a workmanlike innings. It had to be when you come in with your team in that sort of trouble. And certainly he batted very well indeed. And at the end of the day, he's still there on 140. Just a few minutes away from the close maybe, and he'll be thinking, well, can get some rest tonight and come back tomorrow. I could score another 50, 60 runs for my team.
Just rejuvenate with some nice massage. It's been a long day for the Guyanese skipper. As he goes into his stance, no doubt thinking about playing there and staying until the close of play. This delicately cut down towards fine third man. There's protection out in that area. And he takes the single of the fifth ball of the innings.
Fifth ball of the over, sir.
Yes, of the over. Thank you so much, Clydie. That's the reason why you're sitting next to me. And still calling Ransford beaten there to lend advice. And we know just what is playing through the mind there of Leon Johnson.
That 530 mark.
Maybe just go down there a little bit more, recuperate nicely, touch that area as the seconds tick away. So will this be the final delivery on day number 1? Only time will tell. Beaton allows one to go by outside the line of the off stump, and the umpire moving close to the stumps there and walks away from it, 267 for the loss of 8.
Well, umpire's taking a cap, so there will be another over.
Yes. 86 gone, 4 remain in the day's play. This might very well be the final over. But Leon Johnson has the strike, and that in itself will give him some comfort.
And we're going to see Jermaine Blackwood coming off his long run. He used to be a medium pacer, and then he's turned to off spin, so he's going back to his long run here.
Yes, and might very well be tossing some up here to Leon Johnson, looking for him to entice it.
No, he's gone from his long run. I don't know if he's marked out his long run, whether he was going to bowl from that. But we just have to wait and see. No, he seems to be going back to that long run. Yes, he's going to bowl medium pace now.
Yes. So he's trying something here. He badly needs a wicket here. On the full toss, he walked into the drive and gets the single, Leon Johnson, and will be exposing Beaton. He doesn't mind. Beaton has played well. He has gotten a run. He's off the mark. He has faced 20 deliveries so far. And Blackwood putting a little smile on his face. Very careful of placing the fielders. Just run through that for you. He ensured that he has 2 slips. He brings the cover in, down towards extra cover. And the backward point, Clyde, comes towards a square cover.
Well, now is the time when I was Blackwood. I would have gone to my off spin. I would have gone to slow bowling for Beaton. Force him to play at every delivery. Put 2 men in front of the bat.
There's some stuttering steps as he bowls.
I think he would be more effective bowling, slow bowling to Beaton than the medium pace that he's bowling.
Yes, and you're right about that. And have those 2 men forward short leg, a silly mid-off or a silly point. But Beaton looks rather comfortable to this kind of bowling. Where has that ball gone?
Down to gully. Down to gully. Must have slipped out his hands.
Yes. And Blackwood, a broad smile on his face. These things do happen. Was he looking for a... Well, he's still a slow bowler. Was he looking for a slower ball, though? Coming out from the front of the fingers there and ballooning towards the gully region.
And this time he's giving out LBW to Jermaine Blackwood. Coming on the front foot, missed it completely. Went on as a pass. The umpire had no hesitation in raising his finger, and that stumps on day one with the Guyana Harpy Eagles, 268 for 9. Leon Johnson, 142, not out.
And that was made from 248 balls and 337 minutes of batting, 16 fours. And Clyde, I can't recall at any time that Leon Johnson even attempted to go over the top of the fielding positions. His shots have been on the ground, and he has been richly rewarded. So Jamaica won the toss this morning and sent the Harpy Eagles into bat. Tej Narain Chandapal didn't score. Matthew Nandu won. Kevlon Anderson, 36. Kimal Savory won. Tevin Imlak, 46. Kevin Sinclair, 10. Virasamy Primol didn't score. Gudakesh Moti made 8. Runsford beaten the last man, going LBW for 1, with Leon Johnson not out on 142, and tomorrow will be joined by Niall Smith.
Yes, I think both teams would be fairly happy with how things have gone for them. Jamaica probably a slightly bit more disappointed because they had Guyana Eagles at 46 for 4, and they recovered, had a nice partnership with Leon Johnson and Himlock. And after then, they kept getting wickets towards the closers' place. Just that lunch to tea period when the Harpy Eagles really put the pressure on them. And Leon Johnson not out 142. I think that's the key to the innings. 268 for 9. Both teams would be fairly happy.
Well, in the bowling department, Mindley 2 for 34. O.J. Shields 2 for 66. 1 apiece for Gordon, Mansing and Blackwood. So that's the story from Providence on day number 1. Scorpions against the Harpy Eagles, 268 for the 9. The close of play. Do join us tomorrow. More from Providence.